everybody to Potato Place Gaming. We're doing a special campaign wrap-up stream.
Woo! Yeah!
Wrap it up!
In case you missed it, we finished it off.
Yeah, 5 years later.
Yeah.
We
Just 5 years.
finished him.
John, don't play the intro because we're not doing that this time.
But there's a button.
We
that
will
says intro.
We will do our things though. We are always playing games to heal kids, or in this case, chatting with you guys, healing kids. Extra Life, that donation link is down below. Every dollar we donate does go to our local Extra Life Children's Miracle Network hospital. In our case, it's Stormont and Vale. We are doing really good on our goal for this year, so keep on with the good times.
Sarah demands an intro.
Too bad. It's technically not a Bullies stream because Bullies, the Bed Dragon, and Bluefield is technically over.
If you want it, I can send you the MP4.
Or you can wait for a future tale yet to be told.
Yeah.
We're going to let it sit for a while, though. We're going to let this meal digest.
You gotta let the man cook.
You gotta let it marinate.
Like a good gumbo.
Let's finish this candy bar before we open it up.
Thank you, Amphiamp on Instagram. She did our character portraits that we did for the Bullies, the Bed Dragon, and Bluefield. We appreciate that greatly.
I guess we don't really need the...
It's fine.
No, it's a reminder.
Look at that guy.
Thank you, Andreas on Fantastical Filaments. He did a lot of the miniatures that you did see in the Bullies, the Bed Dragon, and Bluefield campaign. We use it in other campaigns. We will still see them probably in future campaigns. Thank you, Julian at Ashelgrave. He did our Potato Place Gaming logo. We have our website, potatoplacegaming.com. There you can go see our latest streams, our schedule of events, our past streams, archive. You can get to our Extra Life page and you get to our merch page. Hey, guess what? That stuff is still on the merch store because I'm lazy.
I need to get that stupid computer one because it just makes me think of South Park every time I see it.
I love how most of us did that.
Everybody did it.
John didn't.
I knew what you're referencing. The guy who has no life, which I saw. There was some cosplay competition where
Blizzard. It was the Blizzard.
Was a Blizzard one? Okay.
That poor guy was a casualty of COVID, by the way.
He was, way to bring it down.
This campaign was almost a casualty of COVID, too.
True. Good thing we were all such good friends.
I think there was
two
episodes.
There was two
there?
online ones, and that was awful. I hate doing that. I don't know if people
that
play
was
D&D
that
online.
was that
if you do, more power to you. But I hated it.
Yeah, not a fan.
Yeah, and it's so hard to do it that way because it's hard to bounce off of other people when you're doing it online.
It kind of works if you have Zoom. Zoom works really good for online streaming, and then if you have Tabletop Simulator on top of that, and everybody.
Well, that's what we're using Discord instead of Zoom.
I just didn't care for it.
I was
Zoom
didn't
had
have
to be
as
in the
much
same
lag.
room too.
Yes, that was weird.
Zoom's Discord has a lot of lag sometimes when it comes to online.
Mm-hmm.
So I do it with Discord, and then we use on the ones I do play. We use Foundry, which is our virtual tabletop.
Yeah, Foundry's
that we
what
use.
James Tiny uses. Anyway, let's
Yeah.
talk about
Speaking
What about this game?
Julian and Astral Grave, and what
Oh boy.
is available in the shop?
Oh gosh.
What's
Oh,
What is going on?
What?
What is going on?
Yeah! That looks awesome!
Is that Leo or do you
One
look
for-
like a junk rat?
It's one for everybody. You get to pick the frame. I kept one of them.
Oh my
So
god,
you guys
it's gonna
get
go
to pick
next to the little chippies
Whatever
of us.
frames you want.
That's
Oh
awesome!
my god.
That's badass!
Oh.
Holy crap.
You said it's available in the shop?
It's going to be available in the shop.
I was like, how do you do that?
Rob has to
I want that one on the bottom. Do you want that one?
I don't care which one I get.
Which one? Who didn't get one?
awesome.
I haven't got
Here.
one.
Let's hang that one up.
Oh
down
my
here.
god! Look at us!
Trying to get in the
He looks
position
like
of focus.
Joker.
Actually, okay, go. Where is it?
Oh my god!
Look at that outfit
There we
on
go.
Oscar. That's so cool.
Look at your damn muscles, you
Oh,
thick girl!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Try not to get glare.
So
It's hard to
good.
coordinate
Yeah.
I just love how tall Pandora is.
Well, this isn't even.
She's a
Look at
giant!
that one.
This isn't even my
So
full height.
accurate at how tall she is.
This isn't even my final height.
Using it.
You left your hat here, by the way, Chris.
I'm
Yeah, I
like,
noticed
like
that. It's on you.
I was
Leo
missing
word
that
look,
so
just
much.
comes up to my boobies in this.
So, thoughts on that?
So
Julian did a
I like
really
it.
good job.
Did.
Man,
We look so good.
beautiful.
So that's the moment where you are all looking into the sunset
just like the first one.
as
Just like-
Volmer's funeral pyre.
It's so good.
Your armor.
It's
That
pretty.
blue eye of mine just
Yeah,
sitting out. It's
I
a
like
good thing I
that.
It's
chose
got,
the left side for
hint
that,
of
because now
the
you can see
orange
it.
in it too.
You did a really good job with the staff of the burning moon too.
Mhm.
I
Yes.
also like
I
that,
really
like,
like
'cause
how
I
that
feel like
looks.
ages with dwarves, he did a really good job showing that they are different ages of dwarves.
Yeah,
like that
Oscar looks a
is
lot
supposed
younger.
To be a younger
Yeah.
dwarf than
Yeah.
Zach, you know?
Julian did a very, very good
Yeah.
job.
It's so pretty.
And he
Look at
finished it
that.
like 2 weeks ago, and I told him that he had to keep it a secret.
You can't
So
tell
good.
anybody.
It's so good.
So
It's
yeah,
so buff.
I don't care what frames you guys want, but you can trade them
No,
for whatever.
no, this works perfect. I like it.
So
I'm gonna
yeah,
put this with the chibi picture.
that
Thank
will
you.
be on the shop as soon as I can get it put on there.
Also, Nyvar got cake in the corner
I
there.
was gonna say she has a nice butt.
Got thick. Damn, boy.
I told him that I wanted it to be inspired off of that Alex Ross piece with the Justice League all in a line looking at the sunset. And he did a very good job.
We look awesome.
I just love seeing people's interpretations, you know?
Man, that cowl just.
Yeah.
That's
It's
good.
cool.
I know.
Yeah.
And that headband
I really
really.
like your beard. That beard is really. I like.
Oh yeah, it's
So
floofy.
fluffy. Yeah.
I do always
Wow.
Santa
You know what's
Claus
funny is
once
on
a year.
Facebook,
Yeah.
about 3 years ago around this time, I drew my first picture of Pandora.
And I like.
And now it's
Christmas
nice to see
song.
that my art.
Ghost Stack is the
Yeah.
Spectral Continent
Just-
Santa Claus.
I like that.
Oh.
That's what he based
Okay.
it off of.
Yeah, we look
very good.
alike-ish.
It's so cool.
Oh god, it's so pretty.
Well, I just wanted that pose, not that style.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
This is my favorite. Oh,
Did we
this
show
is-
it to
the
the...
chibi,
Yeah, I did,
the
yeah.
chibi one is amazing, and the Dragon Ball Z one's. I need to get that print too.
Yeah, I
for
need to get
house.
the Dragon Ball Z one set up too.
Is that one in the
Yeah.
shop?
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
A lot
Well,
of them are
yeah,
on the old
'cause
shop.
it's even-
Oh, okay.
Because the sticker
I have
is
the
still
sticker,
too. Yeah,
the
stickers are
individual
on the
stickers,
shop.
but I want a
Well,
photo
and
of
he
all
did
of us
it-
together. I
He
know
did
we
a
have
good
the.
job, even just like the nuance of the personalities
Mm-hmm.
with like Oscar and especially like
I'll let you in on a secret. I told him nothing. I just copied and pasted
Yeah.
every message that you guys sent me. About
because like I feel like yes, that's very much Leo Word's like
Yeah.
youngster mischief. I mean he's not super young, but
Why is he standing next to me? No,
and
I'm
just
kidding.
Pandora's sort of like
God damn it!
So, gotta keep Leeward away from Pandora.
She should have had this side eye ick eye. Like,
Oh God, I'm staying next to
This
him.
one.
While you all mull over that picture, let's get into the nitty gritty of it.
Yeah.
So 5 years. That's how long we've done this.
God, that's a long time. It's ridiculous.
Well, 5 years in I think like 2 weeks. I think it was at the end of May whenever we first started. But anyway, 2019.
Yeah.
So thoughts on how it all ended?
I thought Oscar was dead.
General.
I thought I was going to
perceptions.
sacrifice myself.
I did too.
I-
was scared.
I wasn't
That's
sure
why
what
I
was
wasn't
going to
gonna.
happen.
We
Really,
was like,
I
do it.
I thought it ended perfectly.
I thought it
I
was.
thought,
like saying that.
I thought
I
you
thought
did
it
a
was
wonderful
wrapped up really
job
well.
wrapping everybody's
Yeah.
stuff up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I didn't know. I didn't expect it to be the way it was. I mean,
I also
That was
didn't know
really
if
well
using
done.
that 10th level spell as a conduit in my arm would have blown my arm off completely.
I also had that thought. I was like, something bad's gonna happen because of that.
Were consequences
Yeah.
that
Well,
you don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll get to
yeah,
it
because
once we get to that part.
Okay.
Kind of reminiscent of the end of which Guardians of the Galaxy movie was that?
The
Their
first
The
one.
first one where they
stone.
did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That
when
was
you
well
all
done.
signed the table, I made this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's
That
why we
looks
don't have
heavy
a
as
table
fuck
here.
though.
That
Yeah,
makes
yeah, up on the wall.
sense.
And we're gonna.
Oh yeah, I guess nobody saw what we wrote.
There we go.
Very cool.
But anyway, that's for us, not for you guys.
Yeah,
A lot of history on
I
those
didn't
boards.
know. I thought that the mechanic you did of him being able to teleport people off the side really raised the stakes for you.
Yeah, that was something I saw him do
Poor-
that. I was
poor
like,
John and
oh
I,
no,
we
I'm
were-
gonna
I
get
was
teleported.
just-
I knew it was gonna happen
I was living in
inevitably.
fear of Leo Word.
Yeah.
If
I
you
mean,
recall,
He can't fly.
during your first encounter with Xanthus in Greyspine, he did that. That was a legendary action that was given to him by wearing the crown of Merkel.
When he teleported me to his hand.
Yep,
Yep.
he did that, and he also teleported his goons back and forth between you guys.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Basically, that was me thinking of, I need an absolute way that he can,
Crowd control.
yes, and that he can get Renee back, because that's, I
And not-
can't, because I know that you guys will do everything to save Ghost Hack's wife.
Yeah, and Ghost
I was
Stack
like, what?
felt really bad that he wasn't able to do much damage or anything in the first few rounds. I was
You
like,
didn't need to.
I was like,
you
we're
had your
all
priorities.
gonna die. It's like,
No, you had
I
your
was like, at
priorities.
least maybe I'm keeping my wife from hurting anybody.
Yeah. Well, because that would have just,
So,
But we will get to that. Let's start off with the very humble beginnings. The bullies of the Bed Dragon and Bluefield form in Bluefield in Orangeburg. Notable things that happened here. In Bluefield, the party met. Volmer was introduced.
I'm so sad.
Ahmad
such
Noak.
a secret.
Yeah. A brass dragon in disguise. Ahmad Noak was defeated. The one that polymorphed the bed into a dragon. Where you guys got your name. Also, that's where an enemy was made in hell. With Ahmad Noak. Leomon Shrinebright, the goat man, was introduced. He was a full goat when you guys first met him.
Yeah, because we had Speak of Animal to get.
Yeah.
Which, unfortunately, this stuff isn't actually on the playlist because this was before we actually
Yeah.
recorded it.
There was some early stuff that wasn't there.
Yeah, we had like
There were
3
like
sessions.
4
yeah.
episodes before.
All great D&D shows
Yeah.
have a pre-stream.
Even Critical
Yeah.
That's what I
Role's
was-
first campaign
So,
is
yeah.
not. Yeah.
This Volmer was my very first NPC I ever created, and I created
Tell them
him
about
on
how
the
you did
fly whenever Sarah Del Gavio was over
Yeah.
and Nikki was trying to introduce her to D&D, so we just played like a pickup game. You
Yeah.
guys are in I
I
remember
think
what
I
it
was a tiefling. I don't even think I was.
You were an elf
I
named
was.
Golden Face. I remember that.
I do remember that.
I don't remember your character.
We were fucking around. I didn't know it was gonna be a thing.
And they went into Volmer's shop, and he gave them tasks like
you
shooing
screwed
away
in like
mice.
a light bulb or something.
Yes, screwing in light bulbs because light bulbs are in D&D. But yeah, so that was
Magical
the first ever
stones.
NPC,
Yeah.
and then I
Yeah.
kept him as a character as we moved forth.
Which really, Volmer exists also in a game that I made because
Mm-hmm.
that's a
Multiverse.
weird thing that it's a multiverse
It
kind of
transcends.
because I mean
He's dead in
I'll
all the
let
universes,
you,
though.
Well, yeah, I know.
His wife.
I have to talk to you now about to figure out if
Well, it
what
can be
the
whatever
timeline
timeline
is.
you
So I
want.
gotta decide. Yeah.
His wife is a very powerful dragon sorceress, and whose family ties have a lot to do with the campaign that Nikki's running.
We're gonna get back to that.
Also, Treehouse was gained as a forward operating base, and a
Slash
prophecy was introduced. You guys found the cave with carvings of Merkel. You found the green orb. Franklin Greenleaf was the halfling who was slowly corrupted by Merkel's promise of bringing back lost loved ones.
Fun fact, that's the house I gave you.
Yep.
So, thoughts
It's your summer
on
home.
the
My summer home.
Bluefield? Selena, you're not going to be able to say much for the first
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, I know, that's fine. I didn't come in until.
Was it? There was a monastery, wasn't there?
There was. So funny that you bring that
yeah.
up.
Because I tried to shove a fire in the.
I completely forgot about that, and there was a plot point that I was gonna. I dropped a little hot plot point, and then never went back to it. So there's still the monastery up there.
They still have my flyer.
I remember Nivara
I don't
fighting
know.
boars and stuff because for some reason
You
Nivara
doing what?
I had to fight like boars or something. Remember?
Mm-mm.
Like as we were headed to the monastery.
I don't remember.
I don't remember. We
I
might have had
went
to
on-
fight something. I don't remember what.
It's probably.
I don't
I
even
know
know
we
if
were-
that was with you guys. I just remember at some point.
I know there was
early
one point
on,
we were
because
walking
it would
through a
have to have been
forest
at
and-
least with you two.
Yeah.
When we were like going through a forest, and I remember fighting boars, and I remember for some reason Nivara has a decent animal handling skill, and so I was like, "Can I talk to the boar? Can I calm it down?"
I think I
Maybe.
vaguely remember something.
I think I
about
did
this.
kind of.
It was after the bed dragon. I know that.
How it started was you guys were in town at a bar, the Stone
As
Fist Inn,
happens.
and you guys were outside in a patio, and a goat came and bumped into you.
Yeah, I
and
remember.
you guys and it had a scroll in its mouth, and that's how you figured out that he was a polymorph wizard who's
I don't
Apprentice.
think
Scroll
I
of speak
don't.
with animal, didn't he?
Yeah, it
was
I
a
don't
scroll,
yeah, scroll
remember
of
how
speaking
did
animal.
we. Does anybody? I don't
And
remember the
then-
nuance of how did we decide we were all just going to do it together? Like who was there?
We
Because
were
we-
really
the
the only
Shine
adventurer
Bright.
types there.
Yeah.
Yes, Shinebright was. He just
The
picked all
goat-
of us.
Who
That's
did the
who.
goat bump into first?
All of us.
I don't remember.
Oh, it wasn't me.
Was it you?
It
There
might
you
have
go.
been me.
It
I
was
feel like
Oscar.
it was probably. One
I think I was the
I don't
last. I
remember.
think it was the last one that he bumped into.
But I think you fought some orcs too. Muzikith, I think, was the orc's name.
Mm-hmm. We also in that we also did the weird dream sequence thing.
Yeah.
Chris was, there was a couple sessions where Chris wasn't available.
Yeah, that was a filler.
I don't
Yeah,
think
Phil
that one.
was-
Yeah, that one
But
wasn't
it
streamed
did.
either.
It did start the slow transition from Shine Bright as a full goat into a regular man, which took years and years and years. So, whenever you guys
Still
got
eats grass
to,
to this day.
when you guys got to the treehouse, it was a bunch of like corrupted animals, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
remember I had to put some of them. I put some of them asleep.
Some monkeys, if I remember right.
The one time your sleep spell works.
There was wolves. In,
I
well, yeah,
remember.
it was wolves that put to sleep, and
I
then
remember.
I think
a
we
little bit of
actually-
Jumanji
You-
flashback.
Yeah,
York, you, Ghost Stack, and Marty both got introduced then. It was like
yeah.
halfway through.
Yeah, I think we were down by a river, or might have been fishing, and then we.
something like that. I do remember there was a sequence of
Got
trying to get a
bumped into
rope and trying to climb up the treehouse.
Well, because some of us.
This is the
Yeah.
Bed Dragon module.
Original, yeah.
Yep, I assume
Well,
you did
because
fight
at first
some sort
it
of
was
wolf.
just
Yeah.
me. When did you play like my sister elf before I? Even
That was
had my
before
name?
we even
That was
started.
that was you actually were
That
there
was-
for
yeah.
one of the
That
first
was
sessions.
a
because you
trial
played
run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
played
a
as
trial
a-
run.
sister.
You played as a wizard that hit things with its sword.
I
Yeah,
didn't
I
fucking
remember
know
there
what
was
I
a
doing.
trial. Yeah, we did a trial run.
That's
Maybe
the
you
map
did, yeah,
of
that's
the
right.
And you played
treehouse.
That's
Druid
when
that hit things with your
Nivara's
staff.
name was not Nivar. I believe
No.
that's when she was still
Shenarlia?
Shenarlia.
Yeah, that
So
was.
what happened for
That's been the running
Nivara
joke
had-
for the longest time.
Nivara had 3 names. I
Yeah.
don't remember what her original name was.
I
Because I,
had them
didn't
all
write
written
it
down at
down.
one point.
And then she was Shenarlia,
Yeah.
which is a terrible name. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know why I ever thought that was a good name. It was probably random. And then I forgot Shenarlia. I couldn't find it, so I was like, okay, this is what it's gonna say. It's gonna be Nivara Wraithran.
That's my new name.
Well,
And
if
so
I
then
remember,
it became a joke of like, well, I've been on the run, so I
Yeah.
have all these aliases.
well, that's what. Yeah, I thought
Your
that's what it
character also
eventually.
didn't have any memories.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I had.
I thought that. Yeah, that was what
odd-
became.
Yeah.
It was. It was. You didn't know your name, so this is the name that you went by.
Yeah. Well, no, I did. Ultimately, like what it became was I did know my real name.
Right.
I at least remembered that much about myself. But the reason that she had aliases was because I kept.
Right.
not-
She was on the
I
run.
didn't know this was going to become a thing, and so
Yeah.
I kept forgetting to save my
Because
name.
there was a joke about being Sharkeisha.
Yeah.
There was.
Australia,
yeah.
Shanae.
Yeah.
Sounded like the start of a Petey Pablo
because
song.
Shenarlia is a
Shaq Fu.
stupid name.
Oh God! Don't mention that game.
So, right there, bad news. So thoughts on Humble Beginnings? Do you guys remember much about the fight? I don't.
I remember going when we finally got into the main chamber where the wizard guy we heard a bunch of commotion of him getting it put together, and then I remember
part.
the bed dragon.
Oh yeah. The
Treehouse.
actual bed dragon fight.
Yeah, I remember fighting it, and I remember using vicious mockery a lot.
I remember.
I remember a window was involved.
Fell down.
there was because somebody threw.
I spent like a lot of that fight trying.
Yes,
because
there was a rope.
Also,
I think it was Marty.
That's-
Marty was trying to get the rope down, and
That's
that's what it was.
the original token I used for
It's a bed
dragon.
Yeah,
It's
so
a bed.
I
Yeah,
just
it is.
remember
Yeah.
That's right.
that somehow I fell out of the tree.
Yeah, you got.
And I couldn't get
You
back
spent like
up,
2
and
turns
so,
like trying to get back in
And
there.
there's
Marty
an
was trying
unpainted
to-
actual bed
Yeah.
dragon.
And then Marty was trying to pull me back up, so I just remember half
That's what
that
I
fight
printed,
I
isn't
was
it, Harrison?
like trying
Yeah.
to like just get in back
I
into
found
the
the thing
fight.
you're looking for too.
My aboleth.
Yeah,
Where was it?
Behind all the candles.
yeah. No, there
This
was.
is one of my favorite
I just
things.
remember I used vicious mockery a
I
lot.
still-
I think
I
I
gave-
maybe used my rapier. I was a very squishy boy, so I
They
didn't
ended
really
up
do a
with
whole
hands.
lot.
I'll ask, what were you guys thinking with your characters at that point? Because for all 4 of you, except for you,
Yeah.
they were pre-generated characters. In case anybody didn't know that, they were
My gosh.
pre-generated
Well,
characters.
that-
What I
that was
did
one of the-
is I had everybody roll a d12, and I had all the class lists, because at the time there were only 12 classes. And whatever they rolled, I went down the list, I was like, that's you. And then I went to a website, don't remember the website. I generated a level 3 character of that class, and it just auto-generated the race, alignment, subclass.
At
my.
first, I had like it actually took me a little while to connect to Nivara because I didn't really have a background for her
Damn.
because she had no memory, and I didn't really I hadn't most of my characters that I've made here and there. Like I like to have sometimes I'll use a voice or I'll do different things. So that was I didn't do much for her because it was just kind of a spur of the moment thing. And I didn't anticipate her being a thing. So for me, at first, it took me a while to connect to
Do you
the character.
know the
So
original
she's-
plans I had for your character?
No.
Because I knew that you hated playing a monk elf. For a long time, you
I
hated
did.
it.
I didn't like the
And
way
I was
it was
like, well,
set
I
up.
need to give her something.
Yes.
So I can't exactly remember what the original plans were, but I remember it had to do something with that monastery and with you being a shapeshifter, and I was gonna make you a dragonborn something. I
Oh,
can't
wow.
remember. That was very, very
It's-
rough, and I was going to do that, and then you seemed to grow into it, so I was like, that's weird.
Well, what it really took for me was because at first I was so used to just playing building the character in a way because I came from the Thames Tongue school of learning how to play. Shout out to you, Thames Tongue. I had
something like
in my head you want to pick a good race that matches with the class and blah blah blah.
Power gaming, folks.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I had to, once I got out of that, and started
I
figuring
think I
out
like
the
gray
things I
more than
liked
the
about
brown.
her.
But yeah.
And I'd never played a monk, but what happened was when I first was I never would have picked a monk ever. It just didn't interest me. But as time went on, I was like, this is my favorite class that I've played. I love playing a monk. I can dodge and dip and do all these things. So it was
Rules
actually
of
really,
dodgeball?
I'm really
Pretty much.
glad that I had to stick with it. Because it would have been something that I never would have played on my own. I don't even like picking elves really.
Yeah.
Elves is my not class, my race I like to pick. I'm not a big fan
They're
of
called
elves.
species now.
No. Elf is not one I would have picked at all. So it was actually really good for me to do something that I never would have done probably. How about you guys?
Leo Ward more or less started out as a generic bard. Didn't really have him fleshed out really until we got closer to the fight in Orangeburg.
I feel like that's when a lot of us started kind of feeling
And in all reality, his entire backstory and rivalry and everything started out as a joke. It was literally it was a joke.
Go ahead and explain to them.
So at the time,
We talked about
So what the
Josie.
rival? What's the
who was-
origins of the cowbell? Was that on
the
your
cowbell-
character sheet?
Yes.
Okay.
No. It wasn't generate. That was one that we came up with.
Okay,
I was pretty sure you thought of that.
Yeah. No, I can't. There was no backstory on the character sheet when we got it.
Yeah, we came up with our backstories.
Yeah.
But I
Not
couldn't
me.
remember if like under
Not
instruments it had cowbell listed.
Mm-mm.
That's why.
No,
you
that
remember
was
the-
No,
you
I
know,
remember
it was a
John saying, "I think I want to play a cowbell."
And we all
Pretty
probably
much.
went, okay.
Well, I
was
remember
like,
it was
it's an
we were
instrument
at
choice.
it was at Buffalo Wild Wings when we were discussing it.
Yeah.
When we were figuring out Leoward's backstory, and originally, so yeah, it was the cowbell, and the cowbell was from we had to figure out
Yes.
kind of like an origin
But
for the
like,
cowbell,
I
which
remember,
was
like,
it was
Like an
Leoward
old-
had
like
fallen
a
through a frozen lake, and
a
he got rescued, and he was like very very little, like maybe like 3 years old, and the cow, he was infatuated with the cowbell and the cow, and that's how, and the farmer or whoever owned the cow gave Leeward the cowbell, and that's how he got the cowbell, and that's how I get it. Wistifer, if you can't figure that out, is a play on Christopher Walken.
His name is
From-
Wistifer Chalkin.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
So, and it's a reference to the SNL bit where they did "Don't Fear the Reaper" and where Christopher Walken goes,
But what
"I gotta have more cowbell," and that's the whole thing. And so there's a rivalry because he's Christopher Walken, and well, now it's Wistifer Chalkin.
It's so clever.
So it was started as kind of a bit of a joke, and then I kind of shifted him from being a stereotypical bard to be a little bit more, I don't know, just not as a horny bastard as most bards are. So
Yeah, that's one thing I was going to ask, and I'll pose this to everybody as you get to yourself, is like, when I first started as Ivara, Shanarlia, whatever, I didn't really know what her personality was for a while. Like, because when I very first played her, I played her like kind of the stereotypical, like, chill, like,
yeah,
cleanse body monk, which she still was that, but like, she absolutely did not become that. She very much became like, I'm gonna fight you,
yeah.
whatever.
You're gonna get these hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, I think that you also built your character to be a professional wrestler at first.
Yes.
Yeah, because there was that homemade subclass that you.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a bad homemade
That was
subclass.
not, and
It
Harrison
wasn't
was nice
balanced.
enough to let me
Respect.
transfer that to fighter points instead.
But,
I mean,
and
she
then-
still kept like the wrestler vibe. It's just that class itself did not lend well
Yeah.
to the build.
But I did like the idea that Harrison had for Wistifer, which was he's basically a polar opposite
Yeah.
of everything, color-wise,
Yes, he
personality-wise.
was
That's what I always
Your-
thought he was.
Yeah.
The
He was
Draco.
He's meant to be,
your-
yeah. He's
Yeah.
meant to be. He's meant to be a
He was
mirror
your
image
Wario.
of. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's meant to be the mirror.
So that's why I
The-
did
the evil
green,
mirror of Leo
red. You
Right.
had blonde hair, he had dark hair. You had curly hair, he had
Yeah, that's
straight
literally
hair.
how I
Yeah.
pictured him. Was like
You had a little, scruff
He
right
has a
here. He had a
fever.
very wiry mustache. You
were
had a
lightning,
very
he was fire.
you had a very prim and proper accent, like English accent. He had more kind of like I guess you'd call it French. I don't know.
Yeah.
What it was.
Well, and
More
even then,
sluggish.
the little light British higher pitch that was something
Yeah.
that came in
Yeah.
fairly late. I don't even think I
I-
had it for the fight the fight in the
Yeah.
pit. I don't even think I had the accent for that
I
yet either.
didn't remember.
When did you start? Perhaps you've heard of me.
That was at the very beginning.
Yeah.
That was when
I
I
remember.
because
It
I had
was-
I had a bundle of flyers. And
That's
I was
right.
just, and I would just
It
shove
was-
them out
it
in
was
front
at
of
that
people and
first
go,
bar.
Yeah.
that we all met at.
I go, perhaps
Because-
you've heard of me.
Perhaps
It was
you've heard
immediate
Yeah.
and then immediately hated.
Not as much as Pandora would go.
Oh, well,
It don't
and the
exist
thing
yay.
was,
I do, but I'm somewhere in the void.
it fit
I'm still in
because
the
at the
Feywild
time I was
now.
still kind of doing the obnoxious bard,
No, you've
and
been in Roseville.
Yeah.
so it just
You were the
stuck,
Batman.
and
Lee
it
has fallen through a
it
portal
kind
somehow,
of.
though, at some point through this.
Leeward mellowed out a little
Get
bit,
to that.
didn't become quite as obnoxious, but he's still, very much, And I would say pretty much with everyone's characters kind of went through a lot of changes.
Yeah.
No, not
Because-
at all.
It would be very
I
unfortunate.
think Rob was kind of.
That's not real.
It would be very
Because-
unfortunate for you as a player and for me as a storyteller if your characters didn't go through changes.
Yeah, because Leeward very much at the end, Leeward was way mellower, a lot
But I
more,
Me and
not as
Don
quite.
specifically didn't have as good of a starting handle on what we wanted our personality of our characters to be, whereas I feel like you two had a
I
better
would-
handle.
I would say that. I wouldn't say that about Ghost
Well,
Stack.
no, he was actually
So-
more bad.
I felt like you were always trying to get Ghost Stack killed for the first, like...
I still was at the end,
Yeah,
but
he
he was
was.
getting sturdier.
Yeah.
It's just getting
That's
harder
why-
to kill.
That's why I just needed you to hang on just enough until we got to
Be mindful.
the... Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Because I
Ghost
know
Stack.
that it was a very vanilla character at first.
So in the beginning, when I made the backstory for Ghost Stack. It was super sad. You know, mom missing, child missing. You know,
Child
no
dead.
idea
Yeah.
where they're at. Well, child dead. Yeah, child in grave.
Yeah, life gone.
Fiona, was my child in the grave. Renee was actually named. I just took my kiddo's middle name. I thought it was a good name. I was like, Renee's a good name, so I'll use Renee for one of these. But so when I made Ghost Stack, originally I was just like, I have never played a depressed character.
We could tell.
You couldn't do it. Really, in a way.
I am not. I've had depression.
Yeah.
But I'm always very good at getting out of it when, you know, it's like a day. I'll have depression. I'll be really I'll be really sad. I'll be crying in my room. And then the next day I'm happy, joy, everything's fine again. So when I play Ghost Stack, you can kind of tell, like in the moments where I'm sad, I usually quickly find a joke to get out of those moments.
Yeah, you have a way to cover it up.
I tried really hard at the end to stop doing that and to kind of stay the path of where Ghost Stack's head was at. He was also a lot more in his backstory elements towards the end, so it made a lot more sense for him to be stuck in those moments. But in the beginning, it was just like, I like to play fun characters.
Yeah.
So this character is going to be a drunk, fun guy.
Yeah.
And that's what he was in the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then
Oh, no, that's okay.
I felt really bad about it because when the moments did come up where it was time for Ghost Stack to delve into a little bit of his backstory and how sad it was, those moments where Ghost Stack was sad, I felt really bad whenever I'd take myself out of those moments with a joke. And
I mean,
It works. That's how...
Yeah.
because you're coping.
That's a very
Right,
realistic
and
way to mask depression.
eventually I came to terms with the fact that Ghost Stack might be doing that because it's a coping mechanism.
Yeah.
So I used that to cover for me as a player's flaws.
It worked.
But eventually, like, I did try really hard to stay in those moments a little longer so that I wasn't cheapening them. You know, because daughter gone, wife by the enemy. It's like,
Yeah, I think I'm the only
And
one who didn't have
I knew
changes.
that I wanted him to have a flaw of some kind, so I made sure he was blind in one eye at the very beginning. I was like, I can use this because my perception is average. But don't worry, every time I rolled, it was always low. So we're good.
Unless
Average
it was
or
for
not.
something that wasn't
Didn't
important.
count.
Well, and it gave you cool opportunities to get cool things for your fake eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a laser
freaking-
beam.
Yeah.
Uh,
Freaking Kano. over
But
here.
yeah, no, Ghost Stack went through a lot of changes, mostly because the player had to change a lot to fit Ghost Stack. In the very beginning, I hated him.
Yeah.
I hated Ghost Stack. I did not enjoy playing a paladin. But eventually, once I started getting into the
The nitty gritty.
nitty gritty of it and his backstory stuff started coming up, I was like, okay, I'm
Sure.
attached to this character. I want to know where he ends
That's
up.
that's
No
what-
matter how
yeah.
much, playing a paladin is, it was fun because I'd never played a high level paladin, so I was like, okay, this is interesting, and I was using my spells like most paladins don't do. So, yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it.
Well, like, to me, playing those characters that you don't normally play, I think makes you a better player. And for those of us who do DM, that helps you become a better DM later, too, because you can get into the headspace for those NPCs that you're creating.
Yeah. I still struggle with jumping myself out of difficult situations with jokes.
That's a normal thing.
It
It's a
is.
normal thing.
But
It's
Getting
also
better.
you also if you run one voice too long, sometimes it gets a little stuck.
right. Oh God, his
His
voice.
voice, you changed it.
His
for
voice
him.
was
Yeah, it was very much Batman.
Can you do the original
yeah.
Stack voice for us?
Ghost Stack doesn't get tied down.
That's
God, by the end of the night, I had nothing.
That's why when Bullrick was introduced, just had him have the same exact voice as you. Because I thought it'd be funny if your guys'
All
perception
dwarves.
of all dwarves except for Oscar were just short, hairy, gruff.
Yeah,
Well,
I
we're
mellowed it out a little bit. He was still gruff,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
he was
you
not.
made it so it wasn't going to kill your voice at the
Yeah.
end of it.
He
Yeah.
was not a
It's
grinder.
like whenever
He
I've
was
done
not a
the
grinder.
pirate one shots. I
Yeah.
hate myself.
No, the
Yeah.
pirate one. No, yeah. If we do that one again, I gotta
You gotta adjust it.
I gotta prepare myself for that.
Just remember, at one point in time, I was gonna kill all of you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
We
yeah.
talked
I had
about-
no idea.
We'll
when
get
we,
to that.
When we
I
talked
was like,
about
this guy's great.
how characters
We make
change.
Yours was by far, I think, just insanity.
I
Like what was all
How did
happening
you come
behind
up
the
with that
scenes.
voice?
I was given a unique opportunity, like Harrison said. We rolled for the characters. He had them pre-generated.
It was also a roll-off between you and John.
Yeah,
so
because
Yeah,
it would have
it
been a
could've
completely
been
different
better.
story. Because
Gosh,
if you would have
you
played a
imagine?
I
neutral
would've played
evil
a Marcus.
warlock, and you would have played
I
a
would've
bard.
Yeah, I think-
It would have been completely different.
yeah, think of me playing an evil character. Let's be,
Yeah, the random character sheet. It was evil, and so I talked with Harrison quite a bit as I was doing his backstory because I was evil, and I know I've said it to Chris before. I have a knack for creating big bads for campaigns. Don't know why.
Because you're an edgelord.
And yours was what was great was that there was a lot of stuff and a lot of hints that were dropped on what was going
so
on.
many goddamn
and
hints.
it's in hindsight, it's like, oh well, hell, it's like, what the hell? We saw it right in front of us the entire time.
One of the most frustrating for me as a character was like, I knew he was doing bad things, and I knew Naivara would be so mad, but every time it came time for me to catch him, I just didn't
clutch.
roll right,
Well,
and I was just like, that must be nothing.
One of my favorite
I'm so
moments
mad
though
as
was
a player.
the Illithid, and when you said Xanthu sends his
regards.
regards, and nobody was
Yeah.
there to hear
Everybody
it.
was down except Leah.
Yeah.
And Leah during that fight
Leah has
doesn't
no
count for
fucking
shit.
clue.
She was off the road.
Yeah, I don't
And
think
it's
Voice
so,
Stack
oh
was around
god,
for any
that's
of
not
that.
good.
We're not
We
there.
didn't hear it.
So yeah, like
Yeah.
I was saying, it was a unique opportunity as a player, because normally in Harrison said this before. It sucks sometimes having an evil player in your
Yeah.
game. We've
I-
experienced
We've
it.
talked
Yeah.
about it a lot.
Yeah.
Too.
It's a
There's
hard
ways
role
to do it.
play.
You really
It's
gotta
a
work
really
with your
hard-
dungeon
yeah.
master. It can't be your idea.
No.
It can't.
So
'Cause, yeah, the DM has to be in on it.
I mean, part of the backstory I gave Harrison is I was the subordinate of this ancient vampire lord, and he rolled with it on what.
At first, you went for Lich.
Yeah,
I remember
and then
for a good 5 or 6 sessions, and then you switched to a vampire, and then I was like, okay. It wasn't until good 20 sessions in that I had the idea to bring your story arc into that.
But yeah, I was doing those little shitty things and
I kept missing them.
doing my best to not let everybody capture, especially when I saw the symbol of Merkel, and Oscar knew what it was. Rob knew what it was. Rob
Yes,
didn't know
those
how
dummies.
big Rob didn't know how big that would become,
Yeah.
and took it as an opportunity as being a scholar to tell you guys, I'm going to study this orb and see what it does. You guys fucking believe me.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I
And then-
remember.
And then
You
when we beat Greenleaf,
Yeah.
I purchased his house as a base that Xanthus would use eventually.
Yeah, I remember that, and I was like,
Mad.
I was getting a little right here.
Was Harrison?
mean
Was
by
there anything that surprised you with Oscar being the evil character that he was? And-
I trusted you a lot not to ruin my game, and you did a good job of not making me regret it. the nuance that you played that character with was pretty wild because
What was-
everybody really knew that you were bad at metagame wise, but in game, they
Yeah,
just
none
thought
of
you
our
were just
characters
a little
really-
creepo.
Yeah, Navarro.
A little
was-
creepo with the Munchkin voice.
Yeah, why did
Yeah.
he have? Why
Because his
backstory,
voice-
my vocal cords got crushed by
Yeah.
Xanthus.
I knew that, but like, why did you?
I
do
wanted-
that?
Xanthus said "boy" and slapped him
I
and
know.
then
I
squeezed
knew
him.
how it happened, but I couldn't remember when Rob started.
Rob-
with that
Xanthus
voice.
is basically Lenny from Mice and
No,
Men. When he's mad, he just
Yeah.
I
squeezes
know, but
something.
I'm asking Rob. But I couldn't remember why.
I didn't
It's a
want,
good move if you ever get into a fight. Just go towards somebody and squeeze them.
I didn't want the stereotypical gruffness of a dwarf.
Yeah. You want something different.
I wanted something different. I wanted a voice that was unique for this. Also, it played into me having a high voice took away
From the evil.
Yeah,
and
it
the
made
edginess
it-
that Oscar was.
Yeah. Made you
It
seem
made
more
him-
innocent.
It made him more comedic.
Yeah.
In a sense.
It's true.
And that way, when people would listen to him, they're like, "Oh,
This
you
silly
poor
guy.
thing," or
they-
"You poor
Yeah.
thing."
Yeah. They wouldn't
Um,
they wouldn't think of you as being the evil guy
Because I
trying
think-
to kill people.
I think the backstory, the fake backstory, not that I gave you guys of my voice being high, was because it was an accident when I was a child. Technically
was.
correct.
Yeah.
But it wasn't an
That's
accident. It was Xanthus being a piece of shit.
Mm.
And
He
so,
accidentally on purpose fucked up your neck.
So yeah, I went with that so it would be more comedic, so it would help throw off the scent of Oscar being a piece of shit.
Yeah, that poor bum that you just brutally murdered.
Oh, I was so mad about that one too.
Pandora, we'll get to your character origins once we get to that part. Anything else from the Bluefield arc that you guys would like to touch on? Any questions you have for me?
I asked mine already, so.
Did you? Well,
Yeah,
no,
the
never
color, the color thing I know started with Bluefield, but did you know you were gonna do like spectral colors from
Nope.
there? It's just you came up with Bluefield.
Yep. And then I remember having my back against the wall and having in the session I was like, Greensboro.
Well,
and then I remember sitting at work writing down a list of color names for cities.
well, and just so I don't know if you knew this, but do you know where I even got like where eventually the Emerald Groves?
No idea.
So in the Dragon Age Inquisitions, there's the Emerald Graves, which is where all the old lands of the elves are, basically, that were sort of taken over by things. And I thought, oh, that's kind of a cool way I can throw in, you know, something I like, but not totally take the name. Which is funny now that it's the Jewel Isles, just because I happen to use that.
What was your question?
I was gonna ask, was the Orangeburg fight part of the Bluefield arc? Was that?
We're getting to it right now, buddy.
Okay.
So, when you guys had a pretty nice party and you all got a little bit too drunk and somebody got drugged,
I enjoyed that because I was very firm on her not drinking and stuff. That was one thing with Navarre to the pretty much the very end. She's like, I don't know. I don't even. And now it's great because she doesn't have to drink or eat. So
you all found yourself in Orangeburg, where after a drunk night, you guys met a whole brand new cast of characters. Notable moments: Tia the pig equals the mayor's daughter. Leeward gains an enemy. Navarra also sees her first wanted poster.
I remember that because I started.
So, the wanted posters, that was your uncle sending subliminal messages to you to try to re-jog your mind.
And it worked. It was clever. I didn't know at first. Like I just as a player thought of it as
Because
like,
he
why
had
am I
realized
wanted?
that he needed the whole family to
Yeah.
help with the Sapphire Shores oppression growing and growing. He didn't know where to find you. Bell did not answer his calls. So he sent wanted posters with your picture on them. Because I remember at one point you had like 3 of them stacked and then
Yes,
like did
and
a
I was
special
trying
message.
to figure it
It
out.
said like come home or something
yeah,
like
and I
that.
was
Yeah.
like,
I do remember that.
So
I think
basically
it was
what would have happened if anybody were to find that and try to turn you in, the local law would have been like, what?
yeah. Whose authority?
Yeah, yes. They'd
That
have been
was the one
Well-
posters are also when Navarra and Oscar became
Yeah,
closer
we
friends.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because Oscar would
Well,
take
and
any of
to
those
give
pictures
some
you saw.
context, so like the background that was my character that I was given is like I share secrets and I'm all about secrets, and so it went along with that. And also like my background was a hermit, so literally like in my head, and this is pretty much how I went with it, is Naivara is 125 years old, and the context of it was for the last like it's like 25 or 50 years that she had been away from home without any memory. So that's why she was such a like blank slate kind of not, because like I was trying to contextualize like this is somebody who's just been kind of wandering, living in caves, not knowing who they are. So that was a weird way to start. Like that's why she wasn't as like social and stuff, because I'm like she doesn't have really any social skills. That's why like when Leeward or anybody would flirt with her, she'd just kind of be like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here.
Other notable things. Nima was introduced. A champion of Orangeburg was crowned. Fight Pit
Fuck that guy.
and Eldrin were introduced.
Oh, God,
You guys
Aldrin,
participated in a friendly game of Web Slam for the deed to your house. And also, Clemore the Hill Giant was killed, thus starting the side quest to kill all the giants from King Hecaton. So,
was Orangeburg also where Leeward met his biggest fan?
yes, Bella.
Bella.
Yep, Bella the Night Hag. You made quite the impression on her the drunken night. So I'll read to you what I had written down here. This is whenever I ran out of black ink, so I had to type everything on blue ink. I remember that. Ghostak wakes up with an engagement ring on his finger and a rusty key in his pocket that says the usual place. Marty wakes up wearing a red and black dress, all torn up. Oscar wakes spooning a pig. He has the number 7 written on the back, written on his back in violet writing. The pig has a number 1 branded on its back. Naivara wakes up with a note wrapped around a gold coin. The note reads, "Remember to retrieve the others you know where." Leeward wakes with his cowbell, or without his cowbell, in place is a wooden sword, a note that says, "I love you more than the rats I feast on."
Ugh.
What?
God damn, son, what you do to her?
Oh, that fight against her was just so disturbing.
I can tell. Just by that.
She was trying to run away.
Well,
She tried to steal you.
Yeah, she tried to steal me. She actually, I thought at one point she was trying to suffocate me at one point too, or I was
I think you're
suffocating
confusing
because
that
she
for-
fell on you.
Yeah, but she commanded a horde of rats,
That's
and
amazing.
we had to fight a horde of rats against her, and that was and the whole time I'm like, no, get me away from her. That was
this
also
swarm of rats. That was a pretty gnarly, like stat block too for the time because you guys were like level 6.
Yeah, that was also I had figured out there was like some because it was kind of more or less the plot the Hangover if I remember correctly. They were similar to it, and I had gotten in the fight
This
pit.
is the module I based everything off of. It was called The Longest Night Ever.
I had gotten in the fight pit and I had I had gotten a potion from her. Somehow I had obviously she took a liking to me, and the hag like gave me a potion of strength. I can't remember which strength, fire giant strength I think this was.
Yeah, probably.
And that's how I got the champion of Orangeburg title the first time. And then I retained it, which that was another thing I was going to ask you on this arc was, did you expect me to pull the invisibility thing off of that?
I was still very new to DMing, and I thought that was one of the cheapest things ever. But then I was like, it's in the rules, so I guess.
It was the cheapest thing ever.
Because that was the thing. I was like, well, I don't have any I'm not strong. I'm not the most agile. So I was like, well, and you're allowing spells. And I was like, well, this is in my spell list, so I'm gonna run with it.
Yes.
Son of a bitch.
Where's Nikki? I was going to tell her a fun thing.
I think she
Dang it,
might have
Nikki.
Should have been me. No. So.
And that was also the time
Remind me of the fight
that
pit when she gets back.
First
I have
session,
that story.
someone actually tried to tie me down, not counting
Nima.
Nima.
Yeah, there was
Ghostak.
I don't remember where I came
Montana.
up with her eyes changing color. I don't think that was in the module. I think that was
Did
I think that was
Did
off
you
the
know
fly.
she
I
was
thought
a
that was
dragon
something you
then?
came
At
up
that point, no.
Okay.
She was just a weird little.
I also didn't know that her and Volmer were related at that point. I don't think.
Yeah, I think that was
wasn't
something
until
you
later.
came up on the fly. Was the eye thing, if I remember?
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you got into a fight with Reganor. You became the champion. He re-challenged you for his honor, and you beat him. If I remember right, it was some sort of medley.
Basically, everyone softened up everyone, and I was able to win it with a final shot. Essentially, is what happened.
Did I forget anything else?
He was
about
like
the
one of the
story
first
arc?
people who went out in that fight pit. Reganor was.
It's because you all ganged up on him.
Mm-hmm.
Because
the last two people in the fight pit were you and me.
Yeah, and you,
Fucker.
you got taken
We'll
down.
get
It was, and then you basically softened up the guy for me, and I was like, bye.
Dick.
How was the?
Well, because I started doing stuff while I was still in the cage before mine opened up, and then Mitch. Stopped that.
Yeah. Montana as Eldrin couldn't.
Mitch is a bitch.
Yeah, Mitch is a bitch. The episode is called Mitch is a bitch.
Yeah.
Yes,
who was
because-
also the ref for Web Slam as well, if I remember correctly.
Yes. So, Mitch as a character was in the module.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if his name was Mitch, but it described the referee as being a spectator, and in the description it said spectator floats, does not have arms or legs. And this was whenever I first started playing D&D. I had no idea what a spectator was. So I was just like, I guess he's just a guy with no arms and legs that floats around. So
Like the
that's how
oblong?
Mitch became a character, by the way.
I
Because I didn't look into it enough.
You just saw a spectator's like, yeah, he's watching, of course.
Didn't you say also his stats were like stupidly OP as well?
Well, no, he had the stats of a spectator, but then I was like, well, if he's going to be the referee and I'm going to make him hold down the law.
You made him demigod status.
Yeah.
It just makes me think of The Office. He has no arms or legs. Do we
Well, I was
even?
just thinking about-
This is how he led a country.
What kind of quality of life is that?
Well, see, I was thinking of like the Will Ferrell oblongs thing, where he's just a floating torso.
It can be whatever you want it to be. Anything else in Orangeburg you guys would like to discuss? Any questions? This was a very long time ago, so I do not fault you for not remembering much, because I don't either.
Well, because the Orangeburg was also when we went into the mines, or not the mines. That was it. Where there was a mine. We had to find the mayor's daughter, and then there was that was also Orangeburg.
The mayor's
was also,
daughters, I think, when Leah came in, right? No, it was after.
No, this was before. Yeah, it was. This was also where we had the circus, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Where we had to do a performance act.
Mm-hmm.
Which that turned out actually fairly well. I think it was me and Nikki who did like acrobatic stuff.
That was later on too. But we ran into Vulpin for the first time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there was a chase because your wand got stolen by him.
Right.
Harrison has a fun fact for
Is
us.
this the same?
Yeah, that was the fun fact about Mitch. Nikki
Is
missed
this
it.
the same mini arc where Oscar became a murderer?
He didn't know
No.
what a spectator
No,
was.
that's
He
Silver
thought
Rock.
it was
Well,
spectator. So
I
we
was
thought it
already
was
a
literally
murderer.
like...
Yeah,
Yeah,
but Silver
yeah,
Rock
yeah.
is the
But
one
it's
where
the
you
guy-
murdered
no,
him,
So
that guy in the
in
alley.
the module,
Yeah.
it described him as a spectator, and then it described him saying he floats to keep track of the games going on, and because he doesn't have arms or legs. So as a new DM, I didn't know what a spectator was, so I just thought he was a guy without arms or legs that floated around. So that's where that description came from.
I just always thought of the guy from the Oblongs.
See, I'm not the only
I
one.
said the same thing.
That's exactly what I thought of every time I thought of Mitch. It was like, is it...
Oh, yeah, Murdoch.
Schnorks.
How many-
Murdoch.
But yeah, your wand got stolen
Rotate
then too. I
in
believe.
5 years,
I think-
we
I thought
rotated
that was
our
in Silver Rock,
cats too
Oh.
in the house.
But we
Yeah.
did have to get the cowbell back though,
Mm-hmm.
because we had to get the cowbell
Got it
back,
back from Bella.
and because we had that whole sequence of stuff that we had. There was a lot of stuff that we did in Orangeburg.
Yes.
There was, like I said, the mayor was you had as like kind of like a mob boss kind of thing, if I remember
That
correctly.
wasn't the mayor, that was a mob boss.
Okay,
different
never
guy.
mind.
That
Never
was
mind.
my boss.
Yes.
Okay. Because we had to
The
help
mayor
a
was
family.
a very nice individual.
We had to help that
And the-
family that was that they're
And
trying to get all the
you
people.
ended up kind of getting engaged to the mayor's daughter, right?
Yes, that was because we.
That was when I.
That was when you went in the start punching people.
Yes.
Oh, at the wedding, that's right.
Yep.
No. Ghost Stack was the one that was engaged.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he got engaged, and
it was a
went
little
in
tiny-
and you just,
It was a
like,
little tiny wedding ring. Big fat sausage finger.
and you just came
couldn't
in,
get
his
it off. I
arms
remember you really had
swinging,
to
just
pull.
punching all the guys.
It was like the old ladies and kids. You were just fucking talking. Yeah,
Knocking them all out.
that was awesome.
Yeah.
Somebody
I
else
remember
did
things.
business.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ghost Stack wasn't gonna have that.
Oh, that was.
But what if he
great.
did? What if he did get married that session?
That would have changed the
That
whole
would have
thing.
changed a lot. That would have
I mean,
completely,
there's some shit with
completely
ants we
different
never
story.
figured out either.
That
Just
would have
kinda
been a completely
disappeared.
different story. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Punching all the.
Oh.
That was what I was worried about.
You can't see, man.
Any more questions? Comments?
I don't think so.
Wasn't there a parrot at some point too?
Well, there was the mob boss had his kids, and all of his kids are named Carrot, Tara,
Oh,
Parrot,
that's
Merritt,
right.
Jarrett.
That's right.
Yeah.
He sent you into the mine. I don't remember what to get, but
There was some
in
item.
there you guys were able to find your broom.
Mm.
That's where we had to fight those Zorn.
Broom
The Zorn,
V1.
yep.
Those were tough.
Oh, my broom.
You got one back.
Those things were
Yeah.
interesting.
It wasn't that one.
While you
but
were
got
in
one.
Orangeburg, the one thing that you did find out about was the beer festival of Silver Rock,
Mm-hmm.
Right. Mm-hmm.
neighboring town of Gracevine. Notable things that happened in Silver Rock: beer festival, dragon and giant fighting, interrupting the festival,
Giant pants.
journeying up the mountain,
Have Mary with
giant
us
fights, giant fights with a baby dragon,
Looks like a
and
witch.
then Mama Dragon coming down to.
Avenge Baby Dragon.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I felt
well,
bad
Jilted
for Baby
Lover.
Dragon.
You were introduced to Goldrick.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the big dragon fight with warriors from Gracevine. Oscar, you killed Vulpin.
Murderer.
Yeah.
Leeward, you almost ended the campaign
Yeah.
with your bag of holding.
Yeah.
Oh yeah!
I put the portable black hole in the bag of holding.
Oh, that was before I knew that was going
This
to be a
was
problem.
during our
This was online.
remote stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, me and Leeward would have been who knows where.
yes, so if you guys were only level 8 at the time. If you would have been like level 12, I probably would have let it fly. I would have just been like, well, that's the way she goes, bud.
Yeah.
I remember when John said, "Oh, I'll just put it in the handy haversack," and I saw mine and Chris's face on the stream go.
Yeah, that was before I knew that
I didn't know
the,
shit. So.
they're both interdimensional stuff that does not jive well. Don't
Turns
put
out,
interdimensional
don't
stuff
recommend that.
inside interdimensional stuff. So
Also, notable things that happened there. Leeward, you did almost end the campaign, but you also met your future wife, Anne Willows.
Well, he also, on the way that mountain, almost killed Ghost Stack too because of stupid lightning bolt.
Oh
Yeah.
snowstorm or snow
the
avalanche.
light,
Ghost Stack, you also got really sad because of the night hag. You guys also got the flying carpet.
I do
He
also
murdered a lot of
remember.
goblins.
I murdered a
That
shitload
is
of
Oh.
goblins.
well, that wasn't until you got to
Yeah, that was
Gracevine.
this
We're
was
not
yeah.
there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was the End is Nigh guy here yet, or was that the Gracevine?
I think the end is Nye guy. I'm pretty sure he was in Orangeburg.
Okay, I can't
Yeah.
remember.
I think I did.
Was that just spontaneous and then it became a thing?
I didn't understand the nuance of impending doom. So I was like, well, just have a guy scream it at the top of his lungs.
It is not.
Well, and it was.
Well,
I mean,
we
it
grew
was
to
good
love him.
foreshadowing. So
it was like he was a crackpot, so we
Yeah.
didn't know he was tainted by the god. I mean, you probably didn't know at that point either.
Absolutely not.
But it was good foreshadowing.
Pearson's
even
like,
though
how did
it
I put
wasn't
together this
intended.
puzzle without knowing what the puzzle looked like? Oh, I guess I did.
You know, whenever you have a puzzle and you don't know how the pieces fit, you just get a hammer and you
Yeah, you
smash
just-
it in.
Look at how that one fit. Square in a circle.
Didn't like that he
Said
was-
that couldn't be
Yeah.
done.
Sweet, gentle, innocent Oscar and Ghostak were brewing beer too. And that's
Yeah.
why we decided to go to Silver Rock.
My best bud. No way they were evil.
Not at all.
No.
Thoughts, concerns, questions about the Silver Rock? Buddy.
Nope.
He's trying to knock that over so
What
he can
made
get
you
your food.
decide to have a giant and a dragon fall in love?
Because I needed conflict, and I was like, what's the easiest way to have them fight?
Yeah.
It's
Well,
like,
and that
well,
was,
if they were to once love each other and then break up, and then, you know, one of them kills the one of their spouses, and then it just turns into a big thing. And because I needed something monumental to disrupt the festival, and I was like, well, I don't know. It's like a dragon would be cool, but why would the dragon be there? The giant would be cool, why would the giant be there? It's like, let's have them fight.
I really enjoyed the. Is this the same time frame as the white dragon attacking the city?
Yep.
yeah,
But this
'cause-
isn't the final battle with them, right? No, because we.
Yeah.
It started there, and then
It started in the mountain.
So
and
when
then
you guys
we-
were
right.
in the beer hall just having a good time after the festival was done for that day, you hear boom, boom, and you went out, and basically the dragon, like and the giant were fighting, and the giant threw the dragon over the city walls, and as the dragon was flying, it did its breath and like killed a lot of the
Yeah, that was wild.
which realistically
of them.
was great for Oscar. Because it covered up my murder.
You didn't kill Vulpin until the end.
Oh, to the end.
He's sussy.
I can't remember.
Because you
Yeah,
were,
'cause we had-
you remember Mary Yebeth, who was the head of the guard there, who went up the mountain with you. She was investigating the murder of Vulpin.
Well, yeah, I remember Navar and
So-
we were like trying to investigate it together too.
So you were performing. I don't remember what you guys.
I was
that's
trying
what-
to solve the murder.
No, this is before. This is before I murdered him.
Oh yeah.
You guys went off to go get snacks, and then you bought a popcorn machine.
Oh yeah. I thought I got that at the
No.
circus with Wister.
That was
I
yeah.
don't
That
remember.
was
Yeah,
the
I
circus.
got
The
that
circus
with
was
the
before that
circus.
because
Yeah.
that was when
Christopher-
Wistifer showed
This
up.
was during the same time frame.
Oh,
We
yeah.
did the battle
Christopher
of the
showed up
ghosts, I think, right? Was this when
Yeah,
I
we
was
had
don't
talking
talking
get me
about-
wrong,
about?
yeah.
I'm sure
This is
about
when I was
something
talking about
stupid,
arm
but-
wrestling Hecaton, which was
Yeah.
a truth back then too, as it
Yeah,
was in
because
the
there
future.
was the storytelling contest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told
Battle
the
of
story
the
about
Ghosts.
winning.
But yeah, Wistifer showed up in North.
Also,
during
the storytelling contest should have been
Because that
the
was you
biggest
and
red
Marty
flag
got
for you
the
guys.
the
beer
popcorn
market.
machine.
Yeah, we bought it during the circus. 'cause
Yeah,
I was like, why
because
not?
that was when the most intense battle of two bards playing cowbell.
The battle of the boasts.
The drinking contest. There's a bunch of other contests in here, but yeah, it was the Battle of the Boasts.
You guys, the people who boasted, told all these fun little stories, and I told the
Truth.
story of nightmares.
So
I
then,
told
that
the story
was
of Winnie the Pooh. 'cause
Vulcan
I couldn't
said-
think of anything.
well. Then this would have been.
Behold ye mortals, for among you stands Vulpin the Mighty. It is with my voice. It says burp right there.
Oh.
And my belly that I have slain 1,000 dragons. Do not test and anger me, or I shall bring an avalanche down upon you. Behold the glory of Vulpin. Very cool. The DC to beat that was 2.
So okay, so if that was then that would have been after the Rock where you guys got Dwayne, because that's where Leeward got the wand.
I
Was
believe
from the Rock.
that the Rock was on the way to Silver Rock.
Because you got taken.
Yep, because that was how we ended
You
the session.
anticipate giving us a baby rock?
No, I've
Who
learned,
anticipates that? Like,
I
the end of
learned
this
very
session, I
quickly
give
that
him a
any
big rock.
animal that you throw at a player, "Ooh, I want a pet." That's what it
yeah,
turns into.
yeah.
So then I just embraced it.
I fully wanted to imprint on Dwayne just so I could use him to be evil later.
Oh, I know. But he had a mother who cared.
I mean, I cared. I just cared that he wanted to be evil.
And
Evil.
Dwayne
Yeah,
is where we
he-
got the inspiration where every good bird deserves a good jacket.
That's right. Every bird deserves a good jacket, something warm to keep him safe. I don't remember the
Something
rest
like
of it.
that.
We wrote the entire song.
I fully intend to, at some point, actually doing a fully produced version of that song at some point. I just haven't gotten around to it, and I need to find the
because
lyrics.
they said that, didn't they?
Yes.
Like, say,
Yeah,
Dwayne
because I got
probably-
that's where I got the lyrics
they made
from.
the song.
Dwayne probably outlived all of you guys.
Probably, yeah. Well, definitely me.
He protects
The realm.
The realm
You
is a
protect the
vengeful
attack,
bird.
and then you have a good snack.
That's right.
And then he has a very nice
He's huge
jacket.
too.
He's a
probably-
bird of justice.
He's like the size of a fucking football field.
Yeah.
Was this one of Leo Word's deaths was against that bird?
No,
He got
this
kidnapped.
Because I thought they were gonna. I
was
thought
close.
there was a good possibility that Leo Word actually was just gonna be gone. in
no,
their
it was
belly.
after Silver Rock. Is
After-
when we were going to Gray Spine. That's where
You tried to put him to sleep too.
Yeah,
Dwayne's mom, and I remember both of you went,
I didn't know how many hit points the damn thing had.
like 400.
I really,
I was like
love
28
to,
ain't gonna do it.
I would love to go back, and it would take so long to do.
To
But
go
I would
through all
love
the
this,
footage.
all the footage of Chris and I looking at each other and go,
Or just
Yes, but you gotta
reaction.
remember also that I was still a fairly
oh
new
no,
player,
no,
so I didn't know.
Yes, you guys, I mean, when we started this game, I think Chris and I probably had the most experience with D&D.
Yeah.
And
Oof.
the bag of hold, or the portable hole in the handy haversack, it was just things that Chris and I knew that we knew you didn't know,
Yeah.
and the looks that we could give each other was kind of fun.
Yeah. Well, I learned a lot from what his spell, what originally he came with. I learned how to kind of finagle, though I never really used the sleep spell that much afterwards. Because it's hard to do
It's
unless
a
I
very
got
hard
something.
spell.
Well,
you know.
Leeward, once you and Ann Willows had your kids, you probably used sleep spell a lot.
Go
Just
to sleep,
to
go to
put
sleep,
your
go to
kids to
sleep.
sleep.
Go to sleep.
Go to sleep.
I-
Put you to
I-
sleep.
Deal with you. I want to go to bed.
I actually did the calculations recently because of how many 5-year campaigns we've had running and everything else. Like, I think I personally played in 2,500 hours of D&D.
That sounds about right.
Still not running around.
I mean, in a 5-year campaign, depending on how many sessions you get in, that's like over 400, close to 500 hours of D&D just in one.
It wasn't until
So-
like episode 40 or 50 that we started playing on a bi-weekly basis. It
Yeah.
used to be like whenever we
Kind of
could.
Yeah.
Well, at one
whenever
point we were
could.
playing weekly.
Well, it was also whenever we could actually record too, until we finally got set up for streaming, and then that was the whole ordeal because I had to bring my entire equipment every single time. So I had to always set up the day before, which now we've got this lovely setup here, which Harrison has built, and so I don't have to tear it down every night.
Anything else in the Silver Rock Greyspine saga? Well,
Well,
Silver Rock saga. We haven't
Yeah.
gotten to Greyspine
Yeah.
yet.
Well,
Yeah.
so I remember,
I got my plate armor of the Sun and Stars then.
I don't remember how.
like I was saying, the battle of the bragging, that should have been the biggest red flag for the party.
yeah, because you actually told the truth.
I
on
told
that,
you guys
yeah.
exactly who Xanthus was at that
Yeah,
point in time.
and nobody took it.
I remember asking you to
Seriously.
make an intimidation check, and you tried to get me to switch it to deception. I was like, "Well, you're not lying, so no."
Yeah. Hey, it was fine.
Yeah,
It
nobody
all worked
believed
out
it.
for me in the end.
Yeah, which was good. It was good that nobody
Well,
believed
that
it. That's
depends
it.
on what your definition of working out is.
Well,
Well,
You're a servant for a god who basically has no free choice
yeah.
in what you do.
But it worked well
But it's a
because
good
the
thing.
players didn't know, or the characters themselves didn't take it seriously.
Right.
So it worked. It played well for your.
I will say you got your redemption.
Yeah. Yeah. So we got. Yeah, we dealt with the rock. That was also where I kind of heavily edited what happened between me and the rock during the boasting thing.
yeah, we know. Well, because then I... like, when you had Xanthus tell me to kill Vulpin, I was like, gladly. Because he had pissed me off too many times.
And
He
almost
was a
got.
drunk fool.
He almost shot a lightning bolt into my face too.
Yeah,
With
because
your own wand.
he
Yeah.
stole your wand and shoved it in your nose. I remember
Yeah.
that.
Aha! What the
Yeah,
fuck?
that could have ended really
I
badly
didn't
because if
want
he would have.
anybody to kill you but me. So.
Yeah. It was understandable.
After that, meeting your cousin, Golric, he told you to swing by Greyspine. You know, half a day's walk from there. When we got to Greyspine, here's some notable things. We had our first death in the party. Leeward to a winter wolf.
Leo was there for that. I remember that.
Hagen and Father Oakenbrow were introduced.
We all thought Hagen was evil.
Yeah, we all thought he was based off of Wormtongue.
He was based off Ringtone. That's what I so originally what I had planned. I wanted to throw you guys in jail because I thought that a jailbreak session would be very cool.
Hmm.
And then as I started going, I was like, well, I'm going to have them get, or Hagen's going to have to get their trust. And to do that, he's got, I'm going to have to throw shade. And then eventually it just got to a point where I was like, I kind of like him as a character. I don't know if I want to do that. And then I also thought about doing a prison break, and it's like, well, by then I kind of had the idea of Xanthus and your wife and all that, so I was like, what's really the point in doing that? Just didn't feel right. So originally, for like the first 2 or 3 sessions I was Hagen, I made him slimy and gross, and that's why he had you do things
I never trusted.
Not until like
I can't remember what he had to do. I think he had you guys like shake down the Indus 9 guy, remember, and send him on his way.
There was the goblins that we had to take care of.
Yep.
Yeah.
And killing a mammoth, I think, also.
Yep. I think that was the second time I died.
Maybe.
Or no, was that there?
Second time was in the Mind Flayers.
That's right, yeah, because
That's
the
when you lost
mammoth
your
was with
The mammoth and the wolves were the same.
Yeah,
The wolves
that's
were the
right,
same
that's
fight.
And Leeward
That was when you lost
never
your head.
same.
The second time is when you
He
were at
lost
the
his
Mind
brain.
Flayers, you lost your head.
Brain.
What was left
Brain.
of it?
Yeah.
Same.
Poor thing.
2020. November 27th, Leeward Alvarez Torren to a Winterwolf.
Mm-hmm.
Not long after, January 15th, Leeward Alvarez Torren Mind Flayer.
No brain.
Yeah.
And then you have minus on there also. You got a heavy hitter on there.
Yeah.
Got a heavy hitter and then a fucking dud of a Winterwolf.
I was a squishy boy. I was
Also,
a glass cannon. So.
You return to Ghost Axe home. Leah, you're introduced. Selena, welcome to the campaign. Golrick went missing in the Greyspine Mines after a lost treasure of Father Oakenbrow, which turned out to be Oakenbrow's shield. You found out that the Mind Flayers of Father Oakenbrow defeated to start the city of Greyspine weren't actually that dead. Weren't defeated in the way that you thought they were. You met the Mushroom People. You found out that Xanthus was at one point working with Vuzal, the Elder Brain.
Hi.
You
Down
probably knew more than that, but
or down?
Yeah, that's when that started.
When that whole
Through the table
freaking
there.
confusing thing with the carpet.
no, I hit it on the edge.
And also, Ghostak, you were possessed by the Blade of Bathsheba.
Right.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one.
That was
Right,
such
that
a
one.
good sword.
Or that one.
That was a very good
That was an
sword. I
intense
made
fight.
it overpowered
Only
on
had to
purpose.
take it.
It's also where Leeward
I
got
also
his.
Spider Exterminator.
Oh yeah.
But
It is.
Didn't
Keep
we meet the
coming.
gelatinous
I was like,
cube while
this
we were
sword
there?
seems really
Yep.
nice. It just wants to help
I did
me
not
do
like
what
that.
I want to do.
I was
I'm
not good
gonna
at those
hold on to
riddles.
this
Items
thing.
that Leeward probably doesn't remember he has. Do you remember you have a garbage disposal that's portable?
Oh yeah, I forgot about the
I don't
jar.
remember
You
a
never
situation
used
where that
it.
would've
We
came
never
in
had
handy,
it. We
but
never had to use it.
We could have threw Minus's staff in there.
I
and you
would
wouldn't have been a
Little
problem.
by little.
Probably would have
Yeah. I could have been
Just take the jar, you
Shove
just,
it in.
just
Probably
slowly
would've just
shove it as it dissolves.
You're gonna
and
be
it's
like-
all right.
You,
Give me a couple more hours. Okay, we're just gonna
The jar
keep
probably
going.
would have just shattered into a bunch of pieces if that
Probably.
really
It probably
happened,
wouldn't have done
so-
anything because it's magical anyway.
Yeah.
Man,
But-
It did have like the soul of
Could have been a cool.
yeah, it had the soul of Minus in it.
They
Yeah.
didn't hear you, and that's what mattered.
Eh.
Yeah, we
Exactly.
never really. Yeah, I don't think we might. No, I think we used it one time for one thing.
What
I think
one
we got
thing?
rid
I
of
don't
one thing,
remember.
but maybe not. I don't remember.
So, Hagen, bad guy at first, and then I was like, I like him. And also, it's kind of a gray herring. Is that what it was called?
Red herring.
Red herring, whatever. Gray spine. You get it.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Greyspine was in very bad shape, very dilapidated, and I did that to represent what was going on with Father Oakenbrow suffering from the curse that Xanthus had placed on him. Inside of his crown was the orb, the red orb, that entire time that was causing that curse. And Xanthus was going to come get it.
Eventually.
Eventually. Mind Flayers, I didn't really... That's whenever I wanted you guys to know that I wasn't going to this wasn't going to be, ooh, let's go to a carnival, let's do this. That's why I was like,
serious.
we're going to start the darkness right now.
Yeah.
And I read a whole lot about mind flayers. That's when I got the monster book, whatever the hell that's called. Yes. And I looked into it, and in my opinion, there's no way you can run a fully functioning mind flayer hive and have the players be successful, just because they're so overpowered and like they all just have hive mind. That's why I was making it a dying mind flayer colony with like a handful of mind flayers. They were all slowly dying. They used to get what nourishment they could from Xanthus until Xanthus basically was like, I don't need you anymore. Die.
Yep, and fighting that Elder Brain, I was like, this is getting real dangerous. Yeah. And Golric better not die. I'm going to be pissed. Yeah. So, that was also the first dungeon where Ghost Stack actually had to start feeling sad, and that was hard.
Well, she held the brain. So.
Yeah, Narvara held Leoward's brain. Yeah,
just shove it back in, hope it worked.
That was a.
These are all my old notes. This is what I used to do before I used Google Docs.
Yeah, that was.
I just still use a notepad, and it's messy.
That's why I can't use a notepad. Otherwise, I can't read my writing.
Yeah,
my writing's not the problem. It's just the amount of notes I take is the problem. Yeah, I just don't take enough of them.
That's I get disorganized too much if I read it.
But yeah, no, that was that Elder Brain fight. Everybody's down but Leah.
Classic Leah.
And,
it was running by. Yeah.
I said
everybody was still up at that time though. That was at the
that was funny. When you ran right past the mind flayer thinking it was Oscar.
To be fair,
you're both purple, yeah.
I'm not saying you are, but the color scheme's the same.
You did have a hand.
Yeah. Well,
Oh yeah, I cut off my arm.
That's true.
That was
funny. You did. You had
There also was a sword too.
I don't think he had it yet though.
I liked because you guys were all arguing on who was going to do it.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you guys were all arguing on
another sign
who to do it. So then I just went and I whispered in your ear, "Do it. Do it for me, my pet."
Yep.
And you just did it.
And it was also where we also got Leoward's Dawn Splitter too. It was in the mines.
Yep.
Harrison told me to do it while you guys were all
and when we
arguing.
I wasn't arguing about doing it. I was like, Leah, why the fuck are you gonna do it? Don't you remember that?
Well, no one was stepping up.
I just remember afterwards thinking about that. Hey, you guys were like, "Oh no, I'll do it. That's fine."
I was not.
I was like, that's wild that I have that many people wanting to cut off their arm.
I was contemplating it.
To be fair, I knew that Leah was temporary, so something happened to her.
Speaking of Leah, let's talk about her.
Oh god.
So Leah was introduced because Selena wanted to play and didn't really know what we were going for. So I just said, why don't you play Leah? Leah's a character that she first played in another campaign that we had. So what I had was, I don't remember how we explained it, but something with the teleportation gone wrong and you were split into another world.
Yeah.
So you were still very much that same Leah from that original world that our campaign went in, that you eventually reunited with, and we all had that little Christmas time special. But yeah, you're very overpowered. I remember that. You would hit for like 500 points of damage every time with your braces of archery. And you're a very overpowered character, yeah. But I think that switching to Pandora was the best thing overall for the campaign.
Which is weird, because when I played her in this game,
character.
When I played Leah in this game, she was much better than in the other game.
Yeah.
I got crap rolls.
Because I'm a nice DM.
Yeah. Yeah, Leah was my first D&D character, and I'm glad I didn't stick with it. I didn't feel it.
It's okay, I named the horse after you.
This is also where it was revealed that Xanthus had dug up your daughter and sucked her brain out, or fed her brain to one of the mind flayers.
Also, at this point, we didn't know it was Xanthus.
That is true.
It's also when Navarra got very mad about the mushroom.
Yes, and she started destroying everything in chaos and rage.
Yep. The
That was
Swing
very
Ghost that
upsetting,
got
I
really
remember
sad in a corner, just like this with his helmet.
We held a
Well,
baby mushroom.
You had
that
the
didn't
door leading into the Elder Brain Chamber, which was surrounded by like some sort of like blood magic.
That was the one.
And you guys were very confused about why it was blood. I remember that. That's where you also fought a Death Knight who had your
Oh,
sword.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's right.
That's when you guys got banished.
Listen,
Oh, yeah, that was when we saw
Yeah, that's when I first dropped the little hint about Hades.
That
The
was
Grey
aggressive.
Waste.
That was very scary
Like,
because
don't
we were
ever
getting
send us back
chased
there, yeah?
and we were running towards Styx and
You
we
were
were
running
gonna
away
fucking
from the river
fry.
Styx.
Yeah,
I
Oh, we were
think.
running away because if we
We
would
were
have
running
to it,
towards
we
the
would have
castle
died.
Yes.
because we didn't know where else to go, which that would have not
That
ended.
wouldn't
would've-
have, well,
yeah,
either
that
way,
would've
we were
been
fucked. We were
interesting.
going to get burnt by the river or we were going to meet a god and all hell was breaking loose.
Another fun thing that happened, Leeward died in a
Again.
very unceremonious way.
Yeah.
I remember when that happened, I was like, then I looked at the rules and was like, I think it just says he eats his brain.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
He put a crazy straw in there and just sucked it out.
It's like I just came up with a cool backstory for him. I hope he's not dead. Or how to tie in your backstory to the
Yeah.
campaign. And then
It was very
and
nice.
then you said, well, can I like stop it? Because you were right next to it.
Yeah.
And so I think I had you roll a dexterity and you rolled like a 27 or something. I was
Yeah.
like, okay.
You can grab his brain before it gets eaten.
But I think I had you take some damage too because your
Yeah.
hand was literally in this thing's
You
mouth.
got
Yeah.
bit by it, yeah.
Yeah.
And then it still was kind of an act of God to bring Leeward back. And you had a coppery taste in your mouth.
For a
Never went
long
away.
time.
Bad
Yeah.
haircut for a while.
That, yeah.
Imagine if we had the
Yeah.
paint at
Yeah,
that
the
time.
prior-
Could've just
Yeah, we didn't get
Yeah.
the paint until much
I know,
later.
but if we would have had it then, we could have just
Yeah, I could have just drawn the hair
doodled
back
some
on.
hair on there. You wouldn't have had a bald spot.
And then you had the second hint of Oscar being evil. Everybody was passed
That was
out.
also when Ivar contemplated you staying with the mushroom people.
You missed
And it was true.
the most important part of this Grayspine saga. Down
Sorry.
or
It
down?
was
Oh,
the
yeah.
meme of the century.
Yeah.
Well, of
The
the
whole
year.
carpet adventure.
The whole time I was picturing something completely different for context.
We know.
This whole conversation, I'm picturing this big circular pit, and then he was like, "Well, we're just gonna go down," and I was like, "What do you mean we're just because
We're just gonna
'cause
fall?
I was like, I thought we were all just had to go down, so that's why I was like, "Well, we need to take the carpet." Because I
Yeah,
thought
but
it
it
was
was-
a big,
it was
I
just-
know.
It was like a downward slope.
It was-
That's see. I remember
it was
thinking
going
that too.
straight
I'm like,
as down, like going down the hall. It
so
wasn't
we
like going
yeah, because
down
I
into
remember
the
we kept
pit.
going. We kept going. So we need to get on the carpet. And Harrison's like, "What do you mean you need to get on the carpet? It's just you're going at a downward slope." You know
Down the
what I mean?
hallway.
It also
like,
didn't
yeah,
help
we're
that
going-
Oscar was perpetually on his broom. So
Yeah,
it didn't matter.
yeah.
And then you're like, then that's when Harrison said it's the Cadillac of carpets. It's not gonna fit. It's too big to fit in
I
this
was
small
like, "But how do we
chamber.
go down?"
I was like, what
Yeah.
the hell are you guys talking about? It's down the hallway and you're just gonna, let's just float up above them. It's like, they're not gonna say, hey, what's that fucking group of 6 people on a goddamn carpet doing? Let's kill them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Down or down. It's very important to specify.
It was very important.
Thoughts, comments, questions on the Grayspine arc with the Mind Flayers?
That's also where I got my Rogue
How are the
Larson,
mushroom
right?
people doing?
You got it from the one that ate his daughter's brain. What did you
How
ask?
are the mushroom people
What's up,
I
buddy?
don't know. Did you ever go back and see?
Horrible!
I think
think I
after
did.
we
They're
were
doing
probably-
great, and they actually called upon your help at some point in a story yet to be told.
How's the gelatinous cube guy doing? Well, I would have went back and probably ran into him. I'm sure
Yeah,
we
he's
would've-
fine. Had more riddles for you.
Great. Probably would have failed him.
It was
I
also where
also
got
we
the
talk about
hurdy-gurdy.
how like some
There was
of
a
us,
child that was like half, like, wasn't completely, there was like something wrong, like the
What?
What?
there was a kid that was in the cage that was at that one point. I tried to like calm and
It was.
Oh yeah, because Leah
I
got
don't
him
think
and
it was
calmed
a
him down.
kid. I think it was like a halfling.
maybe it was a halfling.
It
Maybe it was,
Okay.
but I
Yeah,
remember
I think
Leah
that
helped
was
with
one of the
that.
mean
Yeah,
ones.
I remember that.
The sun will come out tomorrow.
Yeah.
At your bottom.
No.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that guy.
Did we talk? The only
He
other
was a
thing I
gremlin.
would add that is
Okay.
we talk about how some of us got the memo that we weren't supposed to kill all those spiders, and some of us didn't.
Yeah.
But I
Oh,
was just
yeah,
an
we
exterminator.
Okay.
I didn't help. I
was
was
like,
I
also
remember that.
Because you guys kept on doing that, and I was like, that's fine.
yeah.
And
me
then a few minutes
me-
later, more spiders!
Yeah, me and Ghost Stack were not getting the
I was
message.
like, I'll just blow them all up with fire. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Oh my god.
That was what we call a railroad.
Yeah.
I wanted you guys to meet the mushroom people.
We're so glad we did.
I'll
but
just
it was
exterminate
sad.
some spiders. Big
Bunch of
deal.
fun
There's,
guys,
there's
yes.
the thunder monster,
Firewall. Firewall.
which was Bahir, I think is what that's called. The
Mhm.
mini up there.
Yep.
Yep.
There were two of them.
We got some bits and
Guarding
bobs off of
a
that
door. And fun fact, those Bahirs were actually placed by Xanthus to guard the entrance.
Gotcha again.
That was probably the first epic fight that we did, I would think, with actual
That's tough.
consequences of if
Yeah.
you were to fail.
Well, if it isn't
'cause
the
I remember-
consequences of my own actions.
The consequences of his actions.
Yeah.
His
After
actions.
that, I remember Naivara was just like, "Why are you in the front all the time? Why?"
Dude,
Remember
that
that
was
when
one
your
of the
brain
first
And then in
One of the
another 100
first times.
episodes, Leord finally stepped to the back.
Well, no, because after
It's
like
alright.
not until almost like the very last of the
Not until
campaign.
the
'cause
I
first
said
then-
100 episodes.
Yeah, it took 100
What?
episodes.
No.
Yes, because even when what was the last big thing?
Well, that's
we did,
because
Feywild?
the problem is I have limited range, and so I had to get
There's
close
ways.
enough to people get to
What
it.
you're probably referencing is him standing right next to a primordial Fey Titan.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
But we'll get to that in a bit.
Well, that was because I
We'll
was
get
trying
to
to
that
stay
in a bit.
in range.
Remember how angry you are at them right now, John. Let's bring that back up. Anything else with the
We'll throw it
Grey Spine
right
arc?
back at you, buddy.
Any
I don't
questions?
have anything else.
No.
No.
Did that arc make you want to keep playing Ghost Stack?
I wanted to know how it would end, but
I feel like I sowed the seed of hope there.
yep, I was just so. And Ghost Tech was in sad zone. This is when, as a player, I was just in conflict with Ghost Tech because I was like, how am I going to be sad? I don't know how to do it, at least consistently. This is about the time I started feeling bad because I was like, man, Ghost Tech just, and then I had to adapt later. Like, oh, it's just a coping mechanism. It's fine. We'll make it work. Accept it.
After you were victorious in defeating the Mind Flayers, you then found yourself accompanying Hagen to the
I
meeting.
thought he was evil for a really long time, by the way, because of the voice you use.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He was based off of Green Wormtongue from Lord of the Rings
Mm-hmm.
and Theoden.
So that's what I pictured every time. I was like, this guy's
Mhm.
just gonna do bad.
He was originally going to be evil.
This guy's
For like
weird.
3 sessions, I played him as evil.
Yeah, I got that
That's
vibe.
why I had you do slimy things. Afterwards, you accompanied Hagen to the Spectral City, where, notable things, you arrived at the capital. Also, Pandora was introduced.
Oh yeah,
after
I guess
Leah's
I didn't realize
departure.
Leah was only there for that one arc, and that was it.
Mhm.
I thought I
Yeah.
was there longer.
There was a few
Makes
months in
There was a lot of stuff
between.
that happened.
We did
Yeah,
this
that's true.
time
It
skip,
was
yeah.
all
Yeah, there was a 2-month jump in between Greyspine and the Spectral City,
Mhm.
and you met up with the caravan
Yep.
from Roseville. You also had the meeting at the Spectral City where you met the Highsworn Annie Stonesod. You met Vance. You ran into Joey McKinley.
Mm-hmm.
You took a trip down to Avernus where Naivara made a deal with Bell.
The irony of that deal.
You met Amadnoke. Wisidia, Leoward's headmaster, told you that through research they have basically found out that Oakenbrow's curse that's afflicting him is vampiric in nature, and you were sent on a mission to liberate the Maroon Marsh.
Oh wow, that happened all in one arc.
Mhm.
It doesn't feel like that was all one. That felt like 2 different arcs.
You were in hell for
Arcs
that.
We
did a
for
lot of
like
stuff in that.
2.5 sessions.
Yeah.
Arcs tend to get a little longer when you're higher level because it takes longer to get through.
Yeah.
I think you pierced like
Well, the
level
Maroon
10
Marsh one was a
here.
long time.
Yeah, that's when I was like, man, this could be. That's when I was like very much with Naivara. Like, when I made the deal, I was like, this could be cool if she. I'm okay if she does die. I didn't want her to, but I'm okay if she does because that's gonna get real weird. If she's like a future enemy because she had to go down to hell and serve in hell.
Could have happened. It's also where I first dropped the name
Zachariah.
Do you want to know why?
Yes, why was he Zachariah?
Because we had just watched Supernatural, and I had my back up against the wall and couldn't think of a name.
Yep. Okay.
And I thought of the angel from that, the douchebag angel.
He was
Also played by the guy who was a douchebag in Wayne's World.
Yeah.
Not that guy from Wayne's World. Same name.
The spectral city and us going into Avernus is also where Oscar started changing.
Didn't you get the coin already?
Well, yeah, that's when
that's when he got the coin.
Oscar was the only one that I've ever told about that deal because he was the only one that she thought would understand her doing that.
I get it. We like to keep our enemies informed.
Exactly.
That's the sad part.
And then Pandora and Vance was sitting on Pandora the whole time. And Pandora's like,
she trusted Oscar so much that she was like, you're the only one that I feel like will understand and I can trust with this secret.
Oh, I understood it completely.
Not because it wasn't like
you didn't even know me yet, really.
It's like she knew how disappointed Ghostak would be.
Everyone doesn't want to get disappointed Ghostak face.
Yeah. And she was still vibing Pandora, and obviously Leeward would have been disappointed. Well, she also thought Leeward would have tried to do something stupid.
Leeward would have
tried to do something
stupid.
He would have tried to. He would have tried to fix the situation. Yeah, he would have tried to be the knight in shining armor, and it would have.
And while she appreciated that, she didn't want that, so she was like, "I'm gonna tell somebody else this, so if something happens."
And it was me.
But I also feel like that was a good thing because that probably was something that made Oscar start thinking about his.
It was finding the coin of Hawar and slowly figuring out what just. Well, yeah, Vance didn't help at all with that one.
That's what I did.
Let's talk about Vance. Let's talk about
Skid too.
Let's talk about Vance.
Knows, Nikki as a person is totally amused by Vance and thinks it's funny and appreciates the nod that it's like basically Vince Neil from Motley Crue. Ivara as a character hates Vance.
Let's talk about
and
that.
Leeward, that's exactly what
I was going to say, let's talk about that. Like Selena hates John, so all of her characters hate John.
I don't hate John.
There's a reason why they sit on opposite sides of the table.
Next campaign.
The next campaign, we're going to be next to each other.
Actually, we don't even have them sit in the same room. We have to film this twice, and we splice it together.
Yeah.
That's why there's two cameras.
Are we going to do the one shot of us in the afterlife together?
Well, yeah.
Oh, no. When I made that movie, I just thought of the two funniest characters to put together.
It's a TV show.
You hate him, so that'd be really funny.
Yeah, no, that's going to be great because
I can't stress this enough.
Leeward's going to be traveling with Lathander, and Lathander shares a room with your guy.
Oh, I didn't like Vance either at first. I was like, what the fuck's this guy's deal? The dog was cute.
Did you guys know that Vance was going to show up?
No.
Whenever Chris left and said he had to make a phone call and change into his outfit.
Oh, that was so much fun,
Which Vance, if anybody hasn't seen,
I really had to stall. If you watch the stream, I'm sitting there going,
it was hard.
John the human
has change fast enough.
John the human has a massive hard-on for Vance.
Yeah, Vance started with
let's be clear here.
A one shot.
John the human has a massive hard-on for Chris the human.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, There's a reason why the campaigns that we're in.
I thought they were gonna.
The campaigns that we're in, like we're always flirting. Like he plays the freaking the NPC, my girlfriend, in another campaign. So
always flirting with each other.
Yeah. As a DM, you gotta play a lot of girlfriends. Just saying.
And all the Bard one shots. I gotta play the.
That's why when we did the Bard one shot, I was like, I have to play a character that actually gets along with Vance.
The reason why I had Vince is because I could tell at this point you weren't having fun playing Ghost Axe, so I was like, I need to give him just a little bit of a splice of Vance to get him to the point where I can hook him in with the Ghost Axe story. That's the reason why I thought of that.
It's a great time.
I think it worked. Ghost Axe, I think, hated Vance.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I'm the only one that tolerated him.
You were a big fan of his music.
Leeward
hated Vance in a different way.
Leeward was the only one who liked Vance.
I don't think you guys disliked him until he got you into it with a demon, with a Rakshasa.
Yeah.
I did
Or, I'm
not.
sorry, a devil.
I would-
Well, no, it
he
was a
was-
Rakshasa originally.
Naivara did not care for him for the start
Well,
because
Rakshasa
he
is a
was
devil.
involved
Yeah.
with drugs and he was doing bad
But-
things.
Now,
to
Skin
that.
was a weirdo. I didn't
But-
like him. Did not like
So
him.
like
at all.
with Vance, so like when the campaign started, Oscar was always antagonistic towards Leeward because Leeward was this happy-go-lucky motherfucker.
Yeah, a very
right
bubbly
And he
guy.
had a
Yeah.
happy life.
And and Oscar
What the
was
fuck's
like,
that about?
"What? Who's this motherfucker?" And then Vance was that cranked up to fucking 20, and Oscar was like, "I'd rather
I
hang
can't.
out with Leeward."
Yeah. I can't take two of them.
Well, it was more like 4 of them
Yeah,
at that point
I
in
know.
time.
Yeah.
Well, and Vance was originally from a different, or was from a one shot, and he got, and so was Joey. Joey was the big bad from the one shot, and got, which technically wasn't really actually canon. It was kind of meant to be.
Once I knew that Vance was going to be in the Bullies of the Bed Dragon of Bluefield, I knew that I had to give you guys a reason to allow him to adventure with you. So I was like, okay, I'm going to throw a devil at you, and I'm going to make sure that in the combat, if any of you touch the devil, you are on his list, and you will be on his list until that devil is defeated.
Yeah.
Did I tell
The
you?
only person that I think touched the devil was you,
Yes.
by the way.
It was me.
It was you.
Which
Yeah.
roped all of us in.
So then it roped
Yeah.
everybody into it.
How did I not touch him with it?
I think it was one of those
Because
things.
you guys were all off the stage.
Yeah,
in
it
the
happened
the
on stage.
Rakshasa only had,
Vance
like,
and I were
87
playing a
hit
show.
I
points.
remember that was the only reason that Navarre was even willing
Yeah,
to help
'cause
his ass because stupid Leeward got
Gorick
him.
and I were in the crowd.
I
would
see the
not
pattern
have
I've been affirmed. Absolutely not. Fuck you.
So what you're saying is we wouldn't have never had this campaign if it wasn't for Leeward being stupid.
Pretty much.
Yes.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So as we adventured into hell, Navarre made a deal. The name Zachariah was dropped. I don't think too much more happened in hell other than vanquishing
Well,
the
that was an
Rakshasa.
interesting point for me too, because then I had to play it like Navarra became somewhat different after that because she had her memory. So who
You
she
had
was,
some of it, memory.
Yeah.
You didn't have it all.
not all of it, but who she was started becoming different because I had context for myself. So
Yeah.
instead of
Do you
just
remember
being,
the deal that you made with Belle?
yeah, I wanted my memories, and I had to.
You wanted a memory.
I wanted at least a memory of, like, what was the exact terms that I got? Because I'm trying to remember what I remembered.
It was
first.
gave you a
He
memory.
smiled and smirked and recognized the name Wraithrand. You wanted to know
Yes.
why. He said he would tell you.
Yes.
And he said that Zachariah Wraithran, your
Yes.
uncle, once made a deal with me. That's all
Yeah.
that he told you in
Yeah.
exchange for you doing a non-negotiable favor for him in the future.
Am I allowed to? Did either of them actually know what that favor was?
He
So
does.
You
you-
told him.
Am I allowed to tell them that yet?
You can tell them. I'm not going to disclose the what exactly happened
Sure.
after that favor
Yeah.
because that very
I
well
know.
ties into the next
I know,
campaign.
but can I tell them because
Sure.
that became part of it? So my deal was that I had to basically, I had to pass on.
She got a black mark of death.
Yes, I did.
And basically what was going to happen was in like 24 or 48 hours, I can't remember what I said, this mark on her hand was just going to open up a portal to hell and anybody within...
And so he also made another offer to me. He also offered for me to just like join the legions of hell and become
Upon
one
your
of
death,
the,
yes.
Yeah, upon my death. Like if I had died within this time frame that the deal was,
You have been an anti.
I would have been.
No, you did die and you came back.
Yeah.
Because you didn't do that
yes,
deal.
Yes. But he offered me the deal to become like a general of hell, kind of, is the way that I got of it. And I was like, I mean, as a person, as a human being, I was like, that'd be kind of cool.
So you would have been
There's a part of me that's
like
that's
Devil Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Nice.
I would have been anti-Nivara.
Been pretty cool.
basically.
Oh, man. Still pretty cool though.
But yes, that's why that one time when I died, I had like my eyes glowed and stuff.
Yeah.
Because I had some.
Because you tried to revive her and the stone didn't take and she
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you were very concerned and then I don't remember why.
Man,
I think it was like the heat of the moment, so it's like, whatever, let's talk about it later.
that battle in Avernus was tough too, with the tower or
Yeah.
whatever.
Oh
it
yeah,
was.
with the Goristro and the
It's
Pitfield?
crazy.
Yeah, I remember that because like it wasn't
That's
like
the one where I had the big ass tower.
Ghost
and
Deck
everything
wasn't
was about
able
to
to
fall
bring
over.
me back.
Mhm.
I just got brought back because of my deal, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't remember. Did I? Sorry, this is.
But the long and short of it was when I shook the hand of the prince, correct?
No.
What he was from the Diamond
Yes,
Crown
he
or
is
the
the
Sapphire
son
Shores.
of the leader of the Sapphire Shores.
Shores. He's
Sapphire Shores is the main military presence that acts
Yes,
on
the-
the Diamond Crown's behalf.
yes, and so I shook his hand and I passed that to him.
The
I
guy
know
that
I-
was very
Yeah.
to you.
And I don't know what happened to him after that. Well, now I'm just doing
He
that
went to hell.
regardless, but
Yeah.
he probably went to hell.
We will find out
Yeah.
in the next campaign
Yeah.
the ramifications of what Nivara Wraithrin did that day.
Yeah.
That's why I said I couldn't stop fighting because I made consequences.
I don't remember. Did I tell you Joey was Rashaka, or did you?
Yes.
Okay.
You said it was a Rakshasa.
Okay. I
And
couldn't
I
remember all
looked up what a
details I gave
Rakshasa
you.
was, and I was like, "This is perfect."
Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't
'Cause
remember.
I remember
all I
whenever
gave
you first did that bard one shot, you were like, "Do you have any tiger minis?"
Yeah.
And I was like,
Because it was a play on Josie.
Fun
Josie
fact.
and the
Pussycats,
Pussycats.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
had
that makes
just ordered a bunch of those tiger minis for that Halloween one shot. Fun fact also, this campaign started as practice for me to run a Halloween one shot. How far we've come.
How much
Yeah.
of a shit show is that one shot?
Well,
There's a
watch
minotaur in the
Yeah,
midst. That's right.
you can go watch that.
What was it? Oh yeah.
Wumbo.
Robert
Yeah.
James
Well,
Woodfire
yes.
fell asleep
I also had to
after
leave because
drinking
Dad was in
She
the
had to
a
hospital.
leave.
few too many
Yeah,
ales.
Dad had to go
That
to the
was-
hospital,
that
and I had to
was,
leave during that one. But
I
I
let
was
you-
thing.
I let you guys shop at the beginning too.
Oh,
But
yeah.
anyway,
I made
let's
the same
talk about-
mistake. I made the same
Let's talk
mistake.
about this campaign. Anything else you'd like to talk about your trip down to Hell and the meeting at the Spectral City? Your surrogate
Yeah,
mother
she got
was
attempted assassination.
attempted assassinated,
I
and
met-
whenever
I
you
got
finally
Ares.
got the guy, you were real mean to him at first, and then as it turned out, he was basically being blackmailed by Lazarus
Yeah.
into doing it, otherwise he would kill his
Yeah.
wife and kids.
Ghost Deck really wanted to save that guy.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know.
You did save that guy.
I did.
You
Yep.
did.
Yep.
You went
I-
to his trial, and he served, and he is living happily with his family.
Yeah.
His
I
wife
sacrificed
was
my broom.
unenthralled. She was
Oh, yeah,
a
that was
vampire
in-
thrall.
Yeah, hell, keep me from.
Ooh, we'll get
dying.
to that later. That was cool.
Sacrificed my broom so we all got heat and resistance.
I'm
More
very
so,
glad.
Leerward didn't die.
You're
Very glad I
Ironically,
did
I
that.
ended up
Leerward
getting
was
that
the
in
one
that
who's
kind
going to
of-
die if we
Do you
didn't
know how
that.
annoying it was at level like 6 through 8 to have everybody else on the ground and you just, I'm up in the sky?
Well, that was so. This is
Also,
kind of backtracking.
Nobody argued about the broom. You all found the broom, and Rob was
We
like,
have
I'll
the
take it,
carpet.
and you all just went,
Yeah,
Ghost Deck's not really a broom guy.
I know.
Well, you eventually got a cape.
But it was like there was no discussion at all.
But
I was like, okay.
I mean, it was aesthetic.
Sometimes-
It worked
I mean-
aesthetically with Oscar because he was a warlock, and so it's kind of yeah, it was kind of
And I
fit.
just,
you didn't have the carpet yet.
I know, but
You didn't
but
have the carpet for
my,
a while.
My perspective on the broom is, I'm a monk. What do I need a broom
I
for?
gave you the carpet because he
I
had
know,
the broom.
I know.
Yeah.
It's the
Well,
Cadillac.
and
carpet.
also
What's this?
the hill giant fight
You
was
see,
where we
go
shot
away.
the lightning bolt through
Hate
through Marty.
But you guys also started falling,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
somebody minimized
I
Marty.
I reduced
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
He was a little like action figure.
Yeah, it was great.
Anyway, that's
Yeah,
backtracking
I
on that.
sacrificed my broom to give
It's
us
okay.
heat resistance so we didn't die in hell.
Yeah.
And I was perpetually sad about it for the rest of the campaign.
Anything else in hell you want to discuss? Meeting in the Spectral
Hell.
City. That was pretty
Vance,
interesting.
it was a great trip for Vance because he got to learn so much
That was
about hell.
This was also your first encounter with Hawar.
There's a lot of stuff
That
that
was
happened
what
to
I was
Vance.
getting ready to say.
That's
Yeah.
interesting
Well-
things because now there's more than one Vance.
While traveling in the underbelly of the city, in the sectioned off part that was destroyed in the Second Sunder,
Just picking up a phone.
you went into an abandoned church of Hawar. And did you find the coin there?
No, I found it right before we went to hell.
Yeah, because it's in the underground.
And then I went to
Well, yeah,
the
that's what I'm saying.
then I went to the
Caroline.
church after I got the coin
Yeah.
because I was curious.
It was a very warm, comforting feeling to you.
I was curious why the coin landed in front of me, and that's why I went to the church. And then we did the whole trial thing, which was the Doom Court, and then
Verlar Veffen did tell you... Yeah, what's up with that name? That's a terrible name. Why did I do that?
Why not?
Verlar Veffen, that just rolls off the tongue so poorly. But anyway, he basically just had a little moment with you saying that you're going to be judged soon.
And
You
I
can feel it in
was.
his bones.
And I was.
That was awesome for my first
I do have a question. How much of Oscar's progression as a character was... So I understand at the very beginning all the work you guys did to understand like how Oscar was going to be this evil character. But did you both talk about how the transformation was going to go?
Nope, it was
or
organic.
was it just
It was super organic.
Here's
organic.
Harrison's plan at things to throw at you, and then your plan to adapt to those things? Like, was there a possibility that you might have been like, well, I guess I'll just stay
we'll
here
get to that.
We'll
point.
get to that.
Yeah.
Because I have the story for it when we get to that point on what could have been.
As we do continue our story, though, we did find ourselves to the Maroon Marsh. You were sent there to liberate because the leader of the Maroon Marsh had disappeared. The mysterious new leader, Lazarus Haskell, refused to attend meetings.
Sex dungeon.
Stories of
Debate
death, decay, tragedy, any terrible thing you can imagine came from the Maroon Marsh, but nobody could quite get a grasp on what was happening. So the Spectral Council, wanting to know if you guys were the real deal, sent you on your way. So, interesting thing is that happened. You ran into the cult of Zahir, the snake people,
Yes.
who were maybe going to help you. They did help you, but there was also kind of a thing where you guys weren't sure.
Maybe I won't, maybe I will.
You guys weren't sure if they were poisoning the water in the Maroon Marsh and then also selling the antidote. Basically racketeering.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's exactly what racketeering
That's exactly
is.
what it is.
They did give us the potions, but we were still like, are these the real deal, though?
They wanted you guys to restore balance to that area so they could continue their business.
Yeah.
And we will discuss more of that in a story maybe yet to be told.
Oh, shit.
Let's see. You were introduced to Lazarus Haskell and his generals.
Yes.
You were introduced to the Stone Giants. There was a war between Lazarus and his generals and his thralls and the Laciers, the lizard folk, and the Wolves. A once good organization that got basically told, you will join us in our evil or you will die.
Yeah.
Most of them fought. Some of them joined. Some of them ran away.
And Marty died.
And Marty
That
died.
was sad.
Yeah.
Ghost Axe Exorcism also happened here.
Yes,
you were
it did.
torn free of your sword.
Yep. Eventually, I
was a hard
did notice there was
I don't know
a
how to point to it
person watching me all the time.
That was a hard fight.
That was
remember that
actually
being-
a pretty
You-
interesting thing because it was
What?
The
you.
sword is underneath you in the shot. Point to it, Selena.
Point down.
No, it's.
Point down.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go, Chris.
Fun fact,
Yeah.
the sword is actually really small. It's the size of a pencil.
Yeah. We're just really big.
Other good things that happened, well, I wouldn't say good, but interesting, the luncheon with Lazarus,
Oh, God, that
Oh,
pissed
yeah.
me off. I remember that.
the fight at the church,
Yes. That was awful.
church right up there.
That was awful.
Yeah, that battlefield was.
That battle took
was-
forever.
I was very upset about Marty.
In
and-
Vyrosal, the blue dragon, whenever she was ripped from this realm, because Lazarus was her tether to this realm.
Yeah.
That's right. In the middle
Basically,
of the
she was like a god dragon that wasn't supposed to be on this realm until
Yeah.
the Sunder started, so she wasn't at full power, and that was her tether. So once he was gone,
That's right.
Yeah.
She
All bets
got
are
like
off.
kind of sicked up.
Yeah, that's when I first died, too, wasn't it?
That's one of the first times I ever.
I thought
remember
this was
some of
after.
the-
I know it was
some
the
of
Envy Rose, so I don't
crits.
remember if it was this fight or the next one.
I think it's the next one.
well, this was your first brush with Hawar also, I believe, if I remember correctly. I think that there was there a church there? Maybe not.
I mean, there was a church, but it wasn't Hawar.
Yeah.
You were also given your arms of Anna.
Yeah, that's when things got more interesting.
Ghost Act, lonely, one plate on there. You're the only one that's only died once.
It took you like 4 years to do it, though.
Very long time. Oscar Greyforge. Anviroso was your first death. Xanthus was your second death. You've got some heavy hitters on there, pal.
Yep.
Yeah, me and John are like wolf.
So let's talk about that. Maroon Marsh
I
was the
don't
first
remember all
time
the
that I
times I
really just set
Well,
up
there was
like an
the hag
entire
fight.
thing and didn't
That's
know
right, yeah.
what you guys are gonna do.
That's usually what
That's-
happens.
That was the
when you
most
have-
Leeward
stressful
had
because
the
that was the first
breakdown.
time that we all fought in like we fought verbally
It
with each
gets
other.
really
About
difficult
what we were
when you
gonna
have
do.
an enemy that has an army.
And everybody
it's
was
like,
pissed.
how do you come up with a plan
That's-
for them, an army, and this? Because that's so much for a group
That's
to
why
take care
I
of.
really wanted
Yeah.
it to be more espionage related
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
first. And I remember you weren't here for the setup, so whenever we got back to you, you're
Yeah,
like,
that
all right,
was
let's go
hard.
fight. And everybody was like, what?
I was like,
What
I
are
was-
you doing?
Well,
I was
I
like,
was,
let's
I was
just
gone
go
for
in.
one of them too for the espionage because I was working that night on
That's
one of
when I
the
got to ride her as a crocodile.
That's right.
We're getting there. It was awesome.
because I wasn't here for when you guys
still
talked to the
want-
snake people.
Revolution!
I still want a piece of art.
Did I die during
Of
this
her
part?
as a
This part? No, I think I died
No,
in the
you
next
one.
one.
both
her
died.
back
You both
going,
died before
"Revolution."
this.
You
What?
both died by the
The
Reaper
hag.
Banshee on the way
Reaper
there.
Banshee,
Oh,
what
yeah,
it
that's
was.
On the way there, yeah.
Was that,
'Cause that
when-
was
did I
where-
die after
That was the
too?
one where I think I fed her the potion, and then as soon as I got her stable, I went unconscious.
Yeah,
Got three of
Leeward.
them on there for you,
Yeah,
pal.
Leeward was. That was the time Leeward had kind of the breakdown
Yeah.
when you both died.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
on the way there.
The second time was with the giants, and that was just an idiot move on my part. I didn't
Yeah,
know
you
the
died by
strength of my
Reaper Banshee.
powers and how
Was
fucking
that my
weak I
last
was.
death? Did I
No,
die after that?
you died to the Mind Flayer Revenant.
Oh yeah!
We'll get to
Fuck
that later.
you!
We'll get to that later.
I thought I was gonna die.
I just
by
remember
then,
a lot of
but
the sessions
So-
we all left really steamed because we just argued for 2 hours about what we were
Yes.
gonna do.
I remember that there was one time when we were mad at Rob. We were mad.
I don't remember when that
That's-
happened, but we were mad.
That's also why I
felt so,
introduced
like,
the character Thomas
singled out.
Whitespoon, because I needed a leader of a hint of a rebellion there
Yeah.
to get a plan.
We were mad, but it was in the mad of just like not
couldn't agree to
infringement,
anything.
But we just felt like so like pigeonholed as women. We thought it was sexist.
I may
did
not
I
have,
do?
I didn't
I
take
don't-
it that far, but she
I
might
know
have.
you did.
Okay, I don't
You
remember. I just
yes.
remember we were mad.
I don't remember what I did to make you that mad.
I don't know.
I'm
You
trying
shut
to
down a
remember
lot of our
the
ideas. I think
context.
that's why we were
I just
upset.
remember- I stopped talking the whole time.
We did,
Remember
we did, we
stopped
were like-
talking?
It's alright.
I
If you
don't
can't remember, it didn't
what
matter.
It
was.
didn't.
It
Well,
wasn't. It was
Um,
related to the
at
game.
time,
It wasn't
I
anything
remember
personal.
being really mad.
Well,
It might get sparked later. You
And
never
I
know.
took that personally.
alright, Michael Jordan.
Yep.
So let's talk a little bit about the Giants. What did you expect from the Giants?
Well, I didn't
Did you
expect
them
become
to be
their queen.
holding in ancient prophecy?
No.
I mean,
Well, at that I don't-
given our last two run-ins with Giants,
At that point with the Giants, the only context we had for Giants was from Hecaton, which was like there are these Giants that are out
That's
of
when
control.
I really wanted to start making it a gray area. That's when I started
There
thinking
are
because
these Giants
at
that
first,
are out of control.
yes,
And
I was like, I'm all ready to kill some giants.
I know.
Really start nailing them off the list. Get that 10
and
grand. Let's
then
go.
we met him, and that was a real
do
point
you
of conflict
remember?
with Nivara because she really, really respected him and did
Do
not
you
want to kill
remember
him.
the caveat for allowing you into the cave? You
Um,
But we
could
couldn't
enter,
leave.
but
But we
you
couldn't
could not
leave.
leave
We were
alive.
stuck.
Yeah.
Because we made jokes about the
Hotel
not dwarf
California.
people swinging a pickaxe for the rest of their lives.
Oh
And how
yeah.
Leeward would die instantly.
forever.
Yeah, chores
Yeah,
forever.
Leeward was
well,
not
that
gonna
was
be.
the second time that Nivara
The
was
whole
like, maybe
way-
I'll just stay here with these
The whole time
people."
Ghost Stack was just plotting ways to sneak out. I
Yeah.
was like, yeah, I'm gonna sneak out if I have to, but damn, this
Yeah,
sucks.
Leeward
But
was like,
damn.
Yeah, that was the
uh,
second time.
well,
that
this is
Nivara
gonna be my
contemplated
life and
not
it's gonna
moving
suck.
someplace.
well, realistically, when we got to the Stone Giant part, we had gotten the edict from Hecaton to kill these rogue
Yeah.
giants.
Mm.
We ran into a hill giant that wanted to kill us, and we ran into a
Right.
frost giant that wanted to kill
Right.
us.
So
So
we
we
were under the
only
impression-
had negative connotations for giants.
Yeah, and to be fair,
So-
those two giants were hurting like innocent people and doing things like
It
that.
was a very happy accident because I didn't read about the Giants until we got to this
Yeah.
part. And when I read about Stone Giants, I was like, oh, they're actually pretty cultured. They're artists. They like to meditate. They're like monks. And then I started thinking, I was like, okay, I don't really have anything at all for your character.
Nope.
So
Let's get it
don't make
going.
the bad guy a monk. And so I took a giant stat block and I made him a monk. And then I was like, what if I make him really small? Like a really decrepit old giant. But then I give him a cool item that makes him get big. And I was like, oh, that'd be cool because then if she gets the item, then she could get big. Then I was like, well, if she can get big, then she needs to be... It needs to have giant powers. Then I was like, what if it had all the giant powers and they already had
You had the
fire, the
with.
hill giants, and the frost giants and the stone giants powers. Like, okay, that'd be cool because then he could use those powers, and you guys would be like, why the fuck can this guy do the hill giant powers and frost giant powers, even though
That
hill giant
was
powers aren't a thing?
after getting that purpose and like having a people that technically relied on her
That was
in
a
a
tough
lot of ways.
battle.
After that,
Yeah.
you died.
Which one?
The stone
The
giant.
stone giant battle with.
I'm the
did
one that
die.
died.
You
But-
basically got cornered by a stone giant.
That was
and
a
he just
fuck up
went-
on my end.
You just went bang, bang,
Yeah.
bang,
Yeah,
bang,
yeah,
bang.
I remember I was like, he's all the way up here. I'm gonna go get him, and I don't know what I was.
so-
Half of these sessions, Selena didn't know what the fuck she was doing. That's why I did stupid shit. We'll get to the
That
quoted
stone
line.
giant also
Yeah.
had
Quoted line later.
crazy movement too.
Yeah, but I
that was
transformed
200
into
feet
an
of
air elemental,
Yeah.
flew up there, and then got the shit beat out
It's
of me.
annoying as a guy who has to
was,
run
though-
25 feet at a time.
To be
get
fair, I was
the
having
enemy.
rocks thrown at me too, so that it
I'll
doesn't.
get
there eventually.
It wasn't until then that I, as both
Just run into my
character
sword.
and player, finally been like, okay, I have a path. Because Naivara was clear that whole time, like when everybody would have moments of like importance and what their goals were, and Naivara was always just kind of like, I don't know, I'm just trying to help these guys because I like them. And she still didn't have all of her memories, and she had the conflict of like the devil shit going on, but that was when she was like, I want to help these people, and I don't like what I was told by Hecaton, and I kind of am getting a purpose. I did not think that I would become like the herald of the giants, but
Also,
you know.
between arriving here and the actual infiltration of the Maroon Marsh, we got married. So we took like 6 weeks
Yeah,
off.
we did.
And I feel like that was also a part of the frustration and stress. Is that
Yeah.
we were planning a wedding at the time.
yeah.
So I apologize for any stress. But also, fuck you
Yeah,
guys.
fun fact, we talked about this last time, but it went from
Boyfriend and
boyfriend and
girlfriend,
girlfriend, and we got
fiancés.
engaged, and then we
And
got
husband
married
and wife.
all throughout this campaign. There was some of that too for you, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
We
was
also
for
went
you
through a
too.
This
name
has a
change.
baby now.
Yeah, as of today. Well, yesterday,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah.
We also went through a
Right.
rebrand of the channel as
I was
well.
hoping you would
Yeah.
name a new baby.
New baby.
Yeah. It's easy to remember. It'd be a little
New
bit
baby.
weird whenever she's
Yeah.
not a baby anymore.
Some interesting life changes for sure.
A new.
But
All right,
Yeah.
so that's with the giants. Let's discuss.
Well, in the stone giants, we also found out, like you said, history in the
Mhm.
last Thunder.
kind of saw what
Didn't
they
The
And,
stone giants were artistes, so they had carvings of what happened during the last Thunder. It was basically stuff that you guys already knew, and they thought that they were harboring some sort of secret, but since they weren't from the outside world,
Yeah.
so
And that was the reason we couldn't leave, was because of this big secret.
Yeah.
and then you guys were like, we already know that. And we're like, huh?
yeah.
What do you mean? Who told you?
Yeah. It's
No,
already
but
been recorded.
that's why too. Naivara saw that and she just thought about that. And I like to think of it now that I know like what her full story was. I think that was like her residual, like that's part of her residual memory that she didn't even really know about. Thinking about like my people have always been trapped, and so I feel like inherently in her she was like, this is wrong. This you guys shouldn't just be stuck here. That's wrong. And so that became a big part of her was like, these giants need to be allowed to.
Yeah. You shouldn't
And
be forced
that's
to
where
do
she got
something.
in her like, peace and love of like, why do the giants even like have such conflict with human other than they're giants, they're humans, and so she started going on that path of like.
And the whole caste
And
system
yes,
with
for
giants.
dragons too, I like to think was her goal, but there aren't as many dragons, so dragons is a harder sell.
Let's talk about Lazarus.
Mm.
What'd you
that
think
guy.
of him? That was my first villain that I
He
really
was-
fleshed
He's
out.
Piece
mean.
of shit.
And
He
He was
where I
very
really,
mean. He was very
I
mean at
loved
that
to
dinner.
hate him.
I really
Yeah.
tried to make
Yeah.
him, once you found out more about him, relatable. I tried to
yeah,
make his story
no,
very
I think
similar
you
to
did-
yours, where he
you did.
lost a loved one and an unborn child.
I think you did a good job with none of your villains except for maybe Marty's brother, who seemed to do a lot of stuff for self.
Marty's brother was possessed.
I know, but
You didn't give him a chance to talk.
No, he didn't deserve it.
Well,
Okay, by that logic, Oscar didn't deserve it. Oscar
Listen,
made
I know.
more of his choices
Oscar
than
was not a baby
Marty's brother
Caleb.
did.
I have that silverware.
Marty's brother,
Everyone has that.
Boric, was the runt.
up to
He
his brother,
was
yeah.
he was bullied. He was thrown
know,
out, and
I
then
know.
one day he found a mask and was like, "That's a cool mask," and it talked to him and turned him into
I
a
know.
Oni.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you did a good job with most of the like leading villains. Is like even though they were evil, like you kind of understood why they
Lazarus
all lost
was
something to become evil.
Basically, Xanthus at an earlier stage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That was Xanthus minus the hundreds of years of plotting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Xanthus and Lazarus also split ideologies. Xanthus was more about the total
Entire world.
encompassing of the Sunder being death, pestilence, conquest, and war all together brought under one, and death being the main thing that they all have in common. Whereas Lazarus, he was more about worshipping Bathsheba, which was misfortune. That's the one part that they disagreed in, and that's why Xanthus the entire time was telling you, yeah, kill this guy. I don't like him. And I remember having some dialogue in there about how they had very, very similar ideas, but different ideas, and that's what caused them to fracture.
yeah.
That's also why Lazarus probably ultimately ended up failing, because he no longer had Xanthus guiding him along.
Yeah.
If
They had the
Xanthus would have
support.
been guiding him along, it would have been a lot different.
I have all that experience, definitely.
I remember texting the group saying, I wrote some things that really make me hate Lazarus, and one of them was at the luncheon. So what I wanted that to be a moment where you are all held hostage, and it's like, I know that as players you're going to want to be the hero, but I'm going to make it explicitly known that it is impossible. You will die if you fuck around.
Yeah.
And that's when I had him bring out...
I
yes.
don't remember her name.
This is show how powerful
Galot
was
was the
the
guy's name whose wife it was. I don't remember her name.
Yeah.
Mean Galot. I have it right here. The failed assassin's wife.
Yes. So she came out, and I had him bite her in front of you,
Yeah.
basically
Yeah, that's what. pissed me off.
peacocking in front of you guys.
I
saying,
remember Pandora.
just so you know who you're fucking with.
I remember.
And
that.
then all hell broke loose, and I was like, I'm going to have just non-stop enemies come out.
That might have been my.
Non-stop
I remember.
enemies. And that's why
Pandora got
beforehand I was
chicken.
like, you guys really need to think about how you're going to have a way out of this.
Yeah.
In character, as role-playing Thomas, I was
that
like,
was-
you really need to make sure
Yeah.
that you have a way out of this. Otherwise, you will die. Also, Ridara, who was the paladin of Bathsheba, who was very jealous of you because you had the blade of Bathsheba.
I remember.
I did not expect her to die there, but you guys stayed just long enough, and I
Yeah.
remember, I think it was you, as you were
I burned
heading out.
I burned a crit, and I was like, I'm gonna the gate. Oscar opened the gate, and I was like, I'm just gonna turn around, send one high level chaos bolt, and then
Because I remember
got
trying
out.
to kill her on the way out. I threw a fireball, and I think then I was like, just long and gone, and then
Yeah.
And this was after you guys had already defeated Icon's brother, I don't remember his name, Decidius, and Volsha,
Volsha and
the
Decidius.
leader of the
Crocodile
Laciers,
Yeah.
which had been incorporated into Lazarus' army. That was also an interesting fight. That was one of the first times I set up like a big set piece thing. I built all those little docks. That was fun. But, so, in that scene, I thought about that for a very long time. I wanted that to be a very good scene where it set up him as a villain, and I wanted you guys to hate him. I wanted you guys to lose that battle. It's like, the only choice I'm giving you is to run away. You can take some of them with you, but you will not defeat Lazarus. You won't defeat Boric. You might be able to defeat some of the others. I didn't expect you to defeat Ridara, but she wasn't going to run away anyway like the others did. I wanted you guys to lose. So whenever you won, it felt even better.
Yeah. I remember going home really pissed off after that session because I was like, we were right in front of him. and we had to
There's
run.
nothing you could do.
I know, that's the part that made me mad.
So
We would've
what
lost.
my inspiration for that scene was is the opening scene of Inglourious Bastards, where Christopher Waltz's character is in that guy's house,
Yeah.
basically saying, basically hunting for the girl that was in the floorboards. I wanted him to have that sort of confidence.
Yeah.
I believe I wrote in there the confidence of a cobra slithering around in a hamster cage. You guys were the hamsters, he was the cobra.
Yeah, but...
It was
Now
a
those-
no-win situation.
Those scenarios are always good to have sometimes. I think.
That was the
like,
first
if they
time I
know-
ever was like, I'm going to make you guys lose.
Yeah.
You can win, kind of, but you're going to lose.
Yeah, that was hard for Ghost Tech to accept.
You kept
Yeah.
on throwing plates, I do remember that.
Yeah, I did.
I was like, that
so
probably
mad.
wouldn't
Well,
bother,
I was
bother
like,
him.
Pandora was sitting there like fucking shaking the table because she wanted to get up and hit him.
You could have.
I know, but I couldn't because.
Yeah,
so
no,
much
the
at stake.
situation, there was like,
That was
if
a
we
situation
try
where
anything,
we
we're
could
just...
have died.
Yeah, that's the other thing is that you guys hid in that bakery, and I gave you multiple places you could have hid, and you went
I
back
can't
to the
imagine what
bakery,
we
and
were
I was
thinking
like,
about at that time, but
awesome. That's exactly where Envirosal in her human form was.
Seems about
And
it.
you were all invisible trying to sneak around, and
Yeah.
then you bumped into her, and you're like,
I tried.
Crazy that
That's also when I did the bomb and blew up part of that wall.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah.
yes, you did that for a distraction to get all the people away from the docks,
Mhm.
where you ambushed Volsha and
Who
Decidius.
was it that was dressed up as guards on the? Was it me too?
You guys all dressed up as them to get in.
Who was it that was terrible at that? Wasn't it him?
Yes, because we
Was
kept
he?
making fun of him because he was awful.
Yeah. Like.
So
I wasn't a bad
wasn't
thing,
that
it's
he
just-
wasn't like doing good.
he
checks,
was
it
role playing
yes,
Leord.
Yes.
Because Leord wouldn't know how to act like a big tough guy.
Yeah.
And you were just charismatic
What was
enough
the
that you let the
one
people.
there was some dumb names too that I'm trying to remember
Well,
from
the
that.
the problem I think what I ran into was like I went this one step too far, and I think
Yeah.
that's what happened. Is
You
I
were
went
over-explaining.
Yeah.
I went one step too far.
Hello,
Very bad.
I am a guard. Would
Yeah.
you require further proof?
Yeah.
You
Hello,
didn't stop
fellow
talking
guards.
when you
Yeah.
needed to, which is
Which-
a very Leeward.
And
Yes,
then when
it's a
you
very
changed
much a
your
Leeward thing.
disguise-
It's hard to.
When you changed your disguise, you picked the same name, but it started with a different letter. You gave it
My
your
name
best.
is Geord.
It was a different name than
Well,
that.
and
I
it
don't
was also
remember it.
before I got mass suggestion as well, and then after that I got mass suggestion, and then that helped a lot.
Yeah, a lot of the sneaking around as the guard, Oscar went invisible and was sneaking around.
I remember because I can just sneak around, but I.
We did a lot of stuff in the. I did a lot of polymorphing though. 'Cause
I know
we
a
had
lot.
to
Yeah,
go
I got
around
to ride
flying.
you the crap.
It was
Well, yeah, we
very
also
interesting.
were birds too.
I think that it forced you guys to
Oh
think
yeah, why were we
differently.
birds?
because
Didn't
we had to
turn
fly
into birds?
around
Yeah.
to look at the
remember.
layout.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was
You also sent
or
your
was-
snake.
Yes, I did. Yeah, you did.
I
Back
turned
then,
Squid into a snake.
That's
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
So let's
He
go
also
over
blew
it.
up the.
Squid also blew up
he
the bomb.
sacrificed
Lazarus had, I believe, 5 generals. Volsha and Decidius. Volsha was the lizard guy. Decidius was Goliath, also a member of the Wolves. Icon's brother from Ruby Row and the Jewel Isles. They died on the docks. Radara died
Just in this square behind
yep.
the wall.
in the town hall square. That's right. Not Xanthus. Lazarus also just had like morning rituals where he just like
Yeah, he would
chose
just,
people
like-
to die.
Yeah, he chose some of the officers and some of the civilians.
And I rolled a
that
D100, and I think I had all you guys rolled D100s. And if
Yeah,
I
you had a
matched any
chance.
numbers-
Yeah.
You had a chance to be picked.
Leeward actually.
Isn't that one? Didn't that happen though? Towards the end, one of
No.
us was. I
No.
thought that's what happened.
No, but there was a chance. I was like, I
That's
don't
close.
know if Leeward's actually going to get chosen or not.
And then, okay, so
killed the
Radar
sheriff.
died there. Zymara did not die. She got teleported back to
Wherever.
Realms Unknown. And then Boric died. Would you like to explain how Boric died?
I burned some crits and I did like I think that's when I finally had action surge, because that's when I had switched from the wrestler to fighter. And
You also had the arms of Annam for the first time too.
Yes, and I poured everything I absolutely could and basically
I don't even think he even got to hit. You pretty much just
No,
he
It was one turn, he was dead. I had an entire character sheet. I painted that many.
Yep. It's not wanting to.
And she just went.
Nivara felt very, very.
That's
very
one of my
upset.
favorite minis I've ever painted.
I
too.
know.
And we sighed
Nice.
for a whole probably half an hour.
He's very
Speaking of-
cool.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and it's not that like he probably wasn't built well, but it was one of those moments where it was like
Nivara was pissed off. You were pissed at him too because of Marty.
Yep.
Nikki was pissed at the character because of Marty.
Yeah.
You had. So you did your regular attack, you did flurry of blows, and then you action surged
Yeah.
and burned a shitload of crits.
Yeah.
You did a lot of damage in that whole time.
So yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Speaking of instant crits, so how is it to balance combats for a D&D 5e game, which is already hard enough as it is, with everyone being able just to dip into rerolls and crits all the time?
I just learned not to hold back, I guess.
Did you adjust any stat blocks?
Yes.
All the time.
Yeah.
Also, when it comes to hit points, so I'll give you a little bit of a insider trick here. So let's say, John, you're going to be the bad guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go, John, and then I look, I'm like, well, you probably have an armor class of like 15. I was like, let's bump that up to 18.
Yeah.
And then what I do is I'm like, I'm going to give you 3 legendary resistances. So I do 3 circles there, and then I say, well, how many hit points do you want? Let's do 100. Hope I gave you too many. Let's do 120. So this is what the character sheet would look like. So what I do is if I use a legendary resistance, I go... Alright, so then we get to Nivara's turn. Nivara punches him once. Does 6 points of damage. And I look at that and I go, okay. Punch him again. Do 7 points of damage. And I go, okay. That's 10 points. That's about 10 points. Let's do 1.
Yeah.
Pandora hits, does 25 points. I'll go, okay, let's do 1, 2. Then you hit again, you do 1 point. That's how I do my hit points. I don't fuck around with math. I used to try that, and that just took way too long. So everything is about. So when I tell you guys that somebody has 1 hit point left, they have 1 tick left.
Yeah.
If there's 1 tick left and you guys do like 3 points of damage, I'm like, nah, they're still up.
Yeah.
And then if the fight's going way too easy and it's somebody that I want to have in there, I do this. I go,
I've done that.
let's add a couple more in there
I've
somewhere.
done that.
Are you going to carry this over?
Yes.
Because in the next campaign, we don't have auto crits and rerolls.
I'll still
either.
use
We'll
that same
start over.
He
style.
probably just means he won't be having to like
I'm never
adjust
going-
as much.
I'm never going to do math again. I'm doing ticks. So those checks became a lot easier once you got past level 12 because you guys were consistently doing 10 or more points of damage a turn. That'd be a lot harder at a lower level. So like
Yeah.
a level 1, those would probably represent 5 points. Maybe even less. I don't know.
Depends who it
I
But that's
mean-
basically how I ran combat the last 3 years.
Well, it's a good idea.
That's what I found.
Because
is-
keeps
I
it
got
simple.
really tired of going, what's 143
Yeah.
minus 17 minus 6 minus...
So I imagine like the damage dealing though, that was all just based off of what their actual attacks were.
Yes, most of that was pre-rolled. I did the only time that I ever
Did
rolled
you-
for it was whenever they crit.
Did you ever, as a DM, like, were there certain fights where it's like thematically it would make more sense for a certain person to kill somebody?
I
Make
will
that
say
call.
that I didn't ever fudge it that bad to keep somebody up for just long enough to get to them. I did, however, role play the characters in who they would want to fight. So it's like for Minus,
Yeah.
obviously he's
Yeah.
going towards you.
Yeah.
For Xanthus, it was a little bit different. It was going to be either of you two.
Yep. I was like, here we go. Who's it gonna be?
Everybody did get...
I know there's only been a
Theirs.
few. There's only been a few times, like in like when I've been a DM, where I've been like, and it's more about the person kind of needing that moment, if that makes sense. There's only been a few times where I've ever done that, where I've been like, technically this person could have killed him, but I know that the person that I think thematically for them as a development would get more out of this. Which to me, that's kind of what different DMing is. It's like, how are you? Is it more about the nuts and bolts of the game, or is it more about the story? And I think everybody does it a little bit different. And I don't think any way is the wrong way to do it.
No.
That's the way that I found is best.
Yeah.
No, I like the idea.
Especially once you got to higher levels. It's like, I'm
Yeah.
not fucking around
That's a
with
good idea.
350 points.
I hate doing the math. That's really
Yes.
good.
Because that's what I've been doing for the one shot.
Because
for the one
what
shots, I was
happened
doing
was
the math,
I
and
would-
that's why it was taking me so long
Yeah.
for
It
a
was
lot of it.
taking
was just
too
like,
long. I would have to pull
I
out my
hate doing
calculator
combat,
sometimes
so
whenever you were
that's-
doing a lot of damage,
Yeah.
or you were doing, or anybody was. And I just got to the point where I was like, I'm just going to do that.
Yeah. That's
Well,
a
and
good
I'm
that's
going to write
also-
down everything that I need. For the final battle, I didn't have character sheets for a lot of them. I had a few sheets, and I wrote down what they can do about what it was, and I just let it go.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
I mean, I know that I've changed
I
I've
also
changed
had...
hit points in the middle of a fight. I've changed all
oh,
sorts
I've
of
done
stuff.
that.
I
I've
had
changed
the
stuff that,
benefit-
like, metagame type people would hate, but that's why I like the group of people that I play with, because like you don't really have enough metagames.
Yeah.
Well, that thing shouldn't have that much, hit
I had the
points.
benefit
Like, yeah,
of...
it was for me.
I had the benefit of having you guys play the same characters for 5 years.
Yeah.
So I understood what you would do in combat, what not only your character would do, what you as a player would do, so I could understand best how to
Yeah.
prepare. This is what the sheet looked like at the very end. So we can see here I
dear
have
God.
Nima, Ramiel, Minus, Wistifer, Renee, and then I have here AC 16, and these are your 3 Acolyte friends right here, because they were all basically the same, so I just put them all in a row. And these little circles on them, those were counter spells. That's how many counter spells they had. Because they were just basically going to Eldritch Blast. I had written right there, they each do 3 Eldritch Blasts. It does 15 points of damage. It's a +8 to hit. All right, now it's right there. And then once I'm done with them, I scratch them the fuck off if you can't
Yeah.
tell.
Yeah.
Because see how close Renee was to dying, though?
Oh,
She had about 20 hit points left.
Yeah, I remember towards the end she was getting hit quite a lot after she flipped. I was like, ooh.
We
I
got the 2
Still-
pit fiend things here, and I write speed on some of them. A lot of them I just go with what's in the monster manual, but if it's something different, it's like Xanthus was the end-all boss, so he's going to have 100 feet of movement.
Yeah.
Why not?
and he could teleport himself.
Yes.
If he really
Yeah.
needed to.
3 sword attacks, Undeath Ray, recharges on a D6, which never came back. Legendary actions per turn, 3 legendary. He had 5 legendary resistances, I believe. And Andrelli on the Dread, 4 attacks, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, that's kind of how I run
I thought I
things.
was gonna die when I was right in front of that damn dragon.
It's just so much easier.
Well, that
But
was the
anyway,
thing. Was like I
You
was
hadn't been able to
hoping.
get up. I was like, please
Let's-
let me somehow.
Well, that's
Unless there's
that's why I
anything
took
else.
the meta magic stuff. Because
Yeah.
Unless there's
otherwise-
anything else you'd like to discuss about
No, I
the
don't
Maroon
think so.
Marsh.
No.
The sex dungeon.
The sex dungeon.
Did you...
Only other place Ghost Tech gets tied down.
What happened in Ghost Axe character once he became liberated from that feeling of revenge that was forced upon him by the sword?
Yeah, that was weird to run because when you told me that, like the weird thing was Ghost Stack didn't have to change all that much.
No,
for the
but there was
sword.
little bits and pieces they could tell. That was,
I mean, a lot of the times the sword was like, "Don't stop." Ghost Stack was like, "Yeah, don't stop."
So, what
You
would
can-
have happened if you wouldn't have separated yourself from that sword is eventually, you only had it for like a couple months, eventually your party would have just been rolling everything at disadvantage because it is the blade of misfortune.
That would have sucked.
So you and your party around you would have just been very misfortunate and you wouldn't have known why.
Yeah, but no, Ghost Stack.
I feel like that was the turning
I
point.
had
Yeah.
to once that was over, I was able to kind of like also give Ghost Stack a little bit of room to cope better. And I also felt like at that point Ghost Stack was slowly starting to get more into a character that was I was still a joker, but a little bit
I think that's because you're naturally one, though.
I can't help it.
I feel like that's also when Ghost Egg as a character realized that there are other people, that the party around him actually cared about him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Most of both.
Yeah. Started as a drunk.
It's probably also the arc where Oscar made his decision in his head of what he was going to do if that day came, which it was going to come.
Soon.
Oh, it definitely
Oh,
can.
I'm gonna.
Which
I'm
brings
gonna
us to the next thing. We've got a prison break. We've got the Emerald Grove, and we've got the Sunder, all happening in like 7 episodes. So let's talk about the Emerald Grove. Naivara, your memories got returned by your uncle Zachariah, and you met your brother Nico. Fish people, isolated from everybody. You met
I kept having
Zupang.
the visions and the dreams. I kept having dreams of these fish people and my friend Zupang that I didn't know why. I love you, Zupang.
This was also your first stop in the Fae, Briganox.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Who
dragon battle
was
that no one remembered.
I love Briganox.
Yeah.
Briganox was
It's
actually
amazing.
Some
a
people
satyr,
Satyr.
satyr that was a member of the Queen's court, the good Queen,
Well,
Titania.
He was kind of on the
Good.
Good.
Yeah, good.
This is also the first time
Perspective.
the Minus was mentioned, and you had a moment because you were just.
Yeah. That was probably when I took my barbarian.
Everybody was like,
uh,
"Are you mad,
multicast.
Pandora?" Yeah. Why? I can't see my forehead.
that also birthed the meme. What you doing, Minus?
Not yet.
No,
Not yet.
that was the next
Not
arc.
yet.
wasn't the
That was
Yeah.
when we were in the shadow realm.
This
of
also
ourselves.
sowed the seeds of revolution in a story yet to be told.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the Emerald Grove. Naivara, this is mainly going to be you. What did you think?
I mean,
You
it
were
was.
very standoffish with Zachariah at first whenever you
I was because
met him in the bar.
I didn't understand. The only context I had was like, why
You did it to protect you.
why did I have to live 50 years not knowing who I was and where I came from and why
It wasn't
I'm
actually
here?
50 years.
How long did you decide it was? Because
Maybe a few years. It wasn't
Yeah.
actually a few years.
'Cause,
It just
like,
messed
on the
with your memory in a
original-
way that
and yeah,
you just... It
in
was...
the original paper it's 50 years.
It
or
was
something wild.
implanted memories that you just didn't
But
make
yeah,
sense and
I
you thought
just-
about them.
So I went through a few years like living in caves, not knowing who I was, not knowing my purpose, where I came from, and then to have this person that's like, I'm so glad you're okay, blah blah blah, and then the extra layer of that was I made a deal with the devil because he made a deal with the devil to lose my memory. So it was like this horrible irony of like.
That's what we call double jeopardy.
Yeah, I was like, because you did this, I sold, my soul essentially too. And how dare you make the choice for me to sell your soul? So there was a lot of, trying to figure out.
He was sorry.
No, he was, and she loved him. That's why she was so upset.
And it also helped that there was the impending doom of your brother going into the third-eyed cave.
Yeah. Well, also I didn't know at first if he was alive or not.
Yep.
Remember?
The third-eyed cave.
I remembered by that point that I had lost my parents, and I was like, and Nico's probably dead, and you sold me away, and so it was.
The third-eyed cave was basically an amalgamation of the Kuatoa people that just thought of a monster and it became real.
Yeah.
And then your island basically was like, fuck, we gotta keep this thing happy.
Yeah, I hated the whole
We gotta keep
elders.
this thing happy.
Because Naivara was only in that mentality with like the stone giants and stuff. It was like, why are we doing these things just because that's what we think we have to do? That's the stupidest thing. Why don't we fight back? Why do people keep having to be
And
sacrificed?
that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what will happen in the stories yet to be told.
Evolution Part 2.
Yeah.
So you went in.
Electric
What I did with those beholders is I just took a beholder and I separated its eye stalks into 3 different beholders.
I enjoyed their silly like little rooms.
Yes,
Yes,
that
that was
was
pretty
fun
cool.
to design. One of them was
Yeah,
like a
that was
game room. One
Like
of them
here
was
they're
a.
these like legendary 3-eyed beasts, and then they're just these goofy beholders.
One of them was
Music, kitchen, and games.
Yeah.
Music, kitchen, and games.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah.
But that's the way beholders are, so it was very
Yay, my
fitting.
notes.
But it was just like, really? These are the assholes we've been sacrificing people for all these years? They're playing chess in here?
Playing
Don,
music.
Awesome.
Remember that you still have 2 legendary actions. So
Oh, okay.
Oh, I was so glad we saved the little fish man. I was worried you were going to let him
Zupang?
die.
Nah.
I didn't want Zupang to die.
He
was so
is an
cute.
important character in stories yet to be told. But anyway, so you destroyed the monsters, came back and fulfilled your prophecy with Belle,
Yep.
your deal, and no longer marred by that. when you left the Emerald Grove, you left it in a political state of worry and...
Yeah, that was something that Nivara cared. That's why that's also when she was really even more... I mean, the whole Leeward having feelings for Nivara thing was never going to really work for Nivara, and it sort of... At first, I think if she had never gotten her memories back, it could have possibly happened, but the person that she remembered kind of being after she got her memories back was like, this is not the fate I wish upon. And I feel like, she became more aware of, for lack of a better word, her elf self, which is the realistic vision of like, I'm potentially going to be living for another 800 some years, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I was going to ask when the turning point was there, because at some point Nivara just completely and Leeward just were like, no.
I think
pretty much when Leeward found out that Nivara was like, no, we can't, we're not doing this.
Yeah.
And that's where it's like Leeward's like, all right.
For Nivara, in terms of like the emotions of it and really understand, because like before she was just so naive, she didn't even really understand the nuance of relationship love, and then when she got her memories like fully back, she was like, I'm really not the right person for you, Leeward. And really Leeward was not really the right person for her, in the sense that I just think that like he had kind of I don't want to say normal, but like a well fulfilled normal path, and she's like, I've got, who knows, potentially centuries of liberation and revolution, and this is what I want to do. Like, she really is like a Valkyrie was appropriate thing for her to become, because that's just kind of who she is. She can't put down the fight, kind of.
So some of it was to do with her age, like she could live for a ridiculously long time, and then the path she was on. At some point, did Nivara ever settle down? I don't remember if we ever said.
I said that, like, I think after she really had enough, like, long-livedness and felt like whether the fighting itself was over or at least the fight was carried on, like, I think that probably and this is probably hundreds of years potentially, like, kind of like how I feel like probably Leeward's
So when Nivara reached cougar elf age.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. I was trying to put him down.
So, like, you know how
I was trying to get out.
The way I look at it is like the same way that probably Leeward's mom saw it. Is I figure like Leeward's mom was probably at the end of her elf life, even though elves don't really like look old. Like, she had been, say the leader of this bard college and all this stuff, and then she met Aloysius,
who is delicious,
and probably was like, this is when I'm,
everything that I need to get done has been done. I'm ready to.
When she finally felt like, at least my time on this plane, that fight is done. Let me have, a life, a family. So I did say, and I said she probably had twins because
runs in a family.
Families. Yeah.
Leeward has 5 kids.
I don't know who that person is, and I am fine if he creates whoever that person is.
Do you remember when? So you had a.
There was a.
You had a trial with Gogu, the first one that you failed.
Yes.
Right. When did that one happen?
That was after
first time we were in the Spectral City.
Yeah.
Right. So that was last
before
arc or
Avernus.
something.
Yeah, that was.
Didn't we go back to the Spectral City in this arc?
Yep.
And didn't you have an opportunity to see Gogu again?
Yeah.
But you chose not to.
Oscar,
several times you chose not to go see Gogu. So what was messing with Nivara's confidence so much that she could not go face Gogu again?
It wasn't really confidence. It was more like, for me at least, it was more of she knew that she cared about her party, and she wanted to do good things, but she just didn't quite see what is my because like. She's struggling with, okay, what am I to the giant? I'm not a giant, but here I am helping this giant cause. But I'm not really even of the spectral continent. But here I am fighting this fight when my people are still. And until she really realized that, like, it's okay that I can help here, and then go help there. And once she was kind of at peace with, like, I can help everybody. If
also, you didn't know where your inner strength came from.
No, I didn't. And
it was in Your allies.
Yes.
Also,
and I cared about them, but like I didn't understand that because she was still of the mentality like I could leave. Because like think of how many times she's like, I could just stay here with the mushroom people and have that be my cause. I could just stay here with the stone giants and have that be my cause. But then like the bullies became her cause, and when that became like the most important thing for her to finish, I think that's when she was like, okay, this thing we've created is
also metagame wise, Gogu was a level 18
I know.
monk. That's why that first fight I was like, oh. All right,
Some of it was like me also just as a character and
if you
player
guys
trying
would have
to
jumped
figure it
in
out,
there,
because
she
was really
had
just a weird.
a bunch of cool
When you
abilities.
play a character that
She's
really
a
doesn't have a
drunken-
background from the
drunken
beginning,
fist.
is a weird
Yeah, Drunken
place
Fist
to
is a
be
cool
in,
thing.
You know.
I wanted to
Yeah.
I also didn't know why I gave her wings, but I did because I thought it was cool. I did not think of the Valkyrie
Valkyries.
until you guys went to Valhalla.
I've got one more question.
Sure.
Fuck, marry, kill, Leeward, Vance, Gogu.
That is what? That wasn't what I was
Well,
expecting.
kill Vance.
That is definitely a
Vance.
difficult
Who's that?
choice.
Who's that question for?
It's for
Nivara?
Naivara.
It would be kill Vance, obviously.
Yeah, gotta do that.
Probably fuck Leeward because she cares about him enough to give that to him, but and then she
It's
just
not
He's
about
charismatic. He'd probably be a good lay.
yeah. I mean that's implied he has groupies, and then she'd probably just marry Gogu because they could have a nice like
Valkyrie
romantic
awesomeness.
Oh, yeah.
Valkyrie
Just live up.
companionship for the
Yeah.
rest of eternity.
Glory!
Yeah.
Any other questions about the
But
Emerald
she
Grove?
is I don't think so. Was the apples like? When did you think of the apples? As a
I needed a reason
Export
for
them to be relevant.
because the Spectral Continent, that's Middle Earth.
Yeah.
That's let's go have fun and beat the bad
Yeah.
guys. The Jewel Isles, that's Westeros.
Yeah.
There's political intrigue, there's
Exports.
exports, there's money, there's
Yeah.
power.
Mm.
There's all of those things being thrown
There's
around.
slavery. Over
And
there,
the
isn't there?
only reason why the Emerald Grove is allowed to be its own thing is because they're the only place that can grow a
unique.
yes, a
Yeah.
unique
Magical fruit.
yes that you guys still don't quite know what it does. And we will figure out in stories yet to be told. So we'll get to the wheelhouse. What happened there is you guys were able to rescue Aralai, who was the former leader of the Maroon Marsh, best friends with Seraphine. You did meet the Vulture of the Isles, the creepy cannibal,
Yeah.
who showed you where to go there.
What's with you and cannibals?
talk like this. I remember I had in my notes, sounds like Hannibal Lecter. Also,
we had Hermie.
Huh?
Kermie or Hermie?
Yep,
Yeah.
you
Oh,
were
Kermie.
transported there by Walcott Ronson and
Can I ask,
Kermie.
is Kermie and are they okay?
Hmm?
Okay, good. Thank God.
Kermie is now the captain of the ship.
No. What happened is Walcott saw that happen,
Yeah,
and he
he's
got
just like,
as many
He
people
went,
on the ship as he could and got out of there.
Spin that shit around, Kirby. Let's go.
I don't remember what made me think of Kermie. I just thought it would
Pick
be
it up,
fun to have a
Kirby, throw
sloth.
it in reverse.
And then I went and I got that sloth not action figure, stuffed animal.
Plushie,
Yeah.
yeah.
Also, Ellie showed up with the keys.
Yep.
Oh gosh.
Because basically what that was that it was 4 9th level spells
I
that
remember we had to
were
crawl through
keeping
the
that
key.
on there.
Yeah, we had to crawl
through.
Because
Pee-pee.
Lazarus was extracting things from her mind,
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
and that was basically him keeping her away from the lunatics
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And you guys had to break through those walls.
Yeah.
Any questions about that story arc?
Break the wall
The
down.
Maroon Marsh arc was also where it got Freddy as well.
Mm-hmm. And your bugbear rug that you never used.
Never used it
Yep.
once.
Still have it. It's just in inventory.
Maybe you
That
use it
always
in
happens
stories
in
yet to be told.
campaigns, though.
But yeah, you could have a bugbear on your team.
Yeah.
That's on him, buddy.
That's on you guys for letting him take it and not saying anything.
I was just
That's
sorry
a- that's a
that the
tradition.
fish didn't like me.
Fish liked you.
I mean, the fish loved you.
So
Oh.
what that fish was going to do, it was going to latch onto the first person that looked at it, which was you, because you guys split into 2 different rooms,
That's what we did.
and you rolled, and I was like, you see the
I
fucking
just
fish.
enjoyed the ongoing.
I also
like,
didn't know that
just
the
know
fish
this-
was going to be
a serpent.
a serpent. Nope, I didn't. I just thought it was
No, I
going to
just
be a
enjoyed
weird
that it
fish.
was an ambiguous magical.
And do you remember
fish.
the fish was in your pocket and it was like pulling you through the water?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was.
I just imagine
it was just
his
a
pants
complete
going
like
in the water.
what the fuck
Onto
is
the
this
side?
thing? Because I've like took it to multiple magic-y people that are like, what the hell
I'm like,
is
you don't know
this?
what the fuck's wrong with the fish, buddy.
Like at the Spectral
It's
City,
it's
the wizard's like,
magical.
we don't know what the hell it is. It's strange. It doesn't need water
They
to
were
breathe.
researching his thunder, trying to stop
When
that.
did I
They're
get
just- They're like, who
cheeses
the
and all
fuck
this?
is this guy?
What later on?
Later.
I don't
Later,
remember.
probably. It was when we probably went back to the Spectral City. And we did
It was
all that
after I
shopping.
died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that'll bring us to the Sunder then. Unless you have any more questions on the
No.
wheelhouse. That was pretty short.
Yeah.
I think I was less than one session.
Yeah.
The wheelhouse was a joint venture between the Spectral Continent and the Emerald, or in the Jewel Isles, like 500-600 years ago, back when they were on speaking terms.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, a place where you throw a prisoner in there, lock them up, throw away the key.
It was
Yeah.
Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's really, really far away.
Yeah.
Any questions about going to the Fae?
They didn't have. Well, that brief time that we
Yeah,
went,
we
they
were
lost
brief
their
there.
memory on the way back. 'cause we
You
had a hole.
didn't you see briefly Mael during that time?
No.
No.
Oh, okay, maybe not.
Briganox told you about Mael
Okay.
Yeah.
and about Minus. And Filigriti and
I
Gruthalis.
was
Yes, I remember because
dying.
when we came back,
I
when
remember
we were
that
back
Brigand
in the
Knox fight,
material
and I
plane,
remember
I
Remember
was
Brigand
Briganox
trying-
on the boat.
Remember
or
that?
not Brigand Knox
Because-
Yeah,
fight.
because Briganox
But-
mentioned Mael. We
The
got back
Feywild.
into the material
Yeah,
plane
it
and
was-
Pandora
I do
had
remember
like
the
a
fight with that
fucking
dragon, and I
Yes.
remember you trying to kill me a lot.
White as a
It was the
ghost.
the fast guys on the
So you thought
water.
he was dead.
I think that was the
But
first
anyway,
time my rage
yeah.
manifested.
Let's get to the Sunder. When you guys got back to your home and were like, fuck, let's take a few days off, you were woken up in the middle of the night by... To which you saw Golrick. Looked
Right.
like half of his body was just destroyed
Yeah.
by...
This was such a rough thing to have.
Right,
like
yeah.
frostbite, and he was Ghost Henry Mainfoy. He's back. Or he probably called him Xanthus.
No, he would have called him
No,
Henry. Nobody knew Henry Mainfroy was Xanthus until we got to
Yeah,
the
we
Sunder.
got
Yeah.
there.
That's right.
Kind of story.
I had thoughts
we-
about it.
Yeah, we were thinking
Yeah.
that there were two separate people.
Rob-
'cause Henry
Rob
was
is
a
a
player.
vampire, but we weren't.
Rob as a player, I think, kind of put the pieces together, but I played it so Oscar didn't know.
Some interesting things here. Oscar's absolution. Renee's still alive and enthralled. The Light of Lathander was gotten. Prophecy of the Blood Curse was complete. Oscar became a weapon. Ghostak was chosen as Helm's champion. And Malachi Redwin was apprehended. So this was basically like 2.5 years of me plotting what was going to happen with you. And what it came down to is when Xanthus pointed at you, and I said, do you resist?
You had one of two ways to go.
Yes. The campaign would have been very different. You said yes, which was the correct answer, but not the one that I was necessarily 100% banking on. Yeah. Which made Xanthus kill you. Xanthus was probably going to kill you either way.
It would have just been later.
Yeah.
There were feelings around that.
I remember I cried.
Did you make
Yeah,
a
but we were
backup
also
character?
mad,
Just
too.
in
Yeah,
case
we
you
were also
did?
super pissed.
Do you know what his backup character was?
No.
He was going to... How about you tell us?
So, after Xanthus killed me, Harrison messaged me and he's like, I'm not 100% sure you're going to survive this. Please make a backup character just in case. So, I made a ranger who was a Dampier,
Half vampire.
part vampire.
Yeah.
Xanthus's grandson,
Oh.
whose life goal was to destroy his
That's
grandfather.
pretty cool.
Okay, yeah.
Which then I would have had to come up with a whole subplot about Xanthus's family, because it's like
Yeah.
the whole reason why Henry became Xanthus was because his wife and child
Yeah.
died, and
Yeah.
Father Oakenbrow refused to, well, in Xanthus's eyes, Father Oakenbrow refused to help.
Realistically, I think if you and I would have thought about it could have just been a bastard son.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's absolutely what it would have been. But anyway.
So yeah, I created a ranger that was a monster hunter ranger his life's goal was to get revenge on his grandfather for basically
being his grandfather.
And basically what you guys would have done is you would have ran into him because that would have been the point where Xanthus made himself known to the world. Mm-hmm. Your character, whoever that character's name was, would have known about it. You would have gone after him. You would have tracked down a vampire. You would have met the party while you guys were tracking down Malachi to get information. Mm-hmm. That's probably how I would have done it.
Oh, yeah.
But instead...
With that. No, we haven't finished.
But instead, Oscar, I don't know if you guys have gone back and watched the stream, but that was some of my favorite work that I did just with Oscar. Falling down through the lower plains, about to basically be welcomed as a dead soldier in Merkel's army. But you were saved as the Doombringer saw you as a vessel that was really, really mad. Was really, really hell-bent on revenge, or thought you could be. Ramiel did save you, brought you to the Doom Court. I remember I basically gave you the what for. I was like, you're bad. You should feel bad.
Oh, yeah.
That was basically the extent of it.
The ranger was named Holden Cloudgloom.
Nice.
Hear that Nicky Robb is still playing an edgelord.
I mean, you need one for the campaign at least.
Yeah.
He's not going to be one. He tried to be one and couldn't be one.
I don't know. There could have been a Chris Gaines
edginess,
word.
but it was more
Very.
smartiness.
It felt like a weight off my chest once we got through that, just because it's like, finally, your wife's still alive, you know it. You guys all know he was a piece of shit and was going to sell you out to Xanthus. But hopefully you all know that in that moment he did refuse. He was like, nope, I kind of like you guys.
My question was, I'm just curious because you had a thing for second character. Did anybody else have like just a general idea for a backup character in case their person died?
Not really.
Nope, didn't get that far.
I think I thought about it a lot, and I think I was going to make a cleric personally when I was thinking about it.
Do you know...
I probably should have as much as Leeward
I would have probably talked to you. I probably would have seen if you wanted to play Golric. He was a cleric.
Yeah, possibly.
At the very, very end of the campaign, if you guys would have died in that fight with Xanthus, I probably would have had you... Or if you would have died in that fight and still beaten Xanthus, and we were to do any one-shots in the future, I probably would have had you play... Like, you could have played as Renee if you wanted to. You could have played as Nyko.
That was
characters that would make sense for you. You could have played as your dad if you wanted to.
Well, that was the thing.
Once
Is like I didn't
Nyko-
know what would be a good replacement for Leeward. So
Once Nyko became
that was
a thing,
that
I
was
was
kind of
like,
a thing
if
that
Navarre ever
wasn't.
dies, I'm just going to play Nyko because
There
his
wasn't-
whole
Play your
thing
dad.
was like...
Yeah, but I just didn't have a good idea that would have been a
There were
good fit.
points-
I feel like there's
for
room
Leeward.
for a one shot here where we all play like a.
We're gonna do a one shot.
Or duo. Yeah.
We're gonna do a one shot where everybody plays their animals.
Oh God.
Okay, so...
Freddie, Uber, Dwayne.
Or Squid.
Because
Who
I
do you
know
wanna
how to
play
play
as?
a beautiful
I
bearded
mean-
dwarf woman.
You can play
I
Dwayne.
can
If
do
we
it.
got Freddie and Uber are like
Buddy
just
cop.
looking at like
No, you need to play Dwayne because we all know who I'm going to play.
you're gonna be
Yes,
cheaters.
madam!
Yeah.
You could also be Squid.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could be Squid. But...
All I know is we're all
You'd be
really good
Aries.
at poker. That's what we do. The
Well,
animals know how to play
I
poker.
I look at that and I look at like a cat, or even though it's a spectral cat, versus a polar bear, a sea serpent, an owl bear, and a talking mouse.
He's a rat, first of all.
You could be everybody's
Thank you.
transportation.
Yeah.
Scoop up the two bears.
Oh,
and
I was talking
everybody
about if I
else.
was Squid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Speaking
But
of,
anyway-
I just want you to play Dwayne because you have to talk like The Rock the whole time. It doesn't matter what you think, Freddie.
Well, yeah.
Uber died a lot
We'll
at the lower
discuss.
levels.
I was gonna.
it was annoying.
ask-
It was like,
That's,
man,
it
poor
was
Uber.
probably
Not
around
keeping
here
him
that I
around.
started having your animal companions and like Rocky and stuff like that. characters or companions that you had with
Yeah.
you level up along with you.
Mhm.
Which next campaign we will probably do that from the get-go. Your animals will probably level up with you if you haven't.
Okay.
Because
Like
I don't.
Squid never leveled up, but I didn't use him in battle ever, so it didn't
Yeah.
make sense
Well,
for him to.
And
Like
Squid
he
was
Squid was used for reconnaissance, and then I eventually got the flock of familiar spells and had all of the multicolored cats.
yeah, because familiar usually can't attack, can it?
Not normally, no.
Unexpected. What's
I don't
A
know.
while
unexpected?
ago.
That was.
Yeah, I'm
we were
not
talking
sure.
I think
about
you were
metagaming.
talking about the
Yeah.
Metagaming.
combat
Anyway.
stuff.
But yeah, so what about the Sunder? Any thoughts?
I died.
That
I
was
think that was the
tragic.
first time
was-
I really, well, other than the mushroom people, I think that was the first time I really fucking got angry and upset.
That was a
And cried
really
leaving.
rough go.
It was not a twist I was
That was
expecting.
That was where
the second
Leeward
instance
was,
that I wanted you guys to feel like you were
because
defeated.
I remember
Leeward
going back and
was-
watching the stream, and Nikki and I just fucking went,
Well,
what?
I think this
I-
is the arc where I actually started to really get connected to wanting to know where Ghost Stack was going to go.
That's what I planned because I was like, once I drop your wife is still alive and
Yeah.
enthralled
Dun,
by his boss.
There's probably
You're gonna be real
motive in
mad.
this.
Yeah, we were probably
no,
doing
there
that
was a
too.
lot of. I remember rewatching the stream afterwards, just because I wanted to see everybody's reactions to Oscar dying, essentially.
I don't remember which one you memed though. There was one.
I memed one of them, yeah. But yeah, when it was revealed that the guy who killed Father Oakenbrow was my boss, you guys were really confused for a hot second.
Yeah, we were. I remember
Do you
that.
want to know what Selena's picture is in my phone?
What picture is
I
it?
know which one
Is
you're
it?
talking
Which picture is it? Bro, why?
That's you whenever. So I want to
When
say
you
it was
said
this.
when you said I think that so that happened so that face happened when Harrison pointed at me and said, "Do you resist?"
Yeah.
And you guys were so shell shocked on why he would ask me that question.
That was a very simple,
It's a very confusing time, okay?
very simple question with a whole lot of implications.
Oh yeah. I mean, and I know Harrison and I had talked about it. I knew that moment was coming soon because
Before that happened, you communed with Xanthus, and that was whenever he stole the orbs to start the Sunder. Basically, Xanthus was like, I'm going to have my pet go collect these things that I need to start the Sunder. Do you remember the scripture of Merkel that you guys found all the little bits to?
vaguely.
I remember we had, but
So-
I don't remember.
Basically, what I had in mind for the
I'm gonna
Sunder
have to find it. It's
I
in
know.
is it was going to be the
I'm pretty sure I'm just
apocalypse, like the biblical apocalypse.
I'm gonna have to scroll a while. 'Cause that was a
Um,
long time ago.
What are you talking about?
We're
The
trying to find
screenshots.
stupid
I took
screenshot
screenshots of
me
us
and
from
Selena.
certain things. I just gotta find them. It's gonna take a
I'm gonna.
minute.
I'll search word.
It's probably under my old Discord account that was deleted.
Yeah, so basically it was like Merkel represented death.
Bane was war.
Bane was war.
Shiva
Bathsheba was
misfortune,
conquest.
Conquest and misfortune.
Yeah.
And Timora
And
was
Timora was famine. That's
Yep.
why it was at the Gold Beach, causing everybody to die and poison and yada yada yada. So basically, that's kind of the inspiration that I had for it. But then I was like, well, death is involved. Like all of the others lead to death, so I'm going to have death be the main thing. And that's what Xanthus is trying to do. He's trying to bring together this holy trinity, unholy trinity.
Yeah, I do.
And-
I searched the word face.
I don't
And
remember this
basically,
one, but
bring
I
it-
remember that.
The singing inspiration.
What the fuck was we doing? I don't know when we did that. Oh, yep, singing inspiration. What
Oh,
for?
here
I
we
don't
go.
know.
Here we go. Here we go. This is it.
Make sure you're showing the stream.
'Cause
This is great content for them.
This was.
It's
We're
probably
all-
better to do it on that camera. 'Cause
We're
then
all
Yeah,
it's
two
autofocus.
people watching right now.
Oh, God. Look at that. I don't even know what this was. It was September
That
of
was when I
2020.
died.
Was it when I died? When you
Was
died?
that the one
Well,
I died?
no,
It was
no,
September
It,
2020.
it,
though.
It says September
those are manual
23rd.
focus. You'll
Okay.
have to do it in front
That
of
was
that one.
Somebody
September
hold up there,
23rd.
not tall enough. I don't know what that was, but that seems to be maybe when the Oscar thing happened based on my expression.
Oh, there's worse ones.
Yeah.
Worse. I've seen them.
Alright, so Merkel's scripture said, to resurrect the god of dead, it must be sealed in crimson red. When Henry Mainfroy killed Father Oakenbrow. To bring his glory to fruition, it must be done in a certain condition. Bring together the orbs of power, make a sacrifice at the midnight hour. It was about midnight when this happened. Sacrifice must be the end of ones that you once called friends. Henry Mainfroy and Oakenbrow were once friends. One orb of green sickly hue, one of cloudy piercing blue, the last a fiery red placed around his severed head. Do you remember? His head was cut off. If blood is spilled that night, as a servant, you have earned the right to take your place beside the god of the dead and live past your final breath.
We got the blue orb from Envy Rosso, didn't we?
Mm-hmm. I think she dropped it during when she was torn from the realm. The red one was from Oakenbrow's head, and the green one was from...
Beginning of the campaign.
Anything else from the Sunder being kicked off? How did you guys all feel being betrayed by Oscar?
Confused. Angry.
I think you all knew it, but it hurt for
Yeah.
it to actually happen.
It hurt, and it was, and like you said, the whole thing of when
I
he
was-
actually said that he
Navarro
resisted was the thing.
mad
Well, yeah, 'cause you
at first.
suspected- yeah.
We learned that,
Mad.
well, he
Wasn't
good, but at least he
But
made his decision.
we were still it was. I feel like it was very upsetting because like you went from just being like, how could you, to just meaning like, oh my god, Andy
How could
died.
you and why
Yeah.
would you?
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
couldn't ever
Was
answer that.
there ever any thought to not allowing him to rejoin you?
Yeah, there was some from Navarre. Not in this. I
yes
mean,
and no, but
yes
I think
and
it was.
no
I
is a
think
good
it
answer.
was the fact that he said he resisted was kind of like something
Yeah.
that showed kind of a
It's
glimmer
very
of like
important.
maybe he,
Very simple question.
you know,
Well,
there was something that was like, okay, he at least tried and knew that he made. Oscar made his decision to not to actually resist and not go the path that he was going
Yeah,
originally.
yeah.
Very good
Well, I think
character.
at that
And-
point too, it was like, at least from Navarre, like she was like, I have done some questionable things too, and I think part of it.
I think that's what always made Oscar laugh, though, is when
Yeah.
you said, I have done questionable things.
and he's like,
Yeah. So,
And that's why Oscar was always like, especially there right before that happened, and you were talking about, I've done bad things. I was like, I had that secret of,
yeah,
you really haven't,
yeah,
comparatively.
yeah.
And so that's why every time Navarra at least, would talk about it, Oscar would try to deflect it a little bit. Because Oscar knew the horrible things that he'd done.
Because I feel like from his
And
perspective, it's like you
comparatively-
really don't need to feel that bad about the things.
Comparatively,
Yeah.
what you did was nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
Ghostak, thoughts on your helmet that you got?
I was, I was a little confused. I was like, at that point, I was like, am I the champion of Helm now?
what am I?
Because there was the cliffhanger that I did where the bylaws of Greyspine, it was like one of the founding families had to be leader, and it was whoever the eldest was. And that's when you and Golrick were like, fuck, we're about the same age. I did toy around with having you do it, but then I was like, no, I feel like that is best something seen from a character that you like rather than played out. Also, that probably would have been the end of Ghostak's time with the Bed Dragon Slayers.
Yeah.
But basically what it was Helm needed somebody to protect. He needed a sword and a shield. You were the sword. Golrick was the shield.
That's awesome.
Which, and that was tough choice in my brain. But, like, it would have been, I'd have been like, oof, man. Ghost Deck does a lot of shielding. Like,
Metaphoric.
but,
So
you
we
know,
also do a lot of
he's got
sorting,
enough of a beef.
Yeah, I was
with
gonna
the
say
big
you
bad
would
to
want
poke him with
want
a very long
also-
pointy
I
stick.
was like you would want to see it through. You
Golric
wouldn't wanna
Shield
sit
came
on
in
the-
clutch at the very end.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, there was.
It would have been a very powerful item for you guys to get at that level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Ghost Stack was not going
But
to be
that
the
was
one
pretty
who
cool.
was wanting to stay behind and let stuff
Yeah.
happen. He was going to be the one who wants to.
I
Well, there
wasn't
was part of me
sure-
that panicked that was going to be like it was.
I wasn't
gonna
sure
be
I was
them.
coming back.
I'm like, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
What's going to happen?
I feel you.
Yeah.
Feel you there.
I was like, this might be it. Which, okay.
And after that, you did meet with the Spectral Council, where you were told of the misfortune of Gold Beach. What happened to Gold Beach is you were reunited with Fleaward's family, not his dad. His dad went out on a party
Yep.
looking for the strange Fey dragon that kept on attacking the city. You did meet Rowan. You did meet Mr. Cartwright, your butler. You learned about Wistifer's backstory.
We learned how truly bougie Leeward was.
Yeah.
Yep, and Gold Beach was in shambles.
Yes.
Anything else I'm forgetting from your first jaunt in Gold Beach?
I was gonna back up a little bit on the after
Well,
the
yeah,
Sunder
Yeah.
of Oscar coming back.
Yeah, that was a big thing.
That was
No.
hilarious. Only because he came back and he was naked, and the first thing Leeward did was bring it in, naked man. I just ran at him
He's
and
not. I mean,
That was hot.
I mean,
That was two
Leeward's not-
characters in a row, basically, that I came back naked. Your game and then his game.
Yeah. Leeward, he's. You realize Leeward doesn't have much in the way of
And then we almost
boundaries.
made an oopsie and buried his stuff in the ground.
Yeah.
Thank God we didn't go through with that one.
Yeah, that
Well,
was bad.
I think that speaking with Ramael and Halar,
Yeah.
you guys were off camera for that one. I think that was one
Yeah.
of the more emotional times that my character got. Because, I mean, Oscar really didn't get super emotional
No.
because of...
Well, why would he?
Exactly.
Right.
And then him coming back with all of that guilt.
There is a reason why I titled that episode in my notes Absolution.
And then, yeah, you guys almost buried all my shit.
Okay, it was a moment that wasn't judged correctly. But we were very, in our defense, our characters were very grief stricken when we
Yes.
saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we didn't know what we were supposed to do.
Yeah.
We were kind of, Pandora felt like she was lost. Because this is like, she saw
There was a lot
all
of
of
heavy
her
things. It was a
former
very heavy
friends
thing
murdered
that
in front of
just
her.
happened, and
Yeah.
But, you know.
People that you had
A lot
just
of-
known.
Yeah.
You had just gotten to know, too.
Yeah, because we went through a hell of a time with Lazarus,
Yeah,
and it was hard.
There
You
was-
finally found like you had people that understood what you were going through.
Yeah.
And then
And now,
nope,
bam,
one of them
taken away.
Yep.
sold you out to a
Yeah.
vampire.
Angry.
Ghost Stack had a disappointed face for sure.
Sad.
So as we get to Gold Beach, anything else you'd like to touch on about Oscar's betrayal?
Wasn't Wistifer with his dad? when they
Wistifer was
went-
with his dad, but we'll get to that when we get to the Fae portion.
Oh, okay. Well,
Thoughts on Gold Beach?
Bougie motherfucker.
bougie.
Yeah, well, and that was also where you kind of saw a little bit more of
Not enough green
Leeward
flame.
being a little
I
too
enjoyed
much.
being able to have Nivara flirt to win that fight. And ironically, being the only one who
That was
didn't
after
fight.
the fight.
Yeah.
No, that was during the fight.
That
Hold
was
up, is
after
this
the
the fight where-
with the dragon?
Where
That
this
was
this was after the Feywild.
You
okay.
That was
yeah, that was
after-
the celebration thing. Okay,
Okay.
that's the
So
one
we're
where
talking originally going
Ghost
into
Town is gonna get
Gold
these
Beach,
hands one day for
going to Leeward's home, of going to Wistifer's home, and then going into the Fae.
that
going
was-
into Wistifer's
That's
home.
when we became Team Wistifer.
Yeah, that was.
That was
when you
because
saw
we were
I really
dicks.
had
Leeward
to-
get very
Oh,
much.
I really had to think about what I could do to make Wistifer actually likable, and I was like,
remember
what
that.
if I made Leeward...
The spoiled rich kid?
And that's where the wheels started turning. I was like, I'm going to make Wistifer Harry Potter, I'm going to make Leeward Draco Malfoy
Yeah.
in the story.
I
That's what I'm
remember
gonna
we
do.
went up to the house and I think you threw a rock and then we're like, well, what do we do? And I just walked up to the window and broke into the house.
He
No,
didn't
I
mean
broke
to,
it.
He didn't mean to
Yeah,
throw
I
a
was like,
rock.
how dare you.
I made him do a wisdom saving throw, which he
Okay,
failed.
but I remember everybody's like, well, what do we do? We broke the window and
'Cause it
Pandora
was-
just jumped in the
Yeah,
window.
because it was something that, because like I said, Leeward had utter hatred of Wistopher.
It
because
It was nice
of-
to see Leeward not be perfect.
Yes.
It was in the
And
entire
I
house
like that
was
as well.
filled with unnatural growth.
Yeah, it was like,
Something that you picked up on immediately.
yeah.
Metagame, what that was Wistopher was like a level 3 bard, and then after that, he got lost in the Fae and basically was unknowingly a servant of Minos. Minos was his patron, and Wistopher was a warlock on paper.
Oh.
Yeah. And Leeward.
That's why whenever Wistopher first showed up and he Eldritch Blast, and you were like, Eldritch Blast? What? He's
Huh?
a bard!
Oh.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah, because I didn't know that. That's what happened.
I know.
It's,
I
you
wanted
I
it
just
to be a
remember
twist.
when we
Yeah.
found out about the birthday party and all the pieces were clicking. We're like,
Nightbar was just getting more and more
You a
disappointed.
dick.
But also,
But Leeward
He was a
didn't
kid.
know about
And,
it,
and
so
that,
We know,
yes,
we know.
but at the time it was just like Nivara, who came from like a hovel, place of oppression, was just
Yeah.
like, that's one time where Nivara also was like, we cannot. I mean, it happened before that, but it was like, I cannot connect with this person because up to the point that he became a bed dragon, it was like she just felt like Leeward had really not known what struggle was at all.
that's true.
And she couldn't relate to that.
no, he was never. He was never
And she didn't think it was necessarily a bad thing, but it just made her be like, boy, we on different planes.
this was the
That
start
was-
of his character arc.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
and it was, I kind of made the point. Yeah, he
So-
was never never had a tragic backstory. The only thing that was bad was
the cow and the ice and
the traumatic event when he was a child, the rivalry with Wistopher, where Wistopher basically just made his life goal to make Leeward's life a living hell, and basically the incident at the university where he thought that, oh God, that everyone thinks that I'm the one who caused this problem and I need to get out of here.
yeah.
When in all reality, that wasn't the case. It
Yeah.
was just, it was a whole plan to, And yeah, I liked it because it kind of showed a little bit more of like, why Leeward is the way he is. And so.
So, all said and done, are you guys still Team Wistopher?
It's more nuanced.
I would say Wistopher is not guilty. Say
Yeah,
Wistopher
I'll
was
say this.
definitely
was-
taken to the other
I'm
side
team-
by events somewhat out of his
I'm
control.
very much Team Wistopher, but it's not like it's an over Leeward thing anymore.
Wistopher's parents dying just by a branch falling on it, like a tree falling on their house, that was an act of God, just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And it just unfortunately happened on the same day that Leeward's birthday party was, so that's
Yeah,
all
he
that
was
he
a
thought
kid.
of.
He
And
was
Wis-
looking for
and
something to
Leeward-
explain it, so he
Yeah,
just.
and Leeward never went out of his way to make.
Your parents
You
also
never
never
talk-
told you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they should have. I'm just looking
Probably-
back.
Also,
yeah,
they're
probably
trying
would-
to shelter their
That's true. I get
Only
it.
child,
That's
yeah.
13-year-old son.
boy.
Yeah.
A topic I won't talk on. But
So it was
sometimes.
just,
So John,
he went through the entire time not understanding why, and now we know why.
I have a question here. I'm going to read it verbatim
Oh God.
as I wrote it.
Oh God, it's a fuck, marry, kill.
No, not yet, but soon. When did you decide as a player that perhaps Leeward was ready to give Wistopher that second chance, and why, and how do you believe Leeward felt knowing that because of past traumas with Wistopher, it quite possibly had a major influence on his life and death within the campaign?
Oh, good God.
How
this
could
is a
one
long-
misunderstanding as a kid lead to Wistopher's overall downfall in the Sunder?
All right, this is. A really
I'm gonna need you to read that back
All right,
slowly.
I'll start
because
with
I
the
didn't
first one.
touch
So the
it.
first
So-
part, where
Yeah.
Leeward decided to start forgiving Wistopher,
Yeah.
that was when he had learned that multiple things that had made him start questioning it was the whole thing where he found out about the birthday issue, where it was that made this there was a reason why he didn't
I wish
like.
we had Team Wistopher shirts on right now.
there's a reason why
Can I get a foam
it's starting
finger
to
that says
see a little bit of
Christopher
like,
#1?
okay, this is starting to see what Lucifer's mindset, and then on top of that,
you never asked why he didn't like you.
why would he?
Well,
I think it could have solved a lot of your problems if you would have just went up to him one day and been like, "What's your beef
I don't know
with
if
me,
you were
stranger?"
ever bullied as a child, but I definitely asked my bullies, "Why are you so fucking mean to me?"
I
You
think
were
Yeah,
never
I
bullied
was-
and it shows. Okay.
wasn't.
No,
in
First
John's
off,
defense, I don't
in-
think his character had a chance.
I know.
That's
because it was
true,
in his
yeah.
In
backstory.
this scenario, Leeward would
I
probably have been
know,
looked at
I
as
know.
the bully.
I know.
That's
Even
true.
though he never did anything bad to him.
no, and it was he
Boo
just
this man.
he was just under
I
the
know.
assumption that he just this freaking
Everything that
guy
Leeward
just freaking
did
utterly hates
that
him,
might
and so
have
he's like,
been untoward
why would I
to
ask him
Wistopher
if why would I try
was
to
out of
ask somebody?
self-defense in his eyes.
Yeah.
Why would I ask
Yeah.
somebody who obviously just hates me for no apparent reason that I don't know? I'm like, why am I gonna, I'm gonna try my best to stay away from that situation, even though, there's no.
It's a personality thing. Some people
Yeah.
do, and then some people are like, "Why the fuck do you hate me? What did I do to you?" You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
It's
that's
not
what
a
Leo
Leeward
But,
would.
thing.
but
It's
I'm
not a
talking
Leo
about
thing.
from like Nivara's perspective,
Right.
who is a more confrontational person. Like her
Right.
immediate thought would be like, "Why the fuck wouldn't you confront him about it?"
Right. Well,
How could you?
Yeah, that's
Which
like
is,
I said. That's
again,
how Leeward
part of the
sees it a little bit
progression
different.
of
Yeah.
Nivara being like, "We are
Will.
not compatible." sir."
But when he
Yeah.
learned a lot of the influences that were happening to Whisper, then he's kind of like, okay, I see, and I'm like, perhaps I judged you wrongly. Maybe this, and
Perhaps I
started.
should have heard you.
It started a whole regret of like, well, maybe this, if it would have done things differently, maybe it would have, this wouldn't have happened kind of thing. And so that's where he's like, okay, I need to start putting all these years of anger towards this person who didn't understand why he was getting, making it, in contrast, is not as bad as the life as everyone else's, but in Leeward's life, it seemed like it was utter hell.
Everybody has their own problems, and I feel like Leeward's story was a very good chance to show how to show character growth, trauma, and conflict that doesn't necessarily have to do with my whole family died.
Yeah,
I'm gonna avenge him.
yeah.
Which, unfortunately, in D&D,
It's a
that
lot.
is
Yep.
the thing that
Yeah.
most people go on because
Yeah.
it's a very easy source of trauma.
Yeah.
So I applaud you, John Hefner, for giving me a character whose parents are alive and came from a privileged background.
Technically,
Yeah, and
mine
Leeward-
are alive. I just don't know.
Leeward
who they
had
are or who
first
they
world
are.
problems. That's literally what it was. He had first world
It
problems.
was a very interesting story arc to write. I
Dead-
tried to
dead
do.
parents. Probably
Am I-
dead.
I tried to do as good of a job as I could
That was
making
good.
Wistopher.
Sympathetic.
Yes.
Making
still a douche.
so Leeward understood why the reasoning was, why it was happening.
And as you guys got into the Fae, you found
I
minus.
didn't. I'm sorry.
What else did you have?
You had like multiple points of this
Well,
question.
yeah. So did it? What did Leeward do to? Did Leeward think about it at all after the Sunder? Because at the end of the Sunder, didn't make it. So all of the things that happened in your childhood kind of led to that moment for Wistopher. So did Leeward have issues with that going forward after the Sunder?
One of his 5 kids was named Wistopher.
Right.
And you also founded the holiday St. Wistopher's Day.
Right. Yeah.
Oh.
So,
Leeward went out of his way to
memorializations.
try to rectify what happened.
We'll
Yeah.
say you probably would have done all that you could to put his spirit at rest.
Yeah, would have tried to make sure that Whisper's name was associated as a good thing,
Good,
not
yeah.
a bad thing, because
And that we
it's
succeeded.
everything that happened.
Yeah.
You found out why this person hated him and why it was happening, and it's like, oh, I need to change and I need to make set things right, because in hindsight, there's a lot of things that that Leeward could have done differently in his past that probably would have never. I mean, Leo or Wistopher wouldn't have gone the way he did.
Mm-hmm.
So, fuck, marry, kill, Pandora, Nigora, Aralai.
Oh God.
Aralai?
You put Aralai in there?
Why is Aralai in here?
Because
Okay.
she's like a mom to Pandora.
That's the wrong
God.
one. That's not the right
Seraphine.
one. Seraphine.
Seraphine. That one.
God.
Saralai's a fucking vegetable.
Oh, is she? My bad.
So are you fuck marrying or killing the
I
vegetable?
thought,
That's what I need to know.
I thought.
No, leave it as is. Leave Aralai as it is.
She, whenever you guys rescued her from the wheelhouse, her
She
mind
was
was
basically a
just
vegetable.
That's
Right.
Aralai.
Yes.
gone. That's what we're saying.
But you just said Seraphine was a vegetable.
No.
Seraphine's
No,
my mom.
Seraphine's
Right off the
He
the-
top.
said
yeah.
Aralai,
I gotcha.
and I said
But yes,
she's a
Seraphine,
vegetable.
because I don't want to hear what
Okay,
she did
for
the
some
vegetable.
reason I thought
What?
Seraphine
I thought Aralai
was.
started to recover.
She did start to recover, but it's
Right.
funnier
I
if
know.
she's a vegetable.
Yeah.
So we'll go with Seraphine.
Okay, so it was
I'd feel bad if you said
Nivara,
you killed the
Pandora,
vegetable.
Seraphine.
I would
No,
fuck
just
her,
a
marry
Seraphine.
it.
So,
It's usually how fuck, marry, kill works, brother.
well, I had to make sure I had all the right names. Well, obviously, probably Nivara would be Mary.
He's killing you, Pandora.
Yeah, I know. It's feelings mutual,
I
buddy.
don't know.
And
You don't want to
then-
climb the 6'7" ladder?
Either way.
That's all I'm saying. It's a selling
I
point.
mean-
Look at her.
Look
yeah,
at
I was
me.
gonna say.
Look at me.
You're built like fucking LeBron James.
I rolled for it. I swear to God.
Well, yeah.
I, for once, didn't want to pick her height. I
Just
did the
remember,
modifier
she's
thing.
about
Yeah.
the same height as Charles Barkley.
I
She's the
probably
same
would
size
fuck
as
Pandora because
She isn't.
I would
6'4".
feel bad about
6'7".
killing Seraphine.
Look at this.
She's
Your
6'4".
boob height. Why
Oh,
would you
wait,
not want
which
to do
order?
that?
Taller
I
than
just
6'4".
said yes. I said
Do you kill Seraphine and then fuck Pandora after?
no, it'd be after.
You killed my mom and fuck me?
Yep.
That ain't right. Not in the same day, I hope. That'd be very traumatic.
Well, this is Leo. We're going evil.
Oh,
We're
what
just,
you do is
Leo
kill her
turns
first.
into
A few
Chris
days
Gaines,
later,
and this
a few
becomes.
days later, Pandora, you're like, I'm sorry for your loss. Do you need some sympathy, booty?
You could return to Chris Gaines to kill somebody. You just need to be
Exactly.
regular Garth Brooks.
Yeah.
He kills
Yes,
people all the
yes.
time.
I think we did
That's why,
flirt
that's
for a
why I
while
had
with
Where are
to
the
use
bodies,
two in the
Leo?
same category.
In the sex dungeon.
Yeah.
Sarah's just like, what did
Well-
you do today, honey?
So,
Well, I think there was a little bit of flirtation of like trying to see if Leo would actually like have him do a flip on that, and just. But I don't think there was a way to. I don't think there was a way to fit
maybe
that
that's
in.
a story yet to be told.
So.
As we
That's
continue the
interesting.
adventure into the Fae, you guys found Minus to be kind of the savior of the Forgotten Fae. You had 2 courts always at battle and a bunch of people left in between, so Minus was basically a shepherd, manipulating those that both courts kind of casted out and trying to overthrow them and basically expand the Fae into all the realms. That's what he wanted. And he also had partnered with Talana and her dragon in hopes to further along his goal. You met with Queen Titania, Titiana.
Tatiana.
You went through the River of Sorrow. You pulled out Minus's heart from the sun.
The River of Sorrow is where I said my classic line.
Wistopher. No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
That was
thought
at the
that
very
was.
beginning.
Was it? Mm.
That was at the very beginning whenever Minus had his court with all the Fae, and
That's
you guys hid and you watched, and then everybody
That's
left. So you went up to the altar and were like, "What's going on?" And then
No, I
Minus,
thought that was when we were at the river because
No.
we were getting.
the
was
River of
before the
Sorrow was
Was remembering
yes,
all the
I
bad.
which
swear
by
that's
the
what
way,
happened.
that was ripped from Metal Gear Solid 3
I
when
know that.
Naked
But
Snake went through the River of
just-
Sorrow.
Let's shorten this up. What was the most memorable part of that whole time?
What?
What are you doing, Minus?
Oh,
doing,
what you doing, Minus?
So
I
Minus-
mind defense. I
Minus-
was so exhausted.
Basically, you guys were just investigating, and Minus formed out of some leaves as you were banging on the
yeah,
table.
that's right.
And he took a dagger out and said, "Kill me.
Yeah.
Do it, girl.
Mhm.
Do it." And you wouldn't do it. Which
Was
is
that my
very
cry
weird
session?
for me. I
I
thought we were
was
going to
ready
do
to
it.
do it, by the way, and I was this close to just running up and
And-
Was
going,
that
"Don't
my
do it."
cry session? My RERL
I
cry
don't
session? Or was
remember.
that the one after?
Yes, it
You
was
said-
because you started.
What are you doing, Minus?
Yeah, you started laying into me
You
after
started
that, and it
saying,
was
like-
I couldn't look at.
I
Harrison.
laid into every single one of you.
I
every
know,
time.
but okay. So people who don't know that I was going through a really, really bad breakup, and Harrison literally looked me in the eyes and was telling me some very degrading things. And after the stream
I
stopped,
only
he gave
meant
me a
half
hug
of
and
them.
said, "You know, it's not true." I'm like, "I know, but it hurt."
Made for excellent roleplay.
It was. I got an inspiration. Those tears will be.
You sure did.
I got a question about the tears.
What? No, those were real.
You had quite a few emotional moments throughout this campaign.
I'm just a very emotional person.
So, what would you say was the moment that hit you in the feels the hardest, other than this one, I guess? Or is this the top one? What's the second one? If this is
when
the top
did we
one?
both cry?
With the myconid, with the baby myconid. That's the first time I ever started getting sad describing something.
That was sad, but there was also another time where we both like.
There was, but I can't remember for the life of me what it was. Whatever it was, I think it was that moment, and I'm trying so hard to remember.
What was that?
God damn it! What was it?
It wasn't Oscar dying, I don't think.
No, we did get. I did get emotional, but it wasn't like.
There were a
holy
lot
shit.
of different emotions in that one.
I mean, for me, it's by the end. It was
Do you remember when
more,
it happened?
probably. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was just sad.
What did we do after the Fae and Gold Beach? We went
back to.
Was it Mayel stabbing himself and pulling his heart out?
I think it was that.
That wasn't
become
it
the
for
new.
me.
But that
I'm
wasn't.
trying to
That wasn't
remember
the
the
big
time
one.
we
There was
both
one where
cried.
Nikki and I both cried.
I don't
I don't
remember.
remember what it was.
The only thing I can think of was the little mushroom.
I mean,
Because
that
you're like,
was sad.
little mushroom.
What the fuck would you do if a little toad in your arm?
Yeah.
I would smash it.
Harrison making me cry that time was really bad. I was very upset, but not at Harrison. A couple days. It's just emotional.
Probably helped you process everything
Yeah,
a
it
little
did.
bit easier.
I really can't remember that time that we both cried, and I don't remember what had happened. We'll think of it. I'm sure. I know it's
Internet,
coming.
find it.
But that whatever that moment was, I think that was the big one. Maybe it was finding out that his kid was alive, or we could bring it back and
because I don't really cry.
We'll remember. But yeah, I
don't
think
know
that
either.
was-
So I could tell this campaign actually meant something to me. I spent the better part of 5 years thinking about this all the time. But anyway, so we get to Wistifer sacrificing himself to save Aloysius. Do you remember that? It was right after the River of Sorrow.
Yeah.
And Aloysius was disguised as one of Minus's court, who Minus just killed. And
Was that it?
metagame, what happened? You guys were all trying to revive Aloysius as he was dead on the ground in front of you.
I think that was it. It was when we found out his dad was dead.
Aloysius was dead on the
You were
ground in
going,
front
"Oh
of
my
you.
God!"
You guys all did your little diddly bobs to resurrect him, and so I did the DC. You guys all did your checks, and it came down to I need to roll anything but a natural one.
Yeah.
Guess what I
And
rolled?
with Wistifer, I was like, if I roll a natural one, he is going to make a deal with Minus with this force that he doesn't understand that he's getting his power from, because Wistifer thinks of Aloysius as his savior, the person that was putting him through school, sending him money, helping him. One of the only people
The only one
that
who
cares
actually
for him.
cared, yeah.
Yes. I rolled a natural one, so that's when I was like, okay, Wistifer is completely enthralled now.
Yeah.
And that's why Wistifer disappeared. I
Yeah.
don't remember how he disappeared, but I remember he separated himself from the party at that point.
Yeah.
That was a very poetic moment.
Yeah, it was when we found out that the switch happened and it was your dad. Nikki and I started crying because I wasn't expecting that, and Pandora was like, the mindset that Pandora was, yes, there was an attempted assassination on my mom, and we've all at that point at least died once, except I think you at the time, and that the fact that somebody who has nothing to do with this fight, not directly, was put on the line. I think that was the turning point for Pandora, where she's like, we gotta stop this shit, like, because these casualties aren't necessary for people who don't need to be involved.
Other exciting things that happened, you
Exciting things that happen. Where's Dad dying? Yeah,
you talked to a tree.
Oh yeah,
I
it had
didn't
the
like it.
PTSD.
Screw thought. You took on Minus and the Fey Titan.
Crazy battle.
Mael became the new Red Lord by sacrificing himself and putting a sun in the ever-setting sky of the Fey. Because without the sun in the Fey, basically the Shadowfell would have taken over.
Yeah.
So Mael, what he does now is he's just a good shepherd.
Yeah.
But he did give you the dagger that he cut out his heart with and said that you have the key to his heart, and he basically expects you to kill him if he ever becomes what
Well,
Linus
yeah,
is.
that was the vibe I was getting.
And then afterwards, you guys fought Talana, who took over Wistifer's body, and the Fey Dragon.
Leeward and...
Leeward and Ghostak both died.
yeah, they like
Minus.
fell into the
So-
sun?
Yes, so basically what that was a wall of force. Is that what that's
Prismatic wall.
called? Prismatic wall turned into a circle that was disguised, and you guys... Somebody almost ran and fell into it.
I don't think I ran.
Somebody almost ran and fell into it, and then you saw that it was a false ground.
Oh,
And
no,
then-
yeah.
She ran and
That was not- that
recognized
was
it.
And then you both unfortunately fell through it, and like
Yep.
each layer that you go through, you just take ungodly amount of damage. You both died. You did... I think that you died and fell after it was gone, but I remember he fell through the entire thing, but you had sent your cloak to shield him, which is the only reason why I allowed his body not to be completely fried, because he basically had an artifact-like item around it. It's not an artifact, but you...
Yeah, something that was powerful enough to shield it, enough to keep people from...
The River of Sorrow was fun. I basically made you fight evil versions of yourself. You both got to see...
That was tough.
Everybody got to see their source of trauma.
Yep.
Which
That was
I
hard.
feel
I
like that
remember
was
that.
nice for everybody at the table to understand where everybody comes from. And then you also got to see the worst versions of yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You joined the Diamond Crown.
Yeah, I like.
You joined Minus.
Yeah, we were
I said
together.
yes.
I was
said
gonna
yes.
end up
You
marrying
said yes.
Linus.
Resist.
I do
The
remember
Ghost
that.
Stack,
That was
you
not
became
okay.
corrupted by the Blade of Bathsheba and killed everybody. Leeward was the last one standing in that
I
story.
was gonna be Mrs. Minus.
As you jammed your sword.
Those
I don't
reds and
remember what
oranges
yours
on my
was.
color. Well, now they are. But they weren't
he
then.
was just a...
Yeah,
I
that
thought it was
was,
an evil version of me.
That was wild. All those
the
battles
hell
in the
is happening?
Feywild were pretty wild.
That was the stream that I had running on my phone.
Weird.
Yeah,
I
almost
think I
became
accidentally-
Mrs.
I don't
Minus.
remember
We were real
exactly.
close. Oh
It
god.
basically became... Leeward, I think the evil version of Leeward is this one where he basically just went full tilt into the...
Let me pull it up here, what I had for you.
While
into
you're
the
pulling that up,
evilness.
Oh god.
fuck, marry, kill.
Mm-hmm.
Minus Leeward Vance.
Oh damn it.
Leeward, as you watch Gold Beach
Okay,
wash
I have
away
some questions before I answer
by a
this.
large tidal wave.
Which Minus? Minus while he was
You
in
watch
the
it live
Feywild,
from the back of
or
the dragon with
Minus
by your
after
side.
when he was
So
kind
you
of
join
a-
Minus.
in
Yeah.
essence.
I basically take
You
like
become
He's in his
first
physical
place,
form
yeah.
probably, right? So he was okay.
What was the question?
Fuck, marry, kill. Minus Leeward Vance.
This is hard. This is not the three I was expecting. I was expecting Leeward in there. I
I'm
wasn't
trying to
prepared
make
for
There's
this-
a
this.
pretty obvious kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna
Trying to
say
make
the
them
kill
very
was pretty...
different.
Well, yeah,
There's a
Minus I
pretty-
kill.
There's a pretty obvious Mary.
Well, it
because
would,
the
it
one
would be
that's gonna be a
Mayo because
stable
we've
life.
been, yeah, and then I guess
Well, it's
fuck
definitely
Vance,
Vance
that,
is
I'm
stable,
surprised
yeah.
that didn't happen. But
So you're marrying.
Mayo.
What?
Really?
Mail was
That
not
was
part
a
of
no?
that.
Oh wait,
No,
who were the
Mayo?
options?
Minus.
Vance, Minus, and Leeward?
Yeah.
Yes.
Minus,
Oh, I
not
thought I
Mail.
heard.
There's
Okay.
a pretty
No,
easy
Mayo would have made
Mary.
it too easy.
Ooh, then I
Very-
guess. You know.
Do you want the person who's just like...
Do I want a
full on,
passionate
like,
lover
rock
or do I want a
star?
rough night? I don't know.
Like rock star who's probably gonna walk out on you when you have
I want-
kids, or do you want somebody who's actually going to give a crap?
He's trying to sell me on him. Is what he's doing.
She really hates you.
Apparently.
I'd still kill Minus.
Okay, good.
I would.
No, you're
okay,
not Mary
okay.
Minus.
Now, if it came down between Leeward and Vance, I'd rather marry Leeward, but it would not be happy. He would be one of those things where, listen, he would listen, he would open his mouth and I'd be like, no, listen, it's because
Fuck
Pandora. Yeah, no, listen. It'd be one of those things like when Family Guy makes fun of it when like Lois talks and Peter goes, just stop breathing. Not all the time, but sometimes. And then I guess obviously there'd be that fuck with Vance because there was that weird flirtationship.
You left him a
Hours.
flower.
You did leave him a flower.
You left him a
I
flower.
did leave him a flower. Then I never found it.
I feel like the easy way that I answered that question versus how she answered that question says a lot about our taste.
I just like that you were trying to sell it. You're like, do you want to marry a nice guy or do you just want to be abandoned?
Yeah.
That's the right way to say it. Yeah.
We also discovered in the Fey realm that the treehouse that we had was one that Mistra had planted.
That's right.
Yeah. And there was a sister to the tree that was in the Fey.
Metaphorically planting the seeds for the stories yet to come. Anything else in this that you'd like to talk about? I'm trying to go a little bit quicker.
I know.
Still got
Yeah.
No?
It was a long campaign.
It's a lot.
You know, it's too
Yeah.
long. I'll say it.
But it was, there was a lot of shit that happened.
Anything else you guys like to talk about in the fight?
No.
Mael, inspiration for his character is basically Will from Pirates of the Caribbean.
That's what I thought.
The whole sun, like taking Minus's heart out of the sun, that was something I thought of because I was like, wouldn't it be cool if he was the disruptive force in the Fae and he was all fire and reds and purples? Because when you think of the Fae, you think of nature, you think of blues, you think of greens, and that's also your aesthetic. So I was like, I need somebody completely
like
opposite
the polar
of you.
opposite, yeah.
And also the way that you played the character was so calm and cool and just like non-bothered by everything. So I was like, I'm gonna make him just kind of like this jester. What's the bad guy from Final Fantasy's name that you tell me is more evil than Sephiroth?
Kefka.
Yes, that's kind of what he was based off of.
Most evil character.
He's basically kind of like a jester, clown-like character.
Yeah. He destroys
It was
the
very
world.
fun to play. Also, he literally could not die until you pulled his heart out of the sun. That's why he was like, do it. I don't care.
Navarre almost did. She was.
Because if you would have done it, he would have just came right back.
Yeah.
He would have just stood there with a knife and his chest be like...
He probably would have
Bitch.
faked dying just to make you feel good.
Just to
But
crush you
anyway,
later.
so after Gold Beach was successfully saved, you found that the fire giants were marching on the capital. So what happened here was the war with the fire giants, volcano erupting, bad omens. With the volcano erupting is when the volcano becomes active. It means that the fire giants are angry. You learned of the fire giant family drama. A lot of family drama. I had to give you guys a fucking family tree for that.
Yeah.
Because, I was even getting confused by the names. You went to Valhalla. You got your blessing from Surtur. You went to the Gates of the Moon. You learned about Mistra and Midnight still possibly being alive, but somewhere. And then you witnessed and fought in the battle between Rimbar and Balar for the supremacy of the fire giants.
Going back just a little bit with the Mistra thing, that was when Oscar started devoting himself to figuring out where Mistra was because of the prophecy originally of her ending the Second Sunder.
Sune, is that?
Sune.
Yeah, that was her mom that said that Mistra basically put her essence into Midnight, and Midnight sacrificed herself in the Second Sunder to defeat
Was it Sune or Selune?
whoever
It's the moon goddess.
Yes.
Sune is the one with the wild hair.
Yeah,
Sure.
Sune is
Whoever
the
it is.
the beauty.
I don't
All
remember.
I know is I got
We
to touch
know.
the sun and the moon in such a short period of time.
Yes.
It was awesome.
You fought the Chaos Dragons.
That's
You
when I
met the
first
bard
That
with
fight
no
was
name.
crazy.
The nameless bard.
Mm-hmm.
You
We
went
met-
to the casino.
Yes.
That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
You met Timora.
My berserkers.
You were given
featured
the-
berserkers.
You were given something for Timora. A
It
coin,
was
maybe?
to switch the luck.
Yeah.
Yes, it was because basically it was bad luck has just befallen. So you guys, if you didn't have that, everything that you were rolling would have been a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Everything. Everything.
That's where I got to find out about Valkyries. That's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Laura.
That was also where Leroy
That's where I
got in the
first
fight in
started
the hall.
getting the idea of Valkyries. I was like, oh, because if you're going to this realm, and then I googled what the realm was, and I was like, oh, so that's basically the world
I
tree. And then
enjoyed,
I looked into that, and it was.
I enjoyed Surtur's just like.
So I based
I
that
know,
Surtur
that was- yeah.
off of God of War's Surtur.
Yep.
Whenever Kratos finally gets to him, and he's just like, what
That
do you
was
want?
the point at which Navarra stopped trying to be
Like, we
nuance and, like,
want you to help.
Yeah, and she carried that mentality through, because like that's when she became like not just like I'm the herald of giants and I'm gonna try to.
You
do
were
this.
like, hey.
I started after that. Any giants I talked to was like, bitches, listen here.
You're like,
I
hey,
got work to say."
can you help?
Yeah.
No. Why?
I
don't want to.
Yeah.
It was a fun character to play.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a very fun, and also reintroducing characters that had been gone for a while. Like Marty was fun. Reganor, that was also one. I meant to do it a session earlier, but I forgot. So I was like, oh, I'll just have him be one of the guys with the helmet on. So then when you guys are hanging out, relaxing, he'll be mad at Leeward, and you guys will ask why. That's also when I sowed the seeds for the Civil War going on.
That session was
Bluefield.
bad.
That was not.
That
a
was
good
when we
session
were
for
all
me.
upstairs well, Nikki was upstairs for like an hour.
That was the session.
And then
I
we
got really sick.
all got sick.
And thank God, Leeward.
And Leeward was the one
That
fighting
was
in the
that
fight.
was the one where I got in the fight with.
Thank God,
There was
we were all-
something in the food.
I
It was
missed
the
a lot of
cheese.
sessions during this arc. I
That's when
feel
you were
like.
deployed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the cheese, man.
That's when I was literally upstairs and I was having to watch this stream.
She was texting me. She's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, I'm dying."
No, it worked out perfectly that Leeward was
Yeah.
the one that got picked for that.
Yeah, because if it would have been one of us, it would have
Well,
been.
they were always going to pick you because just Leeward from the exterior is just like a pretty boy. You know what I mean? And they're rough and tumble guys. I'm like, let's go fuck with this guy. He's not going to be able to do
Because the rest
anything.
of us look like
Let's
we
go
could
fuck
handle
with pretty
ourselves.
boy. Yeah.
You.
That's
yeah.
also where you met Balon, who was the fire giant king. So after you got back from this excursion and got Timora's blessing and became the Sword of the Forge,
And my tiny knives.
when you met back up with the royal family, let's talk about that. The final confrontation between Rimbar and Balar, brother and sister, fighting for the crown. What'd you think of that?
I was really worried that Balar was.
I was
That was
actually
that was
sweating
the thing. I was like,
fight.
oh
I was
God,
like-
please don't die, please don't die.
I don't feel like I can interrupt.
It
here,
felt-
so
Yeah.
it's just.
Yeah, I felt bad because we were
Come
just
on,
kind of
you
watching it. We
Yeah,
couldn't
because
really.
I was
yeah.
like,
Do
please,
anything?
please let the little stone. I can't remember what it was the thing that we got.
Yeah, let it.
Just,
do
please
something.
let it make sure that he doesn't die.
Yeah.
That's basically what it did.
Yeah.
And the whole Rimbar getting like her arm ripped off thing, that was pretty cool. I didn't actually plan for that. But she started like running away, if I remember right.
Yeah.
And he threw his sword and it like just lobbed off her arm. And then you guys had like a big fight. I think the dragon showed up, and Burosal.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then once the smoke settled, Rimbar had retreated up to the mountains trying to run away with a few of her guard. You guys eventually caught up. And then once you caused her to submit
What did I do?
and
now?
give up, the Revenants found new hosts
You know what
in
you
the fire
did.
giants around them and killed Nivara.
I didn't do anything.
I remember that because we were in a hurry and I was like, I should probably.
That's exactly why I did it, because I knew that you were
Well.
like level 16
And
at
there
the
were
time.
things, like, as a player, I was like, I could do these things to be more safe, but, like, the longer I played that character, I was like, I'm trying to play this in the way that the character would do things, not just metagame it. And so I did exactly what she would do. She's like, we need to just get rid of these and in this. And in doing that, it was just a few too many hits that she took. And I was like, oh. Uh-oh.
Rimbar,
And none of
knowledge
you knew
was
at that point, and I was
held
like,
as prisoner for the rest of her life.
Mm.
She was not judged by death by the Doombringer. But
yeah, I was like, because I knew I died, and I think I texted you or something, and I was like, because I remember you tried to bring me back, and you couldn't.
anything I'm missing here? Any questions,
I was
comments?
gonna be dead there.
Nope, I don't think so.
These are more recent,
That was
so
when we got the
my
spider
memory's
eggs.
a lot more fresh.
Hey, that's
It
when we
is
got
Click and clack.
Whatever happened to click and clack?
They're still alive. Whatever you guys would have wanted to happen to them, that's what happened to them.
Well, they couldn't thrive in the
Spider.
Fae. They would have to just eternally live in the.
Yeah. Well,
And,
you were going back and forth. They could have been.
Yeah.
They could have been Mael's buddies.
You could have found a fiery forest in the Fae to keep them in.
Yeah.
Anything else you guys are doing there?
No, not that I remember.
Any questions?
No.
Mm-mm.
We'll go ahead and move on to bronzing. You were alerted by a civil war happening between Bluefield, Greensburg, Greensboro,
Yeah.
Orangeburg.
Another one
freaking
of those.
debacle.
This was another
Maroon Marsh
situation
issues to
where
me. I was
all
like,
of us were frustrated because we were
outright.
all trying to figure it
That's
out.
when we got.
That's
mad
when we
at
really
Rob.
got mad at Rob because we
That's
tried
when
to
we
say
got-
stuff. It was getting shut down, and we were like,
Yeah.
"We're done. That's it. Done. Suggested."
That was a bad.
That
one.
was when we all
Late
were
night
fussy
sessions
at
at the
each
end
other.
of a week.
Very
That
late.
was
all
a
happened.
really bad one.
That was also the session where we argued about how we were going to get up and over a wall, and it took way too long for everyone to
You
figure out what
guys,
they were going to
if
do.
I remember correctly, Oscar kept on trying to convince the enthralled town not to attack him, and it wasn't working.
The whole time I was getting to the point where it's like I'm trying to read, and I have an unfair advantage sometimes because he is my husband of reading his like cues of like nuance. So like when I am trying to read the hints that he's trying to give him, because I have a little bit of unfair advantage, I try to do that. And then when people don't listen, I'm like, okay. And that's like the time that Navarra used her fire thing because we were to the point of where we could have died.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was,
it's like-
and that
so
was the
she
thing.
had-
Was like
She was very upset, and I was very upset as a player that I had to kill innocent people because we were doing things that we didn't need to do.
Well, that was the thing. Was like I was under the impression that we were going to have to sneak in and do reconnaissance like we did in Maroon Marsh, and then we all of a sudden are now going for a full frontal assault, and I'm like, what are we doing?
It didn't help that we started getting chased from the back end as well.
Yeah, we were getting.
You guys weren't supposed to see the gnolls.
That's true.
Yeah.
Wasn't I?
You
the one
weren't
that was-
supposed to know about the gnolls.
That's
so
because of my
basically,
spine.
And that's
what
why I was trying
Hussans
to
did,
get.
who was the ancient red dragon, Bane's pet,
Yeah.
he was sent as an agent to sow conflict, and then to also say, okay, gnolls, at the same exact time come, because what Bane wants is just war.
Yeah.
War, people fighting.
Yeah.
So that's what Hussans was doing. And that's what Hussans was pretty successful in doing. You guys just happened to, instead of confront them, like I thought you were going to sneak around all the way up to the north of town, and I was like, okay, well that's where
I
the
think that's
gnolls would
where
be.
The
And then that became a
disagreements-
whole thing.
Yeah, that's
And you
when
guys were
Nancy
like,
was
well, let's go
no,
chase
we're done.
after the gnolls. I was like, well, there's like thousands of them.
Yeah.
No, all I did was I said, let's send some animals in as a distraction, which is what I did.
Well, yeah, that was the thing. Was like I think we were. I
In
think
the
we were
entire
trying to
town,
do-
they were enthralled, and there was just
Yeah.
no way you were ever
I know.
going
We
to
were
be able
getting
to get all of
pelted
them.
with arrows galore when we were trying to get up.
That
and
was
over.
at the point where I was like, I don't care if Leeward dies at this point because I
just
was,
need to get
I
up
was,
and over.
I was,
We
well, no, I was
basically-
against.
We
I was
did.
against a full frontal assault. I didn't
Basically,
want to do
Volmer
that.
and Nemo, they were trying
Several of
to
us were.
stall and wait for you guys to get there. That's what they
Yeah.
were hoping for. Because they knew that you were from the area, and they hoped that you were going to show up.
that was the session that me and Selena
Yeah, that
took.
was
We're
the
done.
one. It was just. It
We're
wasn't.
done.
They knew the exact power that Hussans would have. And
But
they
it all
wanted to
worked
wait.
out.
Yeah, it did.
With that session, it was late.
Yeah.
we
it was.
were
Well, I don't think we quite understood everything
we
either.
didn't understand anything, and then we got stuck between
Also-
a rock and a hard
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah.
Montana
Well-
was here, and I was trying to make it so his character was able to have some fun and play, and you guys kept on like going around and doing
Yeah.
other things. It wasn't getting to the combat, so I was like, well, that sucks for Montana. He's not going to get a play, but whatever.
Man, I forgot Montana was there for that.
Mhm.
I wish Montana would just play. He ain't got nothing better to do.
No, he has to drive from Kansas City
I
every
know.
Oh,
time.
that's true. I know.
Yeah, that was also, and
We
then
got it done.
when we
That's
when we
what's
got,
important.
then
We got-
that was
we got
also
through
when
it.
I just said fuck it and I walked out and into the thing because I was like, I don't care. We
You
need to
stopped
get something
the
done,
conflict,
and
you
the,
forced
we're
Husson's
just
hand, and
farting
you
around.
actually
I'm just gonna
probably-
walk out and I'm just gonna
You
drop
stopped.
invisibility.
What you stopped is you stopped Greensboro and Orangeburg from fighting each other.
Yeah.
What you did do is you forced Husson's hand, which caused the gnolls to attack.
Yeah.
So they weren't fighting each other; they were fighting a common enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was the thing. Was like my goal was I'm either gonna die doing this or I'm gonna stop the
Yeah.
whole thing. And I was like I'm
And after
tired of
Husson's-
this farting around on this. Let's just go do it.
After Husson's plan was thwarted, that's when Volmer and Nima made themselves known as the ancient brass dragons of legend and lore of Mistra that you guys learned about several times, that were sent by the Mother of Magic to protect the center of the continent.
For context, though, I did kind of know for a while that Volmer wasn't quite what he appeared, just because we had to work in conjunction with his game and my game, and one of my characters and his character. So I knew that he was a dragon for a while before anybody else did. I just had no idea.
The scope or why?
I didn't know. Yeah.
I think it was not necessarily obvious, but there was something special about the two of them.
Yeah.
How they would just randomly show up
Yeah.
in each other's houses and always
And
have magic items and always know
and
things.
she had those crazy eyes, but we never knew why.
And he had
You
that
guys
smoking
didn't-
hot wife.
Yeah.
He's a 3. He's banging a 10. I'm questioning.
You guys
He's a
didn't
3 and he's
know-
banging a 15.
Yeah.
Let's get it right
Okay,
here.
well.
If I remember
Bell
right,
knows
you
we
guys
got-
didn't understand quite the two dragons coming in until I said one of them had the weird eyes, and then it
Then
hit.
it clicked.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
Well,
yeah.
Leeward
Wait,
actually figured it
You
out.
said it had the weird
Yeah.
eyes, and I don't think it
I was
clicked
also
right
gone
away.
for that session.
Huh?
I think I was also gone.
Didn't
for
it
that.
wink it? Didn't he wink? Didn't she wink at like the
She
same
winked
at
dragon,
Ghost
and
Act.
that's what gave it away too?
Yeah.
Well, I heard the eyes and they clicked, and I was
And
like,
then
oh,
she
I know
winked as
exactly
she passed
what
by.
these- I know
Yeah,
who
Ghost
these are.
Act.
That was kind
But
of
basically,
fun
they were
to
at the
know.
end of their road.
Yeah, because
in their
both
height
you
of
and me
power.
looked at each
You
other
and I
like we were like we knew exactly what it
clocked it right
was.
away.
Yeah.
Like for these godlike entities coming towards them, they would basically have been stallmen waiting for you guys.
Yeah.
But after they were defeated in outside of Orangeburg city walls, Hussons gathered his force and was like, "All right, well, let's head up north, and it's the closest place." Headed towards
Poor
Bronzing,
kitties.
where they were going to attempt to cause the already going on events with the Wendigo and the Cloud Giants and Tabaxis.
Yeah. I'm gonna fly up. We'll just go find the castle.
So what happened
Oh my
there?
god! I remember that. Nikki and I
Bronzing.
screaming.
We're
Bronzing.
all flying up there. We're trying to
When
find
you
the
guys
cloud
first got
giants.
to Bronzing, you just saw a pyramid there.
Yeah, that's
And you guys were
right.
like, what the fuck is going on with the pyramid? There was also a big giant beanstalk that you guys planted.
Yep, that
Yes, that's where I got
Um,
size,
Still have a
wasn't
bunch
it?
of flying
Yeah.
mushrooms.
It was
Cloud
one of the
giants.
bees.
So you know.
Cloud Giants,
Bunch of
Pursuer's
flying
Curse, Bane, Wendigo, and Virosol's Revenge. Or, I'm sorry, not Virosol, Husson's Revenge.
That was
Ghost
my
Axe also
favorite
got a
cry.
bunch
Laughing.
of random
Yeah.
potion shrooms
Yeah.
still in
So
a
when you
bag.
got there,
Might as well be a dragon.
what did you guys think the pyramid was?
I have no
fucking
clue.
clue.
That was
like
I have no idea what it was.
only
To
thing
be
I
honest,
I
it
think
think
didn't
of
fair
is-
fit.
to tell you it looked very out of place.
Well,
I
yeah,
was
because
gonna
it
say,
was
it's
a
like,
black
is it like a
pyramid, right?
temple or something?
It was a
Why
black
is there?
pyramid,
Why is
wasn't
this
it?
It was a
random?
black
It just didn't make any
obsidian
sense.
pyramid. It
I
was
remember-
whatever the fucking DM's guide said about the
being like,
bag of beans.
I feel
Yeah.
like we have to deal with this.
Yeah, it felt
Nobody
like it
wanted
was-
to deal with it. Everybody
like-
wanted to just fly, and I was like, okay,
There would have
let's see
been
what we can do.
almost
That's
no
madness.
way for you
No.
to get up to the Cloud
I know, and
Giants.
Yeah.
I could tell that was another moment where I was like reading his nuance, and I was like trying to be like,
It's odd because it's one of those things where it's like we're facing off against, world-ending threats. Oh, it's
It's
just
a
a
fucking
cursed
pyramid.
mummy in a pyramid.
Yeah,
we'll
this
worry
is
about
a
that
small
later.
time. We don't need
In our
Challenge
list of
rating
priorities.
16. It's
Yeah.
It's like
crazy.
it's
we
like
have-
stepping into the Mummy franchise
yeah,
and
yeah.
realizing this isn't the big issue.
Yeah,
and
it's
leaving.
like yeah, it's
I
like
just remember
yeah, because it's like we have
that
bigger
Stepping-
fish to fry. Why
Stepping
are we
in the
dealing
mummy-
with
stepping
the
in the
small
mummy
thing?
like this isn't Godzilla.
that was the hardest I'd left in a
It
long
was.
time, and I just remember at one point you were like, wait a minute, I was like, I don't know what to do.
You're over here dying. Well, because okay, so we were trying, and then I think Leeward
Well,
fell,
Leeward
and then
was
Ghost
on
Act
a,
went to
was
get him, and I'm
summoned
like,
a-
okay, so
well-
where's the half
Plus,
the party?
So-
we kept
so
rolling
we-
bad perception, so we were like, we have no idea.
Well, what was
You
great
turned
was
into
great.
a dragon or
Well,
something.
no, I summoned a dragon, and I'm riding the dragon.
Oh
you-
yeah, we
and
saw
then-
the dragon, and we're like,
and yeah,
holy
you see
shit!
You see this silver
You guys knew
dragon?
there was a dragon coming from
There's a dragon.
Yeah,
We were ready to fight, but
because
also very
you didn't
confused.
realize it was Leeward on the back of the
Well, yeah, because
dragon.
we couldn't see.
Well, there
We
was
were so
something.
bad.
There was the dragon was carrying somebody too. There was something.
It had
there
him because
Yeah.
you guys kept falling.
No regrets. Would have tried again.
So the Wendigo was basically a succubus
Yeah.
that corrupted anybody who died whenever the city
Yeah.
was moved across the frozen lake.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what the Tabaxis interpreted as a Wendigo. That was just the name.
Yeah.
It wasn't a
There's
Wendigo.
a hot mini we get
Yes.
to use for that.
Yeah.
It wasn't an actual Wendigo how we understand
Yeah.
Wendigos.
Yeah.
I just chose that name because Tabaxis to me read very Native American in culture. So I was like, what would they call an entity that they don't understand?
A blood clot.
That's right.
Look it up. people.
I did enjoy Lenthius.
Yeah.
Lenthius?
Yes, I loved him so
I
much.
wanted.
You
I
better
just
not kill
wanted.
him, Harrison.
I just wanted a buffoon, and I gave him. I originally wanted it to kind of be like a Ricky Gervais in The Office voice. But I don't know. And it just kind of turned into its own thing. Also, I was
That's
hoping.
from the Cabbage Crew, I think.
Yeah.
You guys
That was,
also.
when Lewer got.
I remember you just
Magnificent
like
Mansion.
poked your head up above the clouds and you
Yes,
started
I
going
did.
blah 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 blah, and they ended up seeing you because you didn't look for them.
Yeah.
If I remember
Well, that's
right.
not how I
There was a
meant
little
to do
bit
it,
more
but-
nuance
Yes,
that I wanted.
there
but-
was. I wasn't just like, hey, how's it going?
Hey,
Well, yeah, but you guys
guys.
had done something to alert them.
And it was
Yeah,
like,
we
oh,
weren't
oh.
very sneaky about it.
But you did make it into the castle. Grisor did learn your intentions. There
Got
was
some
a rat in the midst.
We got the wrong rat. I had the wrong guy the entire
It
time.
wasn't my
I
rat.
thought it was the assistant guy, and it was not the entire time.
Well, it kind of was. He was just dead.
Mm-hmm. But he wasn't dead the entire time.
Yeah.
He was himself at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was suspicious of him, and
I
then
was
it
so
got
But
worried.
basically what it was Bane was just influencing the entire area, making them all go at each other's throats, making them want to fight.
Yeah.
That's why the creatures of the air all came and were wanting to fight. Anything else that happened when you're amongst the clouds?
I'm just glad
Yeah,
that...
it's- Some
Yeah, I
creatures.
used my spell wrong, but
I'm
That's
glad
alright.
that Lenthius got to protect the kittens.
did not realize. Did not.
I'm happy that I'll always remember him because I have the little air elemental now.
Yeah.
That's Lenny Jr.
You guys, I remember were taking a really long time on something. I can't remember.
We were taking a
but
long time.
That's when I had
Was this when we were
The-
running
the-
and
This
then we
was
turned
when we
around?
No. This is when I had the Knowles
Yes.
Oh yeah.
attack.
No, what
And-
happened was they were debating about, like, well, let's just take a long rest because they were really worried about taking a long rest, which I get. But we were like, it was clear we didn't
That's
have
when
time
I
to
had
take
the
a long
Knowles
rest.
attack
Yeah.
and take
So we
the summoning candle.
The candle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they lit the candle. And
Use the candle's powers to open the door.
that's right. And basically a biblical parting of a sea happened
Yeah.
where the god of war came out with an army.
Yeah.
That was a pretty interesting fight. I thought that was pretty cool that you guys didn't kill Hussans and I got to actually do the set piece of
Yeah.
him running away and
You're
Bane grabbing him by the tail and
Yep.
smacking him down like
That
a
was
little
awesome,
bitch.
but terrifying because I was
So-
a dragon at that time. I'm like, what if
So
he
the
gets hurt?
dragon is like this big and Bane was like this big, just to put
Yeah.
that in perspective.
Oh yeah. I was in dragon form.
That was a
The whole
fun
time I was
fight.
like, I don't want to be
That
grabbed.
was like 3 sessions long too, because you guys had to basically go through.
Yeah, we had
and
to
then-
fight our way through.
I remember the whole time thinking, I was like, once you get to the middle, you're in the middle of this huge fucking lake. What are you gonna do when the water's just?
See?
Crashed
And I
down.
remember I cast the breathing water thing, and everybody at the beginning was like, well, that's kind of dumb. There's no water here. It came in handy! Because we needed it. We got out, but barely.
Yeah.
What did you think? This is going forward a little bit. What did you expect Grisor's husband to be a storm giant?
No, I thought it was
No.
maybe just split up giants because things
Yeah.
were
It
confusing.
may-
It was
I-
nice.
I don't
was
think
either
I
that-
originally had that planned. I think that was a change at the last moment. I was
I
like,
think
I'm
it
gonna
was
make
nice
him
'cause it made it
Hecaton's
easier.
bastard kid to kind of tie that
It
together.
made it easier to
Yeah,
be
it
a thing
also-
where I could see how they could unite better.
Yeah.
It brought a little bit more cohesion to the thought of
Yeah.
bringing all the giants
Yeah.
together. If,
And it made a reason why Hecaton was so against what was happening, where
And she was in a
Navarre bringing the
position-
giants together is something that Hecaton did not want.
and she was in a position where she was at the benefit of being in a bloodline that forced it. So, like, I don't care what you think, I am the
Yeah.
queen of your giants here, so it's staying
Yeah.
with me unless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she could pick whoever she wanted as her partner, and they couldn't really say anything about it.
Yeah.
So.
Anything else on that fight you guys want to touch on? Any questions?
Is there?
This is a lot more recent, so we probably have already talked about it.
Yeah.
Well, the Demon Queen too, I think, is something that we just kind of touched on briefly, and I don't know if that's ever going to come back around.
Mm-hmm.
Going into that fight, with the long rest thing, I was like, man. I mean, we gotta deal with what we just went through, and then we have to deal with a dragon, a Wendigo, Bane, an army, 2 armies, and I'm like, basically in my dungeon master head, I'm like, I don't know, man, this is a lot.
Some of you may die.
Yeah, I was concerned.
Wrestlers were just fine with it.
I was concerned as well. I was like, I don't know what. I was like, I know Harrison's not going to purposely kill us.
You guys had an army of Tabaxi and
yeah.
giants with you, so it's fair.
Yeah, he's gonna. I knew Harrison was gonna have a way to have us succeed. I was just like, I just don't know how it's gonna happen.
We had enough fights where I was like, he's not gonna put us in a situation that's too unfair.
Was that the first fight where we used the horn? I think that was the first fight we used the horn
of Valhalla.
Yeah.
I just very much enjoy the cinematography of fights. So just imagine you guys going through a, like Moses parting the Red Sea with a giant rift cut out of space with an undead army coming through, with a hellish army coming through. Just very cool imagery. That's what I go for in a lot of my fights. Is I just think of something cool. I'm like, how can I set that up?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was the fight where I got really
like
lucky.
the fight that you guys had in Greyspine. Whenever Xanthus originally introduced himself, I was like, what would be the coolest thing ever? I was like, well, obviously a floating building with the giant pillar.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
That fight was the fight where I got lucky and kept recharging my poison thing, and
I think of any boss fight in Zelda is basically how I model my fights.
So, we did a lot of things that didn't make sense or were not expected, like trying to fly up and find
that was
castle, or trying to go frontal assault on a city to get inside.
Yeah.
What was the moment for you, Harrison, that caught you the most off guard?
It was whenever I told you guys basically that it was whenever you guys were in bronzing, and I told you that the Gnolls and their leader, Lord Zidon, what they were after is they were after a way to summon their god to wreak havoc on the world. And instead of you guys just going, we need to stop whoever has that candle, which is Bane, from using that candle, your guys' first inclination was, let's go back to Orangeburg. Let's get that candle. Let's bring the boss here. I remember that was the discussion, and that was where I was like, oh, fuck, are we going to do that? That's not what I have written down. It's like, the Bane's going to just fucking wipe this whole area out if you do that.
Well, that was,
and you guys went against it. That was probably the most, like, what the fuck I had.
Yeah, I remember the discussion because we were trying to figure out what to do, and
it's a weird thing because I have the story in my head of thinking what you're going to do, and then whenever I introduce free will and the way of gameplay, I'm like, what are you doing?
Oh, I know. I know the feeling.
But ultimately, you guys made the correct decision.
All right, Harrison. Fuck, marry, kill.
Oh, God.
These are going to be a little different for you. Xanthus, Lazarus, Minus.
Oh wow. Those are the 3 worst ones.
What was it? Lazarus,
Xanthus, and Minus.
Xanthus and Minus.
Yeah. You know the most what they truly
kill Minus like. Because he has no inclination of love. He, from what I've written about him, he's never loved.
The worst.
He's gone mentally. He doesn't know what it was to be a human.
He doesn't have morality.
Yeah.
So kill him. Xanthus is less attractive. He is. Xanthus kind of looks like Willem Dafoe a little bit, is how I imagine him.
Okay, yeah.
I'd probably fuck him and then marry Lazarus because he's the one that's
the
least far gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though he's very far gone, but compared to the other two.
Well, wasn't the little sticker? Wasn't your little sticker as you as Lazarus?
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I have that picture of
It was,
my
yeah,
wall.
just a generic vampire, but
Yeah.
it looked like Lazarus. Anything else on the bronzing fight?
No.
So we get into the heat of the Sunder now. Ghostak, you become known as the Ghost of Greyspine.
Yeah.
The Ordning comes undone. Nivara takes flight with the Valkyries. You meet with Eldath, Lathander, Helm, Hawar, Annam. The Sunder begins, and Xanthus takes his final stand. So this happened pretty recently, like the last 3 months. What do you guys think? Did you expect to get the level of power that I gave you?
It felt pretty cool to wake up
Yeah.
and be a wanted man for no reason at all. I was like,
It was kind of was kind of a
Because I think I set it
weird
up so you
tangent
were...
that was just like, wait a minute, why? We have
Yeah.
a huge hero here, and now he's a.
I felt
he's a
like
criminal?
Sherlock Holmes just got freaking woke up and said, "You're under arrest." And I was
Yeah.
like, "What
Yeah.
the fuck did I do?"
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Let's go
me?
find out. I guess. Can I bring my
That's,
beer?
did I have Golric come and arrest you, or did I have them
Golric was
sent people to arrest you?
Sent people, but he showed no.
I thought he was there.
I don't think he was.
Oh, he came and got. I think he came and got the rest.
He
of
came
the
and got
Slayers.
us, the rest of
Yeah.
us, and was like,
yeah,
hey,
yeah. He's
so
like,
your
Ghostak
boy's
needs
oh,
you.
no.
He's in. He's,
so
he's
Ghostak's
in
been
trial.
arrested. He needs you.
Hey, buddy.
But it was
'Cause that was
nice.
after
They
we
let
took
me
our
get my
break.
beer.
Yes.
Like our break.
Because
No.
they respected you very much. So basically, they were basically told that Santa Claus is a bad guy. Santa Claus will kill you if you turn your back on him. And they're like, oh, we like Santa. That's basically what it was.
Yeah.
And how I played it as Golric definitely knew that you were innocent, but still being the leader here, he had to see a fair trial. He had to yada yada
Yeah.
yada.
That part made sense. I got
And
that.
since you and your wife both wear very similar garb, the same family crest.
But I
And
also
then-
thought, how dare you kill my two favorite generals I just made?
You gave them to me. I was like, oh, they're gonna die. They both came back.
Yeah.
One of them was just petrified. But then I had the wedding ring. And,
Oh, I remember.
It's
gasping
that
at
wedding
that
ring.
one.
That'd be like if Leo were to put on like an onion ring on his finger. It's fucking huge.
Yeah, because
Also, I thought of that name, the Ghost of Greyspine. I was like, that'd be really cool to use at some point. And I never
Got a chance to.
Yeah, so that's when I used it. So technically, you are more commonly known as the Ghost of Greyspine, but Fiona, or I'm sorry, Renee is actually the Ghost of Greyspine.
It's awesome.
The Ordning Undone, Nivara, what did you think of Hecaton and his family's undoing?
I mean, it was nice to understand why he kind of was crazy at that point, because like
They were enthralled by Xanthus.
like in terms of like myth and legend, he's supposed to kind of be this. You think of him as more of an honorable leader, king of giants, but it was nice to see that turned on its head a little bit. And
Family drama
his ass.
and weird power trips with people and houses of power. This is
Yeah,
all
but
that
it
you can
makes-
expect from our next campaign.
But it made sense that like Xanthus would go after the people that had kind of the same woes that he had. Giving him that opportunity to have their loved ones back. That just seemed to be a recurring theme. So and it was nice that he finally got to arm wrestle Hecaton and actually win.
I think that's
For the
how
second time.
I think that's how he died.
Yeah.
You like grabbed his arm and slammed him into the
Yeah.
ground.
I was like, I gotta find a
I
way
think
to end
Pandora
this with an
actually
arm
killed
wrestling.
him from.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Flavor though.
Flavor is.
I did enjoy
yeah.
him eating Leon's wand.
Yeah,
that
that
was
was
so
kind of like,
confusing.
oh,
that was
shit.
That was the thing that I knew had to happen, otherwise he wouldn't get his cool wand. It was like,
I
how
know,
else am I
but it
going to
was-
explain that cool
That
wand?
was a whole
And it's like,
shit
well,
moment.
that's
I'm
what
like,
we all
oh,
said.
He
no.
is like the Lord of Thunder, so
Mhm.
why wouldn't he be able to eat the
Yeah.
wand?
Yeah, I was like, well, this
was
is
insane.
gonna go well.
Nivara, let's talk about you becoming a Valkyrie. Is that what you expected to happen?
I thought it could possibly potentially be a thing because like obviously like my inspiration was at that point kind of Gogu and I was like that would be neat.
I did not have that planned.
And
I gave her
I
wings,
think
and
it
then you
fits
met
really,
the Valkyrie Queen. I was like, oh, that'd be cool.
I think it really fits Nivara's like story is because I think even in the afterlife she fits more in with the tone of like Valhalla and continuing to be a protector and a fighter for people. Like some people want to die and then they just kind of go and but I think that her ultimate end would be like, yes, you can be in heaven or whatever and still have, you know, contact with your loved ones, but to be able to still actively potentially help others would have been ideal for her. So that was cool. That was neat. Also, flying is cool.
Well, at that point, I wanted to give everybody the power of flight.
Except for Leeward.
Well, yeah,
I
but
know. He had a carpet, though.
yes, somebody had to use the carpet,
Yeah.
and also you had Freddy with you, which is insane power. He can't quite fly, but still.
Yeah.
That's probably the best summon that anybody has. Yeah.
I got Hudson as well.
That's right.
It was neat, and it was nice to finally, you know, get to. I'm sure everybody would say this, but it was cool to be able to interact with the god, especially because, like, from my perspective, it was interesting to be something.
There's
not actually, because Nivara never had like that. Like he had Helm, and you
had a lot of dips and a lot of different things. You had,
I mean,
there
there was
a little
where I
bit
was
of
like,
Giants, a little bit of Freya, a little bit of
But it was nice to like really have that connection, because like Nivara went through that whole phase of like, especially after they went and met the gods, and it's like, fuck you guys, you could help, and you're not helping. So it was finally good for her to understand that.
Understand why they don't help.
Yeah, why they can't. It's not just that they won't, it's that they
Speaking
really
of the
can't.
gods, Eldath, Lathander, Helm, Huar, what'd you guys think of meeting them in their respected realms? That was interesting for me. There was a lot of research I had to do on the realms, and I also had to keep you guys on track, because there's a lot of shit to do in those realms.
They were very cool.
Yeah.
I appreciate the visuals you came up with for all that.
I like that Lathander doesn't exactly have a realm. He just kind of wanders.
He's
the wandering
on the
minstrel.
good side.
Yeah, he's the wandering minstrel.
He's hanging around.
I still wish that Brian Cervantes had voice tell.
If I could have just had his voiceover and
Just be like,
hey, we're good. I'm a god of help. Protection.
Krishnak, you're gonna be my champion.
I enjoyed how the different personalities, like, to me, I hate when gods are just like stoic and blah blah blah.
Well,
like,
that's
I understand why
that's
like,
exactly
Helm
what
is stoic.
Huar is.
I understand why Huar is even more stoic, but it was nice to see the whimsy
Huar
of like,
didn't,
Lathander
I think, ever speak.
and the
No, everything was spoken through Ramael. It was basically, I saw the visions
Which
of
that
Helm.
is exactly who Huar is he is a deity that chooses weapons and tools, and he acts through those weapons and tools.
I did enjoy that Eldath seemed a little annoyed with Leeward because that tracked with these two. Not with Leeward. I'm sorry, with Lathander.
Yeah, the Lathander and the you see the
I'm not saying
parallels,
we got trained to hate
the
bards
parallels
or
are
anything,
there between the two gods.
In the whole thing with Helm and you getting the Holy Avenger by having that vision with your daughter, I didn't have that planned. I thought of that on the fly because I was like, oh fuck, I have to give him the Holy Avenger. I don't have anything cool. But it worked out pretty well.
Cool.
Yep.
I knew that I always wanted to give you that because that's just a very cool imagery thing just for a paladin to have a Holy Avenger. But I wanted you to be at a point with your character and just story-wise for it to make sense for you to be given that item.
I was like, it's hard to beat the Flame Tongue, but the Holy Avenger will do it.
Helmdath's realm was very interesting. It was just like a nature
get high
grove.
on that water.
Yeah.
Gotta get high on that water.
Helms is probably the one that I had the most fun describing because that was different. I've done Huar before.
Yeah, that was the thing. Like, all the other realms were kind of new, but we had visited Huar when Oscar died.
Which I just rehashed a lot of my old notes to remember what I had.
Yeah,
Like.
which is... It makes sense because of what Oscar is. And, I mean, Oscar had to be brought back somehow if we brought him back.
The giant, the where Anum was, that
Yeah,
one
it's
was
just very
really cool.
barren.
Well, and I
area.
liked the reason I also
'Cause-
liked the Valkyrie connection was because even though I was like connected to Anum, it also helped me connect
Anum
to a more fitting for an
basically-
elf realm. So it's not like Nivara is just the only elf wandering around the giant. realm when
Anum
she
basically
know.
abandoned the giants, so it didn't make sense for me to have him in a realm where there was like a bunch
lots
of
of stuff.
stuff or a bunch of
He's
things
just
like monuments to
alone.
worship. Like he's probably not even that powerful of a deity if his own people don't even believe that they care about him.
Yeah.
He
He's
does
just
still
alone.
have that power, just no.
Well, and maybe now, like, you know, he has the potential again
Maybe.
to maybe giants finally have a place they can rest.
This is a good lead into my last question for Rob. Fuck, marry, kill.
Oh,
Helm, Huar, Lathander.
Oh.
It's a little different for you.
So-
too.
I don't know if it.
Why didn't
You
we
guys
get any
probably
choices?
picked up on it, but I did code Oscar as very asexual and
Yeah.
aromantic.
Well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna kill all of them. I mean, realistically. I mean, I know we played it the one time with
Shoot
that,
Toby twice.
but I coded Oscar because of his
No,
past
I
and
definitely,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's doesn't
He-
feel that way.
Does not have a. You never played him as seeing like he'd ever be romantically
I
involved
think-
in anybody.
Well, and honestly,
And
Nivara was that
unfortunately,
kind of along that same line
you
for
never
a long
had the
time.
choice.
Well, I've got
Because she was naive, but she wasn't really. That's why it wasn't just that she wasn't necessarily interested even in it. It's just like it wasn't really a thing to her. Like
Yeah.
hers was all about like making herself, her body, everything better. Like body is your temple,
Mhm.
and
Well-
then that's why I said like it would be very further along in her life where she would ever actually probably find a partner and have children and do all that
Oscar
stuff.
never
Stories
did.
yet to be told, I'm sure.
I've got a backup 3 for you two then, if you want to have some gay shit here.
Gay shit.
So we've
Gay
got,
shit! Gay shit! We are gonna get canceled so hard.
Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Although one of these might make it easier, unless you want to help me make it harder.
Giggity.
Zymara, Bathsheba,
Oh fuck!
Tamora.
and who?
I don't even know what any of them
Who
like
was that?
look
Talana.
like
Talana, Brenna.
picture-wise.
Zymara was
Talana.
like the
That was the other
priestess.
dragon.
Yeah,
I didn't get
Oh.
much time as Ghost Stack to mess around with Talana to know what she was
You
like.
talking about the dragons?
Oh, that'd be Husan then.
Husan was a
Dragon.
yeah.
Man
but-
He was the
I
red
was. I
dragon.
have Titiana on here.
Titiana,
Titania.
Titania.
For both of us, is this for both of us?
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
what it was?
Zymara,
Zymara, which is the blue
Bathsheba.
dragon,
And
was
Neurosil. Yep.
What was her human
Zymara.
priestess form?
It was a half orc.
What were my other options? And then Titiana.
Yep, she was that
And then what was the
snooty
third
one
one?
from the Fae.
Uh-huh.
Summer Queen.
Yeah,
Uh huh.
she was super snoop.
Uh huh.
What
And
was
who's
that?
the
I'm
last
sorry,
one?
what was the third one?
Bathsheba.
So I would say.
Bathsheba was hot.
Yeah, I was
By the
gonna
way.
say,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah,
she
I
was
know,
attractive.
I would say.
Like, look up her humanoid form. She, like, wears nothing.
Mm.
She looks dead. But hot.
I mean, Titiana doesn't wear anything either, so.
She's
What
extremely
to make of it
beautiful.
I would say.
Everybody's pants are getting shorter right now.
I mean,
I'm gonna go pee again real quick.
Dang.
I.
Hold on. Hold
much
on. Wait a
indecision
minute.
over there.
Because like
It's
they're
hard
all-
because 2 out of the 3 are hot.
Well,
Okay.
3 out of 3 are hot.
Well,
What the
yeah,
heck?
that's right. That's
Hot-
right. Hot.
Step
Yeah.
on me, mommy.
Yeah.
Death by
Mommy
Snoo Snoo.
milkers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I've
And
seen,
dragon.
yeah.
I,
You're giving us 3 hard
I'd
choices.
I'd probably.
That was the goal. That was the goal.
No, the hardest part for me is married because they're all in the potential fuck category.
Mm.
No, they're all in the fuck category. Let's just
So
be
it's
real.
like,
It's just
which
you have to kill
one-
one. You have to marry
but-
the other.
I guess I'd probably. I think I'd have to probably.
I'd
'cause
fuck
what's
Titania.
what's Bathsheba's like?
She was the one who
Was she-
cursed Ghost Stack.
Mhm.
But what's her like realm? Is it? What is it? It's not the bad luck. It's what? Is it like pestilence?
Is that what it was? I think it was pestilence.
Kind of.
Is that what it is, Rob? Is that what it is?
I'd have to look it up.
I think Rob's.
I think I'd, even though she seems like she'd be a good time, I think I'd have to kill Bathsheba because...
Bathsheba's the maid of misfortune.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought that was Talana.
No, Talana's poison.
Poison.
Oh.
Okay, that's what I was worried about, because poison you could have
Talana
some
was
gross
what
features going on.
Christopher was in line with.
Bathsheba
but I
is-
think I'd probably kill Bathsheba. She just seems like she'd probably murder me. I mean, any of them might. And then probably... I think I would like to marry a dragon, so I'm going to go with marrying a dragon, and then I guess I'd fuck Titiana. Because I feel like being with her for a long time would be very annoying. She seems like she'd be very nagging of a wife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd fuck Titiana.
So I'm gonna fuck the fairy.
Marry,
You're fucking the fairy,
Zamora.
marrying the dragon, and killing the...
Zamora and kill Bathsheba, because Muscle Mommy would be a good wife.
Yeah. Well, she's a dragon, too. That'd be fun.
Well, yeah.
Speaking of gods and dragons, what'd you think of the final fight against Xanthus?
I was not expecting that death.
Again,
I was
fighting
not.
all of
I
the
didn't-
big bads all at once. I was like,
Okay. So Volmer dying. I knew I needed something to push it over the edge. Didn't know what that was. And whenever it was towards the last couple months, I was like, well, I need something that'll really make them mad. And I know that they all really like him. And Xanthus is the worst of the villains I'm ever going to throw at you. So,
for now.
For lack of a better term, I needed him to kill the family dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I needed that to...
You need to do the John Wick of killing the dog.
Yes,
and,
I needed every bit of hatred, every bit of frustration that you ever had. I needed all of that, but I needed it to be wrapped in killing one of your guys' most
Trusted
interacted
allies.
with NPCs.
Mm.
Watch the stream. Before I did that, I rewatched it. I was going... Because I knew what I was about to do. That's an NPC that has a very...
It's like
your first NPC. You said it yourself at the beginning
part.
of this.
Yeah.
Yes.
You put down your first NPC.
And that's also, I guess, I knew that that's what I was going to do to start the final thing in this game. And that's also, I guess, when it hit me that this is coming to an end, and I don't want it to come to an end.
Yeah, we all cried during that. The funeral was even sadder.
Yeah.
Yeah, the funeral was...
I know that feeling. That was the same feeling I got when I killed Toledo in the thing in that one campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it an appropriate boss battle? I made sure that I had parts from everybody's story in there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I made sure that Minus was still somewhat alive with his staff. So I made sure Christopher's soul was at unrest. That's why I made sure you still had some acolytes out there.
I mean, the acolytes were part of it. I was already tied in with Xanthus.
That's why I had the cast that I did.
Well, it was kind of nice for me because I didn't necessarily have like a close tie to any of those people on the field, but that felt thematic to the way that Navarre's been like the whole time, where she's kind of that weird outlier with like giants and Valkyries and just trying to protect everyone. So that's how I kind of took it. Which is why when he went down, I didn't know if he was dead, and I thought about what would happen to Navarra.
Very
it's
interesting
like she would just
thing.
get angry and keep hurting people.
When Xanthus killed you, down to 0 hit points, and then you fell and hit the ground, basically redoing exactly what happened 60 episodes earlier.
Yeah.
I was like, well, that's 2 death fails, so I sure do hope somebody resurrects you. And then I went,
oh shit.
It's your turn.
Yeah, that was scary.
That would have been the roll.
Yep.
Yeah.
You probably wouldn't have been able to come back after that.
Yeah.
If you would have, it would have not been in a form that you could have returned once the battle was over to your friends.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Oscar, your character is never one that gets a, quote, happy ending. You get your revenge, you get your absolution, you get your redemption.
I feel like he got peace, though.
Yeah, he got peace.
Peace is probably enough for somebody like Oscar.
In servitude
Found the purpose.
to a deal that you made. What do you guys think about your endings?
I liked it.
Is there anything you need to add on?
Yeah, the goddamn power of friendship
No.
Family.
wouldn't let me
folks.
kill myself.
So,
Ghost deck
You're
ended
welcome.
perfect
what
to me.
happened when you guys all clinched hands? There's no point in not telling you. The roll that you guys made, the save, it was just a generic save. So whatever you rolled, that determined how much more likely you are to die. So the lower that you rolled, the more that it added on to your DC to come back. So, Oscar, you have +5, so you have 7 added onto your DC from the usual that I go for. Pandora, you rolled a natural 20, so you only got 1 added on.
Oh yeah, that's right, I did.
Navarre, you also have 5. Leeward, you unfortunately rolled very poor.
Yeah, you rolled
And
like
you have a
an 8 or 9.
+10. So,
Oh God!
so if you ever die again,
You
what'll
did.
happen is the DC is 23
Ooh.
on just a regular dice roll. Nothing added onto it. What I do after everybody does a ritual, that'll of course have the chance to bring the number down.
Yeah.
But you were very close to.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Please
I
don't go
imagine
dying
in the
again.
life that you live now, you're less likely to. You
You're a
guys
family
are also
man.
level 20 now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot
See, and
harder
that's
than
another
it'll be.
reason too
Ghost
that I
Stack, you
feel like
also
Navarre
got
just had
+5.
all these reasons. Like
So
you
you're
were
actually not
going
looking
your
that
way.
bad. You got 16.
You can't.
But
die.
it made you a lot easier or a lot more susceptible to the consequences of magic in life and death.
So, I had a plan if shit went tits up. When I told Ramael to make sure you guys made it out okay, I was fully prepared for Oscar to never come back.
Yeah.
We know.
If you would have casted that spell by yourself, you wouldn't have. The fact that
Navarre
everybody
wasn't
else
gonna
held
let it
on.
happen.
We weren't gonna let it happen. Period.
Oscar's reasoning, though,
Yeah. No, we get it.
No, we know.
Yeah.
We know.
you have a family, you have a family, you have a family, you have a family.
But then you needed awesome. But
But
our-
Oscar-
but you are our family, dog.
Yeah,
But
Uncle Oscar.
yeah. We weren't gonna let you sacrifice yourself. We were
Oscar's
we're all.
reason-
Yeah, we
Oscar's
get it.
reason-
I got it, but you're
let me
also.
talk, John. Oscar's reasoning is he would much rather see you guys live a happy life with your families without him.
Yeah.
Well, the
Then-
joke's on.
That would be
We
very,
wanted that.
Dying.
But
very
Right.
good imagery of Oscar
And Mistra just
with
hanging out.
Mistra just
Watching
hanging
things
around.
happen.
Well,
Missing an arm.
Well, and Leoward's mentality is like we're in this together no matter what.
Yeah, it
we
was-
either all go together or we none of us are
And-
making
But-
it back.
That was
If-
the mentality that I think, like Oscar and Navarre.
Oscar knew you guys were going to do that, but that was the ace in the hole with Ramiel, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it was one of those situations where if I had to sacrifice myself, Oscar would have invoked Ramiel to get you guys the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
It was good.
Fortunately, everything ended as well as it could have.
Yeah.
Goddamn counterspell, my goddamn.
Navarre,
charismatic
you
wall.
became a Valkyrie. Yeah, they actually did really well in counterspell. That's why I needed them all to have counterspells, so you guys
Oh, I
didn't
know.
go, I'm going to cast Wish, or I'm going to... You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the whole
I'm
thing with the
surprised that you never took Wish, by the way.
it's just I tried to pick spells that I think would Leeward would pick, and which was not really something that I think he would have
I
gotten.
feel like Wish
I
is right up
feel like
there.
Wish
Yeah.
would have been right up Leeward's alley.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
The
it's
ability to
not
wish
our
for
choice.
happiness.
There is still time.
It's true.
Because he
Rest
already
of our
has, he had resurrection, so if there was something that that was the
Yeah.
thing, was like, if really his big thing was like, he just didn't want to see his friends die.
He's
And
Healy Bard.
if,
Yeah.
But Leo,
I mean, he looked at it as like, I have a way to bring you back, regardless, I'll, my whole point of my life of this whole thing is like I'm trying to keep everyone from. I don't want to see anybody die. I don't want to, you know. It falls. You know, if I'm not doing my job, if everyone dies, or at least, or any of you die, I don't want, you know, I'd rather.
And you did a very good job.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What did? Were you satisfied with your ending?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I feel like that's everything Leeward would have wanted, having a family.
Mm-hmm.
Your mom was very, very old, by the way.
Well, that was
That's
yeah.
what I
Another thing I was
said.
Elves
like,
age very gracefully.
Yeah.
She was very, very old.
That's what I
She
said.
spent most of her life not settling down. And then finally, in her older age,
We just had this
settled down.
conversation.
Yeah,
with,
you weren't here when we had this part of the
I
conversation.
think you were upstairs.
Well, you guys were speculating on fan fiction. I'm telling you the
I
actual
know.
story.
Well, no, it was on Nivara's life.
Yeah, I was
Well,
saying
there you
like,
go. There's
Good
still hope
parallels.
for you and Nivara, I guess.
no.
No, because he'll
By
be
the
dead.
time
But
he'll be
it
dead.
was- it
He'll
was
be
like-
dead.
You know what would be funny is like
no.
it would be
Stop. I'm gonna shut down whatever you're about
one
to say.
of
'cause I
like
already think I
Leeward's
know.
descendants.
There it is. Shut up. Shut it down. Shut it down.
No.
We don't want
Leeward
that.
held
That
the
ain't
store in the
It just you
73rd.
know, there's this like
How the fuck would
some
that be?
descendant
Be
of
like,
Leeward
hey, let me
that
holler
we end
at
up
you because
with.
my dad did or my grandpa did.
Pandora, were you satisfied with your ending?
Yes, because I feel like she spent a long time angry and unable to go back. She didn't have a way to go back. And then she found out the person she was in love with, and before they could confess their feelings to each other, died. And she just wanted, well, she knew that she wanted to be with her friends, but she also wanted to
You can do
find
both.
a way to be
Yeah.
in both worlds and start that family.
Oscar, what about your ending?
It's interesting.
You basically served out your entire life in servitude to the Doom Court, had very little time to...
Do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine with the power that Hoar gave me, my life was even extended longer than what a normal dwarf's would be.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
I'd say so.
You probably saw the rest of us die.
So
Maybe.
Well, it'd be pretty close with the two
Ghost
of us.
Act would have been the first of you to... Actually, no.
No,
Leeward
Leeward.
would have been the first to
Leeward would have
pass.
been the first.
Ghost Act, you did live a very long time. You lived longer than most dwarfs would be able to, through the power of love.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I did want a very happy ending for you after all of that because you had
So
spent a
did
very
we,
long time.
honestly.
So I kind of based your character ending off of Jerry from Parks and Rec's ending, living to be very long and dying surrounded by his family.
yeah.
Yeah, that was
And
fun.
friends probably. Or
I
at least
mean-
those of us that were left.
Well, it would have been their one of their wedding anniversaries, so I imagine you guys would have been
Yeah.
the Greymanes would have made a big event of it. Once Fiona became an adult, she made sure that her parents were celebrated.
I would have made sure to come over and pester you in Helm's Realm.
Good. Take them. Take them. We don't want them.
That's
Take
just,
'em.
it's like
Yeah.
it's good, but it's sad. Like we all had to just
Yeah.
watch Leeward grow old and die.
Yeah.
The
and then,
spunky youngest
Well,
one. of
slowly
us.
we all started to get old and die.
well, yeah, I
Yeah,
like,
it's
I
just
like to
keep
think
waiting
that you
first.
pop
It's
up and you're like,
different.
all right,
It's
all right, I
different.
got both my good eyes, and you see Leeward go, go stack! You know, you see me sprinting toward you.
It's different for elves and even dwarves to an extent, but like elves especially. Just I had to think about that because like I just thought about what are beings like that really have to face that and the potential of like I'm going to be around for another 7 centuries, you know.
Give or take.
If you're lucky like Ghost Act, you find somebody about the same age and let her ride.
I mean that's what.
Well, technically, but he's gonna live longer than me.
tug on, you know?
No,
Unless someone else cuts, and takes his place. Doubt it, but I'd hope not.
Yeah.
Not anybody evil.
I'm very excited to tell future stories. What's going to
Shit, me
happen?
too. I'd love to see a future story where we play as one of our kids.
Unrelated,
That'd be
but
awesome.
I did
Interesting.
write down songs that made me think of you or characters. So for Leeward, we have Pretty Fly by The
Yeah.
Offspring.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nivara, Break Stuff by Limp Bizkit.
that's a good one. That's a good one.
Pandora, Monster by Paramore.
Hey, that's a good one.
Oscar, I Hate Everything About You by 3 Days Grace.
Yep.
And Ghost Stack, probably my personal favorite, Hurt by Joni Cash.
Oh God, yeah. We talked about that at one point. We were like, I just hear that song.
Just the very, Johnny Cash also sounded just like a grizzled old man when he sang that song.
Yeah. But I feel like that's like Ghost Egg before he got his ending, so that's very cool. I feel like almost a lot of that's everybody before their finale.
All I know is I was going to write it.
That's who you guys played as for the longest time.
Yeah, that's who we were, So,
any silly, fun questions you guys have? Did you have any more questions, Chris? I know you
there's a couple left here, but they're more just for everybody.
Yeah, let's hear them.
What was your favorite arc and why? That's a pretty simple one, but what was your favorite arc?
Yeah.
May I go first?
Mm-hmm.
The Maroon Marsh, because that's the first time that I ever just created a ecosystem, a civilization that had their way of living. They all had their routines. I wrote out what each one of the generals did every day from this time to this time, and it's basically just a sandbox where I said, go. Mm-hmm. That was my favorite just because it was so different from anything that you guys had done before, too. Yeah. Other than that, I would probably say the Mind Flayers, because that's the first time that I ever stopped fucking around. I was like, no more carnivals, no more fucking beer markets.
As you can see, the more you fuck around,
the more you're going to find out.
Yeah, the
no popcorn.
What happened was I killed Leeward and I got a taste for blood.
And I wanted more.
The Maroon Marsh was really
He then spent the next 4 years trying to kill you.
Yeah.
But every time I think about this question, my mind bounces between that one and the arc that I was barely around for, and that was the Bane problem with the Giants and all of that, because that final battle just sticks with me so hard. Just going from that chaotic mess in the floating castle down to charging between two large frickin' armies down a valley of water and death. I was like, this is
the imagery is pretty fucking sweet.
So, not to mention, like, just fucking a mummy flying through the sky, nearly falling to our deaths.
I knew that I always wanted
betrayal,
a beanstalk,
a dumb giant. I love dumb giants.
I got a frog, a toad, whatever he is.
That's why I made sure to make Lynthius nice, because I was like, hey, you know, feel fun, grind your bones for red, all that good stuff, you know.
It was nice to have like a giant that was just.
And he just told you guys everything.
It was just outwardly not like. Yeah. Too serious, because like
he's basically T-Bone if he was a giant.
I could see that.
Mine was probably Mind Flayer, just because it was the most overt inside of the group, where you probably could have found out that Oscar was evil and it never happened.
I was busy running from 2 of Mind Flayers. I would say probably the Maroon Marsh, because it solidified me being Pandora and really gave, because at first I was like, I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna play as her, because I don't really have, because I came in. And the Maroon Marsh, the interactions that I had with Lazarus kind of set the tone for what was to come for her, which I didn't even expect.
And you got to be a crocodile and get red.
That was awesome. I'm still sad that we don't have any fan art of that, but I'll find a way, damn it. I need to get money.
You guys, too, can make fan art happen.
I know, I need to get some...
Yeah. No, I thought about it many times. I'm holding on.
Are you not satisfied?
I love this one. Did you not see me crying when we teared up?
Do it again.
Well, I probably will later. I gotta make room for it, because that big one you gave me, I'll have to move.
Go? Yeah, I said the Mind Flayer.
What about you?
Because you were waiting on his
Lazarus and
Bane.
That's right.
Yeah,
what about
both
you?
of those were.
It's the Maroon Marsh for a lot of reasons. That was the first
Maroon Marsh
time
was
that
just so good.
I liked it because it wasn't specifically
attached to any of it.
us. You know what I mean?
I was trying to go for with that. It sounds cheesy, but I was trying to make that this campaign's Briarwoods.
Yeah.
That's what I was going for.
It wasn't specifically attached to one character, which was nice, so it didn't feel bad. I know that there was the stuff with the Stone Giants, but I don't necessarily even associate it the same way. It's more of the... It was the first time that, like, the town of... I mean, we'd had, like, people celebrate us before, but it really felt like we had...
It felt like we
felt like we were actual
true
heroes. Yeah,
because
it was something against all odds
in the boonies.
There were just so many things that
and
Ghost
also, I agree that it was...
You got exercised.
It was when I started to feel like she specifically felt like she was understanding more where she was going. Like, you felt more like you were a part of things, I could tell.
Yeah.
And you weren't just here to be here.
Yeah.
It took a minute, but I got there.
What are the questions you got?
Ghost Tech got... What did you say it was? Name?
Exercised?
Exercised.
Yeah.
He was fighting to get that guy who was framed for that... Or not framed, but...
Extorted.
He was like
extorted
blackmailed,
for that murder, trying to save his wife, trying to find out what was going on with my wife.
You're also trying to rescue
it
his
tied
kid.
all of us in some way.
it was
at the
like
end
his
of it.
kid was about to be eaten by the orc, unfortunately.
It was the start of the Giants for Nivara too, so it was like it was when
that's
she
the first
finally
time
started
that
to
I
get
ever
purpose.
pointed the mirror back to you and said, "Are all Giants bad guys? Are they?"
I feel like...
trust me, that's
If I
when
feel fun?
Nivara really was like, because Nivara came from somewhere totally different than everybody else, and she came from... Everybody else at least had memories and a background and things they were... Like, she was just a blank. So, like, it took me a long time took her a long time to find her purpose. It took her a long time to figure out who she was.
Took me a long time to get there, too. To
Yeah.
understand what I wanted.
So
I think the Maroon Marsh is what started, what like
it
really
had just
solidified
fun
that
moments
purpose
like the
for me.
revolution.
The Mind Flayers showed
It
you
had
that I
serious
wasn't fucking
moments.
around. The Maroon Marsh showed you that
You really weren't
I
fucking
cared
around.
about...
I mean,
coming into your own.
There were so many cool moments in that,
Yeah.
like that large army approaching, like also
That was-
during that point, and
that's
getting the
a
whole
big-
village to fight.
And unless-
Because
themselves.
Very
that was
good
one of the
imagery.
things. Yeah, that was one of the things that sticks in my mind was when we were
Marty
all
coming back
when
and being dead.
we're all at the
didn't come back yet.
the gate of the town, and we just
He didn't come
stand
back.
there.
Well,
just
No, I'm
ready.
just saying, like,
was
coming
one of
back
my
as a
favorite
plot
moments.
element.
Was
Like,
like
you didn't even have to do that. and
we're
just-
the heroes of
Yeah,
this
but
town, and we're here to make sure that you guys stay safe. It was,
Even though it was such a small part of the campaign that Marty was a character, it still didn't seem right that your characters would just go, we don't care about him anymore.
Yeah.
It was going to come up eventually.
Because it
so
would
I
have
was
been
like,
easier
I
for you
might
to
as
say,
well.
Marty went off and fought with the mercenaries.
Which is
and he was
originally
fine.
what I had planned.
And then
These
just
were
know
all
that he
things
had
that Adam
died.
actually gave me
It's
for his
just-
backstory with the wolves.
Yeah.
And at first, I think that what he was going for was he is literally raised by wolves.
Yeah.
And then I think he changed it into a band of mercenaries, and that's where I kind of went with it. I was like, okay, the mercenaries got absorbed by blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Okay. This one might have the same answers too, but we'll see what we get. Who was your favorite big bad, and which villain do you think could have been redeemed?
Wistifer could have been redeemed. Lazar is probably my favorite bad guy. It's the one with the most...
It's pretty awful.
Yeah.
The most depth that was explored.
Yeah.
You guys went into his house, you found the note to his wife, you found his wife's belongings all like just untouched after a year, however long he had been
Yeah,
there.
that was. I remember the bedroom was like half.
They were
the
green
bed was-
flames.
Yeah, bougie.
He was very fleshed out. I mean,
Yeah.
Xanthus was as well, but it seems
He
like
didn't have as
Lothar's-
much time to
Yeah.
explore. Xanthus had also been hundreds and hundreds of years removed from his humanity. So
Yeah.
there's just nothing.
Yeah, Lotharis actually, there was stuff that we could actually, tangible stuff that we could see and grasp onto that going, oh, wow.
It's just, yeah.
I also like I liked the gods a lot, like the bad gods, because I like that they actually. I mean, I know we didn't get to see a lot of them.
Which one was your favorite bad guy? Bane, Bathsheba,
Bane
and
was
Talana.
pretty awesome.
Bane was pretty cool, like aesthetically, but Talana was like the most like, oof, this is gonna be hard to overcome because of the bad luck and all
That's
that
Bathsheba.
stuff.
That's Bathsheba.
I'm sorry, Bathsheba.
It's okay. I got them both confused.
Yeah,
the
we keep getting them
entirety
confused.
of
I thought it was Tylana and Timor, and I don't.
That's why I get
That's
them
why I get
confused because it
confused.
makes sense, but it's
Yes.
Bathsheba and Timora.
Yeah, so Bathsheba, because the misfortune really felt like it affected. Like you got to see
I
it.
kind of went off some
really-
Baldur's Gate 3 lore on that with the Dead 3,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but I kind of changed it to make Helm kill Bahal and.
No,
Yeah,
I always like just seeing gods. Like some people don't like to add them into like games.
Why?
'Cause some people don't. They like to
When
keep
you're
it very
level fucking
separate.
17, who else are you gonna fight?
I know, but I'm just saying like I like to actually see that.
For low level campaigns, you don't necessarily need to
No.
involve them as
No.
much. But when we get to as high level as we are, you
Yeah.
have to.
I don't know.
I'd almost say Rimbar could have been redeemed also.
That's what I was
Oh,
thinking.
100%.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
she was more so out for it for herself before a god
Yeah.
even really got involved to corrupt her.
Yeah, but she still
Yeah.
could have been
She had
turned
reasons
back.
for being bitter though. 'Cause
Yeah.
of her dad.
She's the reason why her uncle, the one with all the scarred face, so
Yeah.
she's the reason why he is like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He just could never tell you because his mouth
I mean,
is
even from the
covered
beginning,
over.
the little halfling guy could have been, redeemed.
Franklin Greenleaf.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Vulpin.
Mm-hmm,
Well, Vulpin didn't get a chance. Vulpin was just a drunk.
What other questions you got? Unless
Alright,
anybody
this
else
one,
had answers.
this one
it's
people
hard.
might not answer,
Hmm.
or they might say nothing. So, if you could go back in time as your character and make one change that would affect the future of the campaign, when would you travel to, and what would your character do differently?
Well, mine's obvious.
Alright, do you first.
Yeah, mine's if Leeward could have gotten back in time, he would have corrected the whole thing with Wistifer. Because
Yeah.
I think that would have
Yeah.
changed a lot of the stuff that happened and probably.
Would it change
Effect.
your personal story? The stuff that happened in the Fae probably would have still happened, but without Wistifer being a villain in that story.
Right, and I think maybe a Gold Beach probably wouldn't have suffered as much.
That epicenter of Talana choosing a point in which to target the material realm might have changed.
Yeah.
Because the Feywild can basically go anywhere that they want.
Right, but I figured that that's the one thing that Leeward would want to change because of what he learned about Whisper. Is like he's like I want to correct that this should have this whole bullshit thing of us being, hating each other should have never happened.
What about you, Navarro?
I feel like character-wise, I don't exactly know what she would have done. I don't know if she even knows or if I even know she would have done differently, but I think that the deal with the devil and things like that, because it is consequences that have yet. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think she regrets the decision she made because she needed
You'd open
that
up
to
the
develop.
door to
But I
take your
think
memories back.
that now that she has more wisdom and awareness, I think she would have really thought about how to make the agreement and wording with
It's fair.
Belle. So I think probably something to do with that.
What about you, Pandora?
If Pandora went back knowing what she knew by the end, she probably would have went back to right before Minas started corrupting her teacher in the Feywild and probably would have found a way to stop it before he massacred everybody. But it would have changed everything about Pandora if that would have happened, because she would have never really... sure, the stuff that happened would probably have still have happened one way or another with
Right.
somebody else, but I feel like she wouldn't have had the calming of her emotions that she ended up having by the end, because she still would have been angry. People were still going to die, but it would have just... I don't know, it would have been a different perspective for her.
Well, and the parallel that, imagine Leeward probably wouldn't have been the hero that became, it probably would have been somebody else that would have gotten pulled into it.
It's like one of those things, what is it, like a fixed timeline? Where like even if you change it, it's going to still happen, but to somebody else, and you're still going to have to take care of it.
Yeah.
It just won't be as personal.
Yeah. It wouldn't have been Leo Word that got this, it would have been somebody else.
Yeah. Like if it wasn't minus.
Honestly, I don't think there is a point that Oscar could go back and change anything based on...
You could have said yes to Xanthus. That would have been cool.
That would have been crazy.
You said... the question was want to do. I don't... Besides that point, I don't think there is a situation where... Oscar was a character that didn't really have free will ever. Which, again... Going back to that self-sacrifice, that would have been like his true choice outside of telling Xanthus that he was resisting.
Yeah.
Because Xanthus invaded where he lived and basically brainwashed him, so there's not really a point where he could have done much differently besides that ultimate question.
What about you, Ghost Stack?
So, Ghost Stack would probably think long and hard about going back and just being a stay-at-home dad. But knowing eventually that whatever came would probably get all of them. But Ghost Stack, knowing who Fiona became after everything was said and done, and that the only way to get them all back happy and living a long and fruitful life was to sacrifice a lot of lives in the world in the process to do so. But also knowing that going back in time takes away the free will and the decisions everyone made. In order to get to that point, he would begrudgingly allow his family to once again die and be taken, and then fight for them to be returned again.
Been a completely different story.
His life was
He might have been playing as
better.
Golrick at that point.
His life was better after disaster than it was before. So
Something I very much liked about the way that you played him was that even in the sad moments, there was still that glimmer of hope. You were the dad who has seen trauma. You've seen people that you love disappear and go missing and die, and you wanted to make sure that everybody here didn't follow down that same path.
Yeah,
That's why whenever she was pouting on the door after Aralai or Seraphine got poisoned, do you remember that?
Yeah.
He was the only one that came and talked to you.
Yeah. That's because you guys didn't really know me that well at that point.
That's right.
Yeah, Leeward is like levity, but I think Ghost Stack's the heart of the party, as they say.
I was also still trying to kill everybody.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've already.
You were like,
that person.
and saw it going and going.
I've wasn't really that person at that point. So.
yeah, that's all my questions that I have
Alright.
written down. Well, all the other ones kind of got answered just throughout being around. So.
Any individual questions?
All got answered somehow or another.
Anybody else have any questions? This is it, guys.
Not anything that didn't get answered.
I'm closing this goddamn book.
Yeah.
I'm putting every bit
I'm
of.
sad about
I'm
it.
putting everything in here. I'm throwing in the fucking
I had
fire.
a dumb question, but I forgot.
I'm
Done.
sad
what it
about
was.
it, but I don't have any questions. I'm just sad it's over. It's not that it's.
I had a dumb question, but I don't remember what it was. I was gonna.
Let's not end on a dumb question.
Yeah, John, don't do anything dumb.
That would be fitting for this campaign.
So what you're saying is you were wearing a wig this whole time.
Yeah, this comes right off.
He's bald, folks.
There's still adventures and stories yet to be told that involve the bullies of the Bed Dragon of Bluefield, and we'll tell them in time. These will be characters that I very much would like to come back to as often as I think of something, and as long as you guys still enjoy playing them.
I'll always come back and Smitey Smite.
Oh yeah.
Maybe even,
It'll be like visiting an old friend.
bring Bring Fiona around.
What
Go get him.
This isn't the question I have. This
I
is
would love
another-
to do a one shot where we're all playing as.
But
I don't
But
know
there
if
is-
I can.
There-
I'm
You don't know
gonna
if you
die
can.
if I do this.
I'm so tired. This will help me sleep.
Can we
Probably.
just say this for
through.
Bonfire Night? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this.
oh god,
That's
Just know if you
cinnamon.
don't drink it now, you're a bitch.
The cinnamon. Oh
Oh,
my
I
god.
like. You don't like cinnamon?
No,
I thought you did.
not
He's
the
got
liquor.
other
That's
stuff.
Vince.
probably this one.
It's Vince you're thinking.
Well, do you want?
I'm probably not gonna
Uh,
drink it
Apple or
tonight because
vanilla?
I'm tired and
Uh,
I have to be up early tomorrow.
Let me do that. You're
You're
not
not
gonna
gonna
much
drink it.
better.
Is
Vanilla,
nobody
brother?
drinking it
Sure.
tonight?
I'm not going to.
John's being a bitch.
I have to
This
get
is
up
how
early
we
tomorrow.
I gotta work
campaign
in
every
4
day.
hours. Let's
All
go.
right, fine.
It's one
Jesus
serving
Christ.
of alcohol,
I
John.
can't ever do these.
My
on
hands
my
I just didn't
own.
want to do the
No.
fireball. That was fine. Now that we switched.
No, yeah.
I'm fine
no.
with
No.
this.
This is stuck.
I like crown apple.
I had to use my shirt.
That's what I tried doing and it wouldn't work. And I tried using my teeth and it wouldn't work.
My hands are just slick.
Now he's gonna get it, and you'll be like, I loosened it.
Nope, it's stuck on there.
Nope, just
Yeah.
break it.
Just get a pair of pliers.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
Break it.
John, I could probably get yours.
Pause for pliers.
So anyway, we started blasting.
There's some good stuff.
Also,
This
can't
isn't
pick-
anything that you add details to, but who has a character for the next game in mind?
Nope,
Raise your
not
hand.
even a clue.
In the what?
For the next game in mind, who has a character?
Oh, they're
in
already
mind?
I don't
made.
have it
Backstory
fleshed out.
Done.
Oh, for Harrison's game?
Yeah.
I don't have anything.
I mean,
I just know
do,
it's
but
supposed to be a
it's not.
serious
It's
thing, so
The
I
only
haven't-
thing I'm working
I
on
don't
right
have
now
it
is
all
the
Get
voice.
on
I'm
it,
not
Sully.
100%
I don't know
on
what
it
the
yet.
fuck to do.
because
man.
already you've seen the concept art for
I
I don't want
mine.
to be a wizard.
I'll
anymore.
drink it.
That
I'll
just
drink
sounds
it.
too
Jesus
complicated.
Christ.
Don't be with me.
Well, yeah,
Usually
no.
if you got it open.
Yeah, I got it open.
Well,
Storm Herald Barbarians are fun.
I wrote it down on the fucking table there.
And do
But-
a shifting. A shifter Storm Herald Barbarian. That's even fun.
Form of the Beast one was fun. too.
There have been very few things in my life that I've enjoyed as much as telling this story. And I'm very glad that you all went along the ride with me. I've cried like twice in my life. Once when I was 11 and I was hit by a school bus.
Hey, I've been hit by a car too, brother.
What?
And twice when I ended
I'm
this
serious.
campaign.
I've been hit by a car before.
It's like Jesus, dude.
I got hit by a bus.
I mean, I've been hit by a car before for real. I thought he was for
You
real.
motherfuckers.
Like, good
Oh,
God.
that'd be funny though. Thank you all. We're going to come at you with some announcements
After this.
after this.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. Hold
One
on.
of you
I got.
has to stand
God
up. My
damn it.
God.
I'm standing up. Oh, Jesus.
I think Nikki is standing. Hold on. There we go.
All right.
To the Bullies of the Bed Dragon of Bluefield.
Oh yeah, that went down a lot smoother. There it is.
I can. That's so dangerous for me because I love cinnamon so much. I could drink a bottle of that.
That's why I stopped drinking it.
So good.
I actually had meant to do that at the end of the last session, but then everybody left.
I had to
It
work
was a
at
tough
6 a.m.
one.
I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
Ugh.
Thank you, everybody who joined us tonight for the wrap-up session of this campaign. Thanks, everybody who has tuned in, hung out with us, all that fun jazz, even if you're watching it on the VOD. Thank you again, Andreas Fantastical Filaments. Thank you, Ampiamp on Instagram. Thank you, Julian at Astralgrave. As always, Extra Life.
This beautiful portrait. Buy it. I want 10 of them. One in every room in my house. I want one in every room in my house. I don't think I'm kidding. This might be
She
one of
wants
my
to take a
favorites.
shit and look at
The
her.
chippy one he gave
You
me.
know
Okay,
what?
so
you
listen.
could
listen,
probably
real
just
quick.
go and get
Real
it
quick.
wrapped to your car if you
Real
want
quick.
to.
Real quick. So he gave me the big picture of us as chibis.
Burn it.
Yeah.
And then right underneath that is the bridesmaid gift that she made where we were all D&D characters.
Yeah, why don't we get that hung up on the wall down here?
Oh, yeah, I need a copy for myself. I don't remember if I did.
think
I'm
you
really
have-
bad
yeah,
about
that's
that,
up
about
there
giving
too.
like a group gift, and then I always forget to give it to
Yeah, I
myself.
do that too.
Did I
Just go
don't
right
know
there.
if you guys even knew that. That's what
I want to
gave
get
my
that and the
bridesmaid.
Dragon Ball Z
Yeah, I
one
remember
too
that,
for us.
yeah.
You told me.
Yeah.
As always, we're playing for Extra Life, playing games to heal kids. Donation link down below. PotatoPlaceGaming.com. There you can get to our schedule of events, you can get to our past streams, you can get to our archive, you can get to our Actual Life page, you can get to our merch page. Don't worry about playing it, it's fine, it's past midnight.
Sorry I kept you here so long.
You're
I
good.
had
You're
no time.
good. We
Harrison,
had,
if you don't
there was a
mind,
lot of
can I
content
take
that we
your
had.
spot
I
for
had a
hot
lot
second?
of questions too.
No.
No, you can't take it.
Time
I had a lot of
No.
questions.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. Oh,
Oh.
that makes me hurt a little bit inside. Fuck you.
The changing
He'll
of
be
the.
back.
Yeah, we have the changing of the guard.
So, coming up in July is when this campaign is going to go live. Welcome to the Tale of Etheria. Ages ago, in a mystical realm, a magical convergence happened that created the Beast Folk. There's going to be some familiar faces from that campaign. There's going to be some new faces in that campaign. Keep up with us on socials to figure out what it is. And to end the stream today, a little teaser of it, as well as the
How do?
theme song for Tales of Etheria. John, play it.
Hey, that's almost.
Around where magic's truth beneath the endless skies. Legends etched on ancient stones where heroes dare to fly. A tapestry of time and history of time. Edited on its toll, where brave souls rise, their stories yet unfold. In the tales of Etheria, hear the call so loud. In the tapestry of time, where heroes make us proud. Fearless hearts, the courage be your guide, where legends never die. Through mist and mystic haze, darkness lurks. History's echoes never lie. In the depths, where shadows wait and conspire, and various legends burn with a raging fire. In the tales of Etheria, hear the call so loud. In the tapestry of time, where heroes make us proud. Fearless hearts, let courage be your guide, where legends never die. Foolish hearts, let courage be your guide, where legends never die. Fearless hearts, let courage be your guide, where legends never die.
So, join us in July for the Tales of Etheria. A little small campaign while Harrison recharges and builds up for his campaign too. I will be your humble dungeon master.
Boo!
Welcome,
Boo this man!
welcome to the world of Etheria.
We're excited.
I hope you join us on this adventure. Until next time, guys. Peace.
Poop.
Poop.
We can high five a new thing.